Hey, Shalom Dubit here. Welcome to Week in Review. Hope everyone had a good week. Appreciate anyone tuning in, following up with my research. I have a lot of good stuff this week, a lot of continuation, trying to put together some of my thoughts because the topics are really huge, and I've been covering a vast array of areas. And today's just to expand it into much broader senses of covering things that I hadn't covered before, uh, which might be the final expansion in terms, like I said, that the science of expertise could conceivably take me through the end of the year, and that the topics of the science of expertise might I might cover the base of them today. Like, we'll see how large the topic is that you could be covered, through the end of the year, another few months. Then also of interest, the Jewish holidays are coming up, and I might even take a break for a full month of Week in Review, or at least because it appears that Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year's, is 2 weeks from now, Sunday night, and then the next Sunday is Yom Kippur, and then Sukkah, the one after that, and then Simplest Torah. So I have to see that possibly I'll do a Ask the Rabbi during Sukkah and maybe the last day. But so it could be I'll be 2 or 3 week break from Week in Review because Sunday night will be Jewish holidays, and I'll probably just take a break on it. Maybe I'll do some other stream, but I probably won't reschedule it for another day. So I put in the title this week, and we're going to go a lot more into cognitive architectures and try to frame it. And we're also going to talk about algorithms and reverse anthropomorphisms, in the sense that you look at the history of the cognitive revolution, and we're going to look a lot more into detail of Newell and Simon. We've talked quite a bit about Chomsky, and I did a whole stream. If Dave Douglas was there for a good part of it, and joined when we talked about the cognitive revolution. But we didn't actually end up talking that much about Herbert Simon and Alan Newell. And to some extent, Herbert Simon and Alan Newell may be more important than George Miller and Noam Chomsky for the cognitive revolution. And that was because these computational models of mind and what's referred to as cognitive architectures. So conceptually, that what is happening inside the mind, and go back to Aristotle. Maybe at some point we'll try to do a long form view of like what is cognition, what happens in the mind, and the cognitive revolution, with Shannon entropy and the rise of the computers and the ability to program computers to model the mind. You had concepts of how the mind works based on the computer, and you had huge advances in the computer, huge advances in computer modeling, and just computer science in general. And for a period of time, the computer was programmed to act like the mind works, because the mind, in the beginning of the computer era, worked so much better than the computer. So the programmers of the computer took the best insights of how the mind works and tried to program the computer. But that rapidly switched to the computer being able to outperform the human mind, and then theories about how mind worked coming from the computer. So we're going to talk about what is an algorithm, what are all of the things that the mind does, that cognition does, and does the mind perform algorithms in the same way that computers perform algorithms? And we'll look at the history of algorithms and the beginning of the cognitive revolution, where the computers were first starting to be programmed, and they were being programmed with algorithms, and the thought was that the human mind and the computer are very similar. And now that's not necessarily the case. And then what are these cognitive architectures, which are different than the model? Like, it's kind of a forgotten wisdom of history, these cognitive architectures, though they still exist. There's some researchers of them. And we'll talk about them today, and I'll probably do more streams on the topic. But so let's jump right in. We're going to cover a lot of things. I'm going to do a lot of Wikipedias just to throw some topics out there, and then over the next few months I'll be reading papers, going more deep dive into them. But just to get some of these ideas out there, I'm going to be covering a lot of just basic things. I'll probably just read the Wikipedia. So not much of a week in review this week. I was on History Speaks. We finally spoke, so I was on his Twitter space yesterday. The big ADL hashtag, ban the ADL. So we were talking about the ADL and censorship and kind of like a Jewish strategy. So let's see if we're live on Facebook this week. So can't tell if it's working, if it's playing. So it doesn't look like it's going live. Maybe it is this week. I'm not sure if it worked last week, but it might be live on Twitter from StreamYard since they added that feature. So not much to cover in my week in review. I did want to cover this article in Tablet, and the article in Tablet is based on a survey from Karen Keshret. Let me see if it pops up. But I might even just go ahead and read the survey on progressivism, because I think it's insightful about the nature of Judaism, or at least parts of it. So Samuel Abramson, The Takeover, progressive Jews are on the rise and they're not liberals, to understand the direction of American Jewish politics. For the past century, American Jews have consistently leaned to the left of most other Americans. Exceptions like Orthodox Jews or recent immigrants are dwarfed in size and influenced by the majority of American Jews who identify as liberal and whose politics have been shaped by the modern Democratic Party and the national political culture. Today, the preeminence of the Jewish Liberal Alliance is threatened not from the right, but the rising power and increasing population of Jewish progressives. While their numbers are still small relative to the overall community, left-wing progressive Jews are organized, vocal, engaged, and disproportionately influenced on the national political scene. The progressive Jews are appreciably less engaged in Jewish life and with historic Jewish institutions than their more moderate, liberal, and centrist counterparts. Additionally, they lack the traditional pro-Israel sentiments that have been the hallmark of the Jewish American community for decades. As such, this growing bloc of progressive Jews may fundamentally alter the political priorities and preferences of the Jewish community going forward, with radically new views about social justice in Israel, notably anti-institutional and anti-religious inclinations. The year 2018 may mark the start of the distinctive wave of progressive organizing and popular identification, both in the larger American society and among American Jews. It was 2018 when Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, and Rashida Tlaib all ran for Congress and formed the progressive political bloc known as the Squad. That same year saw the revival of Jewish Currents, a magazine founded in 1946, in which its latest progressive incarnation has sought to both preserve and transcend its origins from an organ of the Communist Party. Since 2018, several new or growing Jewish communal groups also signaled the rise of the progressives. Repair the World, Trua, Jewish Voice for Peace, Bend the Arc, and If Not Now have all benefited despite their many ideological and stylistic differences from a surge in Jewish ideological engagement on the left. For religious traditionalists and cultural conservatives, this is a self-evidently disturbing phenomenon. Jewish progressives are seen as placing undue emphasis upon the tikkun olam, social justice dimension of Jewish life, while downplaying other valued aspects of Jewish tradition. They may also be seen as unduly critical of Israel to the point of undermining the political legitimacy of the Jewish state. But among Democrats, the rise of the progressives is a more complicated phenomenon that is interpreted largely based on whether one sees progressivism as merely a more exaggerated and radicalized version of mainline liberal politics, or an altogether different and oppositional ideology. The confusion about the meaning and implications of Jewish progressivism derives in part from a conception ambiguity among progressives themselves. Like many well-established political terms, including conservative and liberal, Republican and Democrat, progressive has changed its meaning over time. It certainly means something different today than it did to Teddy Roosevelt, and is seeking to improve working conditions, advancing health and safety standards and labor laws, promoting women's suffrage, counter government corruption, expand the land conservation, and curb the power of corporations. Much the same can be said of the followers of Wisconsin's Robert La Follette, a contemporary of Roosevelt and powerful member of the Congress who ran a strong third-party campaign for president in 1924. For many people today, progressivism simply constitutes a preferred alternative to liberal and not much more. Some liberal Democrats identify themselves as progressive, using it as a near synonym for liberal. The fact of the matter is that the political climate of the present, the idea of being progressive means different things to different people, and is used sloppily without precision or a set of coherent beliefs and policy preference. But for many, progressive does evoke distinctive attitudes and values, with there being two major types of progressive. One is the economic progressives, of which Senator Elizabeth Warren is a good example. They focus on closing the economic gaps between rich and poor, expanding social welfare programs, taxing the most affluent, and regulating corporate activity. For this brand of progressive, social democrats may be an apt term. In contrast to the social democrats, the second group of progressives place their primary emphasis on cultural issues. One influential piece of recent research draws on 4 points of genuine contrast between such cultural progressives, as the study terms this second category of progressives and liberals. First, cultural progressives, though much the same can generally be said of economic progressives, place a premium on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs when allocating economic and social goods and rewards. Second, cultural progressives are highly critical of cultural appropriation, which, according to one definition, refers to the adoption, usually without acknowledgement, of cultural identity markers from subcultures or minority communities into mainstream culture by people with relatively privileged status. Thirdly, progressive support publicly censoring those perceived to hold discriminatory views, implying a greater inclination to participate in and in favor of cancel culture. And last, progressives tend to abjure incremental approaches to making change, reflecting in part their diminished valuation of established institutions. Both culturally progressives and social democrats agree broadly on economic justice and identity, race, gender justice, but each prioritizes one type of justice over the other. Given increasing polarization in the U.S. and the rising influence of progressives writ large, it is unsurprising that an increasing number of American Jews now identify as political progressive. The only estimate of American Jewish progressives comes from a recent National Survey of American Jews, sponsored by Karen Keshet in 2022 and 3. The survey finds that 8% of American Jews identify as progressive, while 14% identify as very liberal, and another 25% as liberal. And all 47% of American Jews are in the left camp. Liberal and progressives 34% are moderate, and 19% are conservative. The distribution from the 2020 Pew Survey of American Jews is quite similar: 51% liberal, 32% moderate, and 16% conservative. The Karen Keshet data helpfully illustrates numerous differences between liberals and progressives. When asked about how much they worry about very specific political issues compared to liberals, Jewish progressives express more concern about climate change and racism, but far less concern about crime. Asked about various political groups and leaders, notable differences are also found. Progressives are less favorably disposed towards Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, while more enthusiastic about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. These findings continue a long-standing trend of progressives being far more ideologically extreme, woke, and intolerant of differences compared to liberals. Across the nation, progressives are far more likely to want to silence dissent and censor open exchange, and are notably more politically active than their liberal and conservative counterparts, and are far more likely to live in echo chambers where their views and voices are increasingly radicalized and diverging from the political center. The Karen Keshet data reveals some further findings on Jews resembling the larger national trends. As shown in Table 1, Jewish progressives are much younger than Jewish liberals. There are about twice as many progressives who are between the ages of 18 and 29, 48% versus 25%, who in turn are almost twice as likely as conservatives to fall in that young age range. Simply put, the further left, the younger, the further left. As a portion of the population of those aged between 18 and 29 18% are progressive. The figure means that the progressives are twice as numerous among the youngest adults as among those 30 to 49, and 4 times as many among those 50 plus, implying that the progressive proportion of the Jewish population has doubled every 20 years or so. So here's age, identity, political affiliation. So progressives, almost half of the 18 to 29-year-olds. The surge in progressive identity is indeed recently phenomenon. A trend has taken place during the last decade. Likewise, assuming these political identities hold over time, progressives are poised to become even more influential as their large numbers age and mature. Though progressive Jews often try to connect their political stances to beliefs in the Jewish religion or cultural tradition, progressives were the most anti-religious group in the Karen Keshet survey results. The survey asked, considering everything, what impact do you feel religious organizations have in American society? By more than 2 to 1, conservatives felt religious institutions do more good than harm, as opposed to doing more harm than good. And by almost 2 to 1, liberals felt the opposite. A mere 18% of progressives believe that religious institutions have a positive impact on society. So table 2, considering everything, what impact do you feel religious organizations have on American society? By political identity, more good than harm, 50% of conservatives, 18% of progressives, going down from moderate liberal, and more harm than good. 73% of progressives think that religious institutions do more harm than good. In line with the dim views of religious organizations in general, of all the political identity groups, progressives are the least likely to identify with any Jewish denomination. Most Jewish progressives have no denominational identity, compared with 43% among liberals and just 36% for conservatives. The aversion to denominational identity even extends to reform identity for both liberal and progressives. Of the denominational choice, aside from no denomination, reform is the most favored denominational choice. But that said, it is substantially more popular among the liberals than the progressives. So you have Jewish denomination, Orthodox, 17% conservative to just 6% progressive, conservative Judaism. So Reform, 20% are progressive. Reconstructions of the no affiliation, 58% of non-affiliated Jews are progressive. The progressive detachment from religion in general and conventional Judaism in particular is reflected in their marital patterns. People become more religiously engaged with marriage. It is no surprise that almost half of progressives are single, somewhat more than liberals, and more than moderates and conservatives. If marriage brings people closer to faith, this statistic only reinforces the movement away from religious life. In fact, Table 4 demonstrates progressives are characterized by low rates of intermarriage within the Jewish community, lower even among liberals, plus the marriage patterns of progressives are one good reason to anticipate relatively low levels of conventional Jewish engagement compared with other political groups. So intermarried progressives are more likely to be intermarried than married, and almost half of progressives are single. As we have seen, progressives are indeed growing in number among American Jews, in line with the disproportionate number among younger Americans. They're distinctive in numerous ways, among them their attitude towards religion's role in society, their denominational distribution, and their marriage patterns. All these help generate a more distinctive pattern of Jewish engagement among Jewish progressives, differentiating that not only from Jews at large, but from liberal Jews as well. It is also in line with larger ideological sorting, where younger Americans and younger Jews are far less religious and supportive of traditional institutions which traditionally help anchor social and communal relationships and promote mental health, along with providing support in our nation's loneliness crisis. How do Jewish progressives compare with other political blocs on Jewish engagement? In short, with respect to their Jewish identity, progressives trail behind all their ideological counterparts. Take one example: only 30% of progressive Jews donate to Jewish causes, compared to 45% of conservatives, 40% of moderates, and 37% of liberals. They even trail liberals noticeably with respect to feeling that being Jewish is very important, attending a Passover Seder, belonging to a synagogue, attending services monthly, and feeling that their children should be active as Jews. These are certainly not areas of Jewish engagement where progressives excel. Looking over all these measures, progressives are generally in last place. They trail liberals by noticeable gaps, almost always by greater amounts than liberals trail moderates. If and when they do, Jewish engagement levels decline from political right to political left. So the link to this article is in the chat too if people want to look at these tables more closely. There's one area, however, where progressives are especially low scoring their connection with Israel as compared with liberals. Progressives are less likely to have visited Israel, 21% to 34%. They're also less likely to feel at least somewhat emotionally attached to Israel, and by quite a large gap, 31 to 50%. The largest difference on Jewish engagement items between progressives and all the others is with respect to saying the U.S. is too supportive of Israel, an answer given by 42% of progressives versus 10 to 11% of the other political groups. While progressives trail all the other political identity groups in the most forms of conventional Jewish engagement, they do exhibit many signs of Jewish identification strength. Illustratively, 3/4 feel a sense of belonging to the Jewish people. Most do fast on Yom Kippur, and 23% belong to synagogues as compared to 35% of all others. In terms of Jewish engagement levels, then progressives may be down, but they're not out. And not only do progressives keep pace in some areas, but with respect to less conventional Jewish activities, progressives actually outscore most others. They read Jewish news and literature more often than others. They engage in spiritual experiences, listen to Jewish music, and mark Shabbos, albeit in all likelihood outside the synagogue, and one might expect they are off the charts with respect to having participated in social justice activity in the last 3 months, 39% versus 16% for liberals. So you see, not praying to God, progressives are the least likely, only 33% to pray, but more likely to read Jewish news than even conservatives, 42%. Most likely to listen to Jewish or Israeli music, but only 34%. Most likely to mark Shabbos in a way that is meaningful, 32%. Read Jewish literature, fiction or nonfiction. Engage in a spiritual experience, only 1/3, but still higher than the others. Participate in a synagogue community, 13%, by far the lowest. Participate in a Jewish organization, 12%, by far the lowest. Participate in social justice activity, 39%. And volunteer for a Jewish charity or nonprofit, only 6%. In Israeli-related, 9%. The distinctive Jewish engagement patterns for progressives, low scores on conventional measures of Jewish engagement, several of which signify collective activity alongside high levels in several other areas that are less conventional and more personal. Speak to long-standing questions in the study of American Jewry and its patterns for change. For decades, social scientists and community leaders have divided into two camps over some fundamental questions regarding Jewish social change and its implication for the future. In one camp are the assimilationists. They interpret the major trends in American Jewry as pointing to diminished engagement in Jewish life and fewer points of distinction between Jews and others. The other camp, dubbed transformationists, construes matters differently. They can certainly see change in the diminution of forms of Jewish engagement, but they also see the rise of alternative and innovative ways of expressing Jewish ties and commitment. The rise of Jewish progressives and their patterns of Jewish engagement lends credence to both perspectives. Certainly, as a group, progressives exhibit many signs of assimilation, with far lower rates on a wide variety of Jewish identity indicators. At the same time, they do score higher on several personal measures. Almost a quarter century ago, a monograph on changing patterns of Jewish identity in America, The Jew Within, observed to turn away from the more collective and communal ways of being Jewish and towards expression that are more private and personal, if not highly idiosyncratic. Hey, Judas, good to see you. God bless. Thus, one could anticipate declines in such measures as synagogue affiliation, organizational membership, Israel attachment, charitable giving, and other ways in which Jews traditionally act together and express group solidarity. In contrast, other expressions, the kind done on one's own and in the home, such as lighting Shabbos candles and performing particular mitzvahs that do not require community, should hold steady or maybe even increase. Indeed, the decline of the collective and the rise of the personal has arguably fairly well characterized trends in Jewish identification over recent decades, and they speak to many of the differences between progressive Jews and liberals, moderates, and certainly conservatives. The key takeaway, Yigamarka Simatova, Happy New Year, Jewish New Year to you coming to Judas, God bless. The key takeaway from the current research is that progressives constitute a political camp distinct from liberals. While progressives are less engaged in almost all aspects of conventional Jewish life, they are more attuned to those with other political identities to Jewish cultural engagement. They are more distant than others from collective and institutional-based Jewish action, and they are more engaged in personal Jewish activities undertaken at home or in third spaces. Among their most distinctive features that the Jewish progressives are very distant from Israel, even to the point of expressing what some would see as anti-Israel views. The patterns of Jewish engagement implied by progressives are noteworthy. For practitioners and policymakers, they suggest an increased emphasis on encouraging the music, news, literature, Shabbos, Jewish culture on its own terms, not as a way of promoting the synagogue version of progressives, and others appear to find alienating. Well, increasing numbers of American Jews assuming the progressive label, and with developments in Israel proceeding as they have been recently, the difficulties of navigating the politics of Jews and Jewish life will only intensify. For progressives, Israel is on the wrong side of the narrative and even of history, becoming a key test of ideological purity and commitment. Being highly critical of it is not overtly hostile towards Israel, is not simply one of the stance among others for Jewish progressives, it is a defining feature of their political identity. Yeah, happy birthday coming up to you, Judas. God bless. Happy 31. Looking forward to the progressive tendencies that have emerged in schools, workplaces, and the public sphere of the past decade may be slowing. While progressives may be well organized and be generating a lot of noise, they're only a small minority of the overall population, and surveys are regularly showing that Americans are embracing conservative economic and social positions at levels that have not been seen in more than a decade. Support for progressive hot-button issues like Black Lives Matter has widely dropped, and more Americans disapprove than approve of colleges considering factors like race and ethnicity in admission decisions. Yet, despite the overall course correction, it is clear that Jewish progressives continue to exert an outside influence on the mainstream liberal establishment. Moreover, there is little question that the relative influence and number of Jews in powerful roles from cultural institutions to higher education and public affairs are in steep decline, and Jewish progressives today are leading the entire Jewish community down that path. This is not inevitable, and the relative numbers here are small. So the rest of the Jewish community, liberals, moderates, and conservatives, must engage now if they do not wish to see their collective power eroded further. This is a textbook example of tyranny of the minority, and like mainstream American politics being dominated by extremes rather than large and moderate center. If that center can reassert itself remains an open question. Okay, so that one is pretty interesting, and a lot of applications to Duvid, and you even think the downtown synagogue trying to call itself progressive, but to some extent, you can't really have a progressive synagogue, and we'll see if if it's more reform, and they chose to have the Israeli flag, and so they might fail at that respect. And like streaming, the people are active, Jews, or the people are likely to have a university education as Orthodox Jews. Conservatives may be less likely to attend university. So just interesting trends to mention. So let's look quickly at last week's Week in Review, where I started talking about cognitive architectures, and I went over, introduction to the topic and the relation to the cognitive revolution. And we looked at some of the cognitive architectures like CREST, which is a chunking hierarchy and retrieval structure, adaptive ACT-R, adaptive control of thought, and SOAR, which are all chunking based models and are somewhat related to chess and the Newell and Simon. Although we're going to see there's a lot more to it. We looked at Clarion, we're going to look more at that. And we read Gobet's Constructing a Standard Model, lessons from Kress, a thing about long-term memory, and Herbert Simon's decision-making approach. So today we're going to look more at cognitive architectures, and we're also going to go deep dive into algorithms and the relationship to algorithms. What does it mean, like this reverse anthropomorphism? So Paul Rosenblum was a student of Alan Newell at Carnegie Mellon, and I was listening to this. It's a nice talk, a little basic of cognitive architectures and chunking and SOAR, and his call for a common model of cognition, which is similar to the paper I read from Gobet last week. Here is a transatlantic AI-based robotics symposium on cognitive architectures. So in recent years, cognitive architectures have been more useful for machine learning, robotics, artificial intelligence, even though originally cognitive architectures were supposed to be used for the hard problem of consciousness, the mind-body problem, cognitive science. Um, it's unclear, and that why put in the title "Reverse Anthropomorphism," how well cognitive architectures actually map onto the brain or human behavior. If we talk about truth theory, like the correspondence theory of truth versus the um, coherence theory of truth, cognitive architectures are more likely to be based on coherence, with some sort of algorithmic logical model, as opposed to psychometric tests. And so when we looked at expertise, and this is important for expertise, so we're going to get back to expertise, and the reason I'm doing this is to largely to get more into expertise theory. However, in order to do that, we have to thoroughly examine what is this computer and the reverse anthropomorphism. So this has a lot of the big names in cognitive architectures, and some of the big theories given presentations. Here is actually University of Michigan. I'm going to see, maybe I could try to get in contact with John Layard. So John Layard is one of the big names, or the of SOAR, SOAR, that we talked about last week, and he's a disciple of Newell, who studied at Carnegie Mellon together with Rosenblum, and he's in the computer science program at University of Michigan. Note again, now cognitive architectures is more part of computer science than psychology and cognitive science. But they have a YouTube channel, only 256 subs, only less than 10,000 total views. But I just started watching it, and I'm going to try to watch through all of it. But people are more interested in check out, and I'm going to see if I can get in contact with John Layard. We'll see. I actually added him on LinkedIn. We'll see if he accepts. I was going to read through part of his, but it's not that important. So here was something about dual task interference, and we're going to talk about task switching and cognitive loading. So let me just read the abstract here. People often have trouble performing two relatively simple tasks concurrently. The cause of this interference and its implications for the nature of attention limitations have been controversial for 40 years, but recent experimental findings are beginning to provide some answers. Studies of the psychologically refractory period effect indicate a stubborn bottleneck encompassing the process of choosing actions and probably memory retrieval generally, together with certain other cognitive operations. Other limitations associated with task preparation, sensory perceptual processes, and timing can generate additional distinct forms of interference. These conclusions challenge widely accepted ideas about attentional resources and probe reaction time methodologies. They also suggest new ways of thinking about continuous dual task performance, effects of extraneous simulation, and automaticity. Implications for higher mental processes are discussed. So, like in terms of actually testing the brain, with neurological or psychometric, and trying to relate it to cognitive architectures. It's a big topic. I'll return to it, but I just have too much stuff to cover. I was going to read the first few pages of it. In this one also, I did want to read the first few pages, but I just have so much stuff I want to cover that here's human brain mapping, neural correlates of recursive thinking during interpersonal strategic interactions. And we're going to talk quite a bit about recursion, but like, so to say, the neural correlates of recursion, or recursion related to theory of mind. So let's look at the abstract here. To navigate the complex social world, individuals need to represent others' mental states to think strategically and predict their next move. Strategic mentalizing can be classified into different levels of theory of mind according to this order of mental states, attribution of other people's beliefs, desires, intentions, and so forth. For example, reasoning people's beliefs about simple world facts is the first order attribution, while going further to reason people's beliefs about the minds of others is the second order attribution. The neural substrates that support such high order recursive reasoning in strategic interpersonal interactions are still unclear. Here, using a sequential move interactional game together with functional magnetic resonance imaging, we showed that recursive reasoning engaged in the frontal subcortical regions. At the stimulus stage, the ventral striatum was more activated in high order reasoning as compared with low order reasoning. At the decision level, high order reasoning activated the medial prefrontal cortex and other mentalizing regions. Moreover, functional connectivity between the dorsal medial prefrontal cortex and the insula hippocampus was positively correlated with individual differences in high order social reasoning. This work delineates the neural correlates of high order recursive thinking in strategic games and highlights the key role of the interplay between the medial prefrontal cortex and the subcortical regions in advanced social decision making. So at some point, I will return to looking deeply into the brain and the neural correlates of consciousness and theories of consciousness. But first we're going to have to go over cognitive architectures, which are models that are more based on a coherence theory of truth. They're just somewhat logical, algorithmic models of how the mind could produce cognition that may or may not correspond to neurology, although they might correspond to psychometric testing. And so we will go back and cover back to try to give a full overview of the major cognitive architectures. And then we already did the quantum consciousness, but I covered years ago, but we will probably also return to just generic neurological materialist theories of mind also. But first we got to cover the cognitive architectures, and then why there's difficulty mapping relatively successful cognitive architecture theories onto the brain, and how they've actually turned out to be more useful for computer programming, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. So it's pretty interesting, and we're going to delve deep. I hope actually at some point to read this whole article. This is like 50 pages, and it's a really important article, and it basically covers important aspects of many of the major theories of cognitive architectures. This is from 2018, 40 years of cognitive architectures, core cognitive abilities and practical applications, by Katsubura and Saktos. So let's read the abstract. In this paper, we present a broad overview of the last 40 years of research on cognitive architectures. To date, the number of existing architectures has reached several hundred, but the most of the existing surveys do not reflect this growth and instead focus on a handful of well-established architectures. In this survey, we aim to provide a more inclusive and high-level overview of the research on cognitive architectures. Our final set of 84 architectures includes 49 that are still actively developed and borrow from a diverse set of disciplines, spanning areas from psychoanalysis to neuroscience. To keep the length of the paper within reasonable limits, we decided only the core cognitive abilities such as perception, attention, mechanism, action selection, memory, learning, reasoning, and meta-reasoning. In order to assess the breadth of practical applications of cognitive architectures, we present information on over 900 practical projects implemented using the cognitive architectures in our list. We use various visualization techniques to highlight the overall trends in the development of the field, in addition to summarizing the current state of the art in the cognitive architecture research. This survey describes a variety of methods and aims that have been tried and their relative success in modeling human cognitive abilities, as well as which aspects of cognitive behavior need more research with respect to their mechanistic counterparts, and thus can further inform how cognitive science might progress. And so I actually have this in the 80-page paper that goes over models. So here they said 49 cognitive architectures that are still being actively developed. So cognitive architecture is really a wonderful, although somewhat forgotten field of not well-known field of psychology, and it's somewhat put in with computer science. This is related to the article that we just looked at, and it has some of the graphics. So just get a feel for how they're trying to put some of this information together on cognitive architecture. So like on perception, and you can see like the spiral of all the various um, cognitive architecture theories, and whether they're multimodal, physical sensors, simulation, physical centers, simulation not implemented. Here's visual processing, and your features, proto objects, object models, object labels, and spatial relations. So these are with the boxes comparing the different cognitive architectures. Visual attention here, is a long list of feature, spatial surround, task irrelevant, negative priming, and so it's a long list. But you see the different cognitive architectures and which elements of cognition are covered by them. Here's action selection. You're looking at playing, stochastics, relevance, utility, intermediary factors, reactive, and so I mean, just see how huge the topic is, and why I said it could really take to the end of the year to get a deep dive into this topic. A whole lifetime. Because a lot of these people have been spending their whole lifetime on it. Here's memory, and sensory working memory, semantic, procedural, episodic, global, and I will probably at some point dedicate a whole episode just to memory. And memory is one of the most important topics of cognition, and it's important to expertise as memory. We said that deliberate practice is the most the largest factor in obtaining expertise. But in terms of talent, how do you define talent? What aspects make up of talent? Memory is always a huge factor. And then deliberate practice and chunking. Some people would completely classify those as a form of memory, although most of the time there are certain problem solving and other cognitive elements other than memory. But memory is one of the most important aspects of cognition and cognitive architecture, and almost all functions of cognition heavily rely on memory. We have learning, declarative, perceptual, procedural, associative, non-associative, and priming, and applications. So ACT-R has the most practical applications in terms of psychological experiments. A lot of them you see are useful for robotics. So we will be returning in depth, and maybe 1 week in review. I have that, and I'll spend hours and hours just reading through, and we'll get a good overview of all of the various. Why are there so many theories of cognitive architectures, like models of consciousness, and say, could we have a unified, like Paul Rosenblum trying to create a unified model of cognitive architectures? But if there's over like 49 actively research worked on cognitive architectures, why do we have so many of them? Can they be unified? And if they can't be unified, what is the nature of them that makes them ununifiable, similar to models of consciousness? And we looked at quantum models of consciousness, and I went over that one article that classified them into less than 10, but reality there's tens of just models of quantum consciousness. And quantum consciousness, theories of consciousness, models of mind probably also necessitate cognitive architecture. So here's a nice paper just on the history of algorithms. So we're going to look in depth into algorithms. So let me just respond to eBay and try to get a little more money out of this guy, and then we'll jump right into some of these definitions and ideas, and get a feel for how vast this topic is, and the type of stuff we'll be covering over the next few months. Okay, so sorry about that. Okay, so here are some related psychological topics, and then I have a lot of things related to algorithms. So I have like 10 different Wikipedias related to algorithms, and I have just some cognitive topics I want to cover: task switching, cognitive skill, associationism, connectionism, information processing, computational theory of mind, Bloom's taxonomy, mental chronometry, and flow. So I just wanted to talk about these briefly, or maybe not so briefly. Some of these are semi-long, and I want to cover most of it. And then we will move into algorithms. And I have slides on cognitive architecture. So I found some slides that have a large overview of the various cognitive architectures. And then I have some slides from a few of the theories, like Clarion and some of the bigger names, and more on algorithms. So I have so much stuff. Like I might read some papers. I have a few papers I hope to get to, but there's so much stuff that I might not even get to reading papers. So task switching, psychology. Ricardo, yeah, God bless. Well, I wasn't trying to destroy History Speaks. I was actually trying to collaborate with him. So, in certain issues, I disagree with him and tried to express my points, or the other people that were in the chat. But like, no, I wasn't trying to destroy him. At this point, like, I'm not really trying to destroy anybody. Just having a conversation, and we could, disagree or spread our opinions. And plus, I was on his platform, so I was trying to be respectful, but I did want to express certain ideas that I didn't think he had anyone on his platform that was expressing. I mean, if you want, I will postpone talking. I saw you on Luke Ford, so I caught some of that. But if you want, I will. I will take a brief. I will postpone talking about this stuff to, and if you want to chat for a bit. Otherwise, I'm going to jump right in. So I doubt you're going to come on, but just offer up with the link in the chat. Okay, so task switching. Yeah, I mean the era of blood sports is basically over, and just on the topic that you, and it's, I mean, in a different venue, like I would do blood sports, like even like against, like I mean, I told Ethan Ralph that I would go on his debate. I'm not sure if you watched that. That was already like over a month ago, and he hasn't really done a debate. But I told Ethan Ralph I would debate anybody, big or small, even if it's just a random anon, or from the big names. And so he hasn't gotten back to me. And like Adam Green keeps on saying he wants to have me on again, and we'll see if he contacts me, or anybody. So I'm open for, like, even if like the Crucible Andrew Wilson or someone reached out to me, I would probably do it. But like, or politically provoked any of these people. But as of now, no one's reaching out. Luke Ford, I might still talk, like almost every time if I'm around and Luke Ford sends me the invite, I will accept it and we talk. Although the debate's kind of dead. So streaming is just my boring resource. So we got Ricardo.
What's going on, bud?
Hey, Baruch Hashem, thank God.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's funny. You weren't trying to destroy the guy, and you were being very polite, but I think he was just like, these normie people. Their reaction with like many of the things you say or many of the things that we say is just he can't take it. Is he Jewish or what is he? He's some sort of foreigner, right? But he's not Jewish.
Well, so I had mistaken. I think he's American, but I think his father is Anglo,
Egyptian, or
and his mother's Egyptian. He's not Jewish, and it's unclear his background, like because there were so many people on the panel, and we didn't just get to talk. but it's possible that he himself was like a revisionist or a denier at some point, and then he looked into it. And
I find it interesting because the only mutuals I have that follow him are basically, like Gavalt Wright types, like Halsey English. And so it's like, why would this little crew like follow this guy?
well, because he's been putting a big thing into debating revisionist, and he was trying to use the minimal code for the YouTube standard. But so he may have started out as a revisionist, and then he decided to get his PhD in like World War II, and then he made a big deal out of like trying to debunk deniers and debate them. And he won this like multi-month long, like really like 2-year long campaign to get Mike Enoch to debate him, and he finally did. But he was like messaging Enoch like daily for like weekly for like years until he finally spoke to him. And like he's spoken to a few revisionists, like alt hype
or Thomas 777. You familiar with that character?
Who?
You familiar with Thomas 777?
It sounds vaguely familiar. I mean, was he back in
like,
chat? Is that different?
No, he's like, I think he sort of got as a bigger account after we were done. But like Pete Quinones, are you familiar with that one? He has like he started out libertarian, then like took the red pill, and he has Thomas 777 on there to like, who's like a revisionist. Not a very, it's very subtle. I mean, it doesn't, I think I think it's becoming kind of main. I mean, I was thinking about this other day, man. You realize like the things that we used to talk about on that show are like normal right-wing online discourse now in a lot of ways.
Well, because the Republican Party is largely fallen apart. I was telling him at the end after we're talking about the ADL that, I mean,
you have to be a white Christian to be a Republican.
Well, it used to be that way, but I said that the demographic changes already occurred. The traditional American Republican Party necessitated a supermajority of white Christians, and that supermajority of white Christians no longer exists, and therefore you no longer have the traditional Republican Party. So there's the attempts of like Luke Ford, Ben Shapiro, neocons, Charles Moskowitz types to redefine the Republican Party. But I'm not sure that I don't think that's going to work. And
is there like the George Bush? I mean,
it sounds like you are just like kind of out of politics now. You've kind of just like given up. Like you say, like, okay, we lost. Are you going to bite? I mean, you could still be like, okay,
yeah. I mean, kind of
family.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that like
it's Oliver Anthony. It's the new world. You wish it wasn't, but like all the stuff you were worried about, it's over. The demographics have changed. There's never going to be a super majority of white Christians again, and the nation's not going back.
I don't know, man. I think it's so regionalized. I think it's like North and South is like rearing its head again, particularly with like COVID sparking a lot of being a catalyst for even more migration. Where red people in blue states coming south and vice versa. I think we're like sorting into basically geographic battle zones again. Well, I think it's one of those things where they may have their supermajority, but they don't have it in large chunks of the country.
I mean, it was you who got me to talk about this at length, because I just kind of, briefly thought about it, but until, the conversation with Norvin and Rodney, and then it was like a regular talking point on like half of our shows, the balkanization of America.
Yeah.
And, like I was, this show Defense Politics Asia, like the Russian Ukrainian war analysis from this guy from Singapore. But, I see plausible scenarios now that like any day, especially regarding Trump and the arrests and the election, that America could split apart. They could try to arrest Trump. Trump could seek refuge in a state that will refuse to.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
remember our
especially the Russia, we keep on doubling down in like Ukraine, Russia. There's so many paths to the disillusionment of America that could happen any day.
Yeah, you
like
remember
when we were talking about it 5 years ago was just hypothetical.
I completely agree, and I just remember Monsieur, it was probably October of last year. He like did this whole thread about he basically said that the Republican primary process would, split apart the Republicans, and that there would be like some catalyst of like them trying to jail Trump, leading to, like a governor, like someone, some refuge. And then if you're not sovereign, if the federal government's not able to go in and get him, then what else are they not sovereign in? Like, why would you send them taxes? So, but geopolitically, the breaking apart of the United States will be probably bad for Americans in terms of the ability to be dominated by foreigners. Unfortunately, that's kind of already happened. In that,
dominate in certain ways, like militarily. I mean, still think even if the U.S. collapses, that the U.S. is still probably from the best places in the world to be, because geographic isolation, protection against provides
huge resources,
and population sparsity. That I would say even post collapse, that the U.S. is still probably from the best places in the world to be.
But it's kind of interesting in that I could see, I mean, are they going to put the woke away and try to is the regime going to kind of try to synthesize what they've done into like a new identity? I think Trump in some ways is almost like being set up to like be the vehicle for the destruction of of democracy. You know what I mean? Like the right wing.
Two things. Like American identity is kind of like globalism, New World Order, or bust. And so like Trump. And the other thing I said is that, he claimed that like the left hates America. I said, well, no, the left just wants to redefine what it means to be American. But I think, like Richard Spencer's turn, that the left at least has a vision for America. The right, the Republicans, have no vision for America. And like, so at best you have like Trump, Ben Shapiro, which is like some version of crony capitalism, claimed meritocracy, and constitution that's based on global dominance. And we're probably not going to have global dominance. So the left is the only one that has a vision for the continuance of the multicultural wokeist experiment. And I mean, if you look
at the left is the keeper
of the vision on the right front.
Sure.
Like even you yourself, like I doubt, like when we were talking 5 years ago, your vision was like, okay, we have to reverse demographic change and end immigration. And even at that point, I was telling you like it's over. Like even 5 years ago, I was like, nah, like you're not going to stop it. It's already too much. But like at this point, like even you, the people on the right, like I don't think anyone thinks that some form of nationalism, reversing immigration, demographic change is even possible.
I don't think it's possible. I think that we have regions of the country that could preserve a way of life, but like the concept that the United States of America is like a 90% white place is just not it anymore. And I think that
well, regions are like, I mean, same in Michigan, like
but I've just become, personally,
like I've 90%. I mean, we covered this on streams that were like 90% of Michigan, 75% of territorial Michigan is 90% white, and of the red states, and so
even a lot of blue states, like, but it doesn't matter because the cities are where all the power is. The cities own the land out there. Who owns the farmland is the man of the city
in terms of trading, but if there was a reformulation of America, maybe they could hold on to the Confederacy, but it'd have to be like, no longer able to go across state borders, or there'd have to be like checkpoints or like the ability, to keep the federation, like a federation of, and I always tell people that, we talked about, because you and the people we were talking with were focused on the race issue. But like it's more likely to be abortion or Trump.
Well, hold on. It started with the race issue, but I became like my ultimate conclusion, and this is sort of like where I got to and where I've been ever since, is like the Christian element. Like when I talked to Luke Ford and stuff like today, I don't know how much of that conversation you caught.
I watched it all in 2-speed, and I mean, it was interesting.
He's all
Like,
about vengeance.
I'm glad
I mean,
you're doing well. Like, I mean, if
yeah,
you went back to focusing on your family and your job, and that's paid dividends, good for you.
yeah.
But that's all I got out of it. And
Well,
I mean, his advice was maybe semi decent advice, but I mean, that's probably what I would have told you. Like, I mean, it's good to follow, but like you, whatever the case is, you invested in your livelihood and your family, and hopefully that will help you.
well, I think what it, like one of the things that we were talking about was like a vengeance mindset that like the United States has sort of adopted, like, and it's not like a Christian point of view, like the vendetta that we've.
Yeah, but you're gatekeeping Christianity, just like Luke Ford, in the sense that say like no, like most people are Christian. Like the blacks in Detroit are more Christian than whites, and like Christianity is still like 60-70%, and it's like the Trump identity. But it's
Well, I
like
know we're being
the
divided.
unified
We're being
Christians. So you're
divided
saying
by
you don't
race.
consider
We're
that
being,
Christianity, or
yeah.
is saying like if there's like some sort of like gay accepting, abortion accepting Christianity, you don't consider that. But it's like no, actually,
That's not Christian. But no, but to your point, like
but
in the
you're
South,
still
like
like no, those people
what
look
could
in the
unify
mirror.
black and white in the
But it's the
South, for
same
instance?
point. Those people look in the mirror and see Christians. Those people
Yeah,
look in the mirror and think Jesus loves them. So I mean, you might think they're
maybe.
not Christian by saying I think a lot of those people think that they're Christian. They look in the mirror and see a Christian, and they think that Jesus loves them, regardless. And so the Christianity is very important to the wokeness because it necessitates the anti-Pharisaic that you say that Jesus loves you anyways, as
I
opposed
think
to
you have well, and to, like, Luke's whole point of his show today was about Christian nationalism, and he had made the point about how so many quote Christian nationalists don't even go to church, and I think it's true that basically the politicization of someone, or the radicalization of someone, happens really to people that aren't regular church attendees. Like they channel their like desire for, I don't know what it is. I mean, politics is ideological, it's
the
spiritual.
more you're involved in religion, the less you're involved in
Yeah, so like what you see with
politics.
like these yes, the Christian, these people are sort of like biologically Christian, or genealogically Christian, but they don't really, they have no idea what's really being taught, or it's been twisted around them, and they've been channeled into things like putting rainbow flags on their church.
It's their identity. I mean, it's like, I mean, obviously Judaism has the ethnic part, but it's like, well, no, it's like Jews have a strong identity, even though like 75% of Jews are, I was just going over that at the beginning of the tablet article about progressive Jews. But to some extent, it's the same thing for liberal Christians or secular Christians. That their fundamental identity is still Christian, and the likelihood, okay, they might become secular, they might lean towards agnosticism or atheism, or even experiment with Eastern religion, New Age. However, their fundamental identity is likely to remain Christian. Even like my father, uh,
Yeah.
saying like their fundamental identity is still Christian. It's not like it's not going to default to something else.
Okay, so where do you think that what's going on with the ADL fits into, like, see I think it's interesting that you bring that up, because what that means is there's sort of like a latent reservoir of Christian identity, even if it doesn't express itself in like traditionally Christian ways, like opposition to abortion or opposition to homosexuality. Like there is still this unifying Christian identity that you could maybe, combine those in Minnesota with those in Massachusetts and those in South Carolina, along those lines, in opposition to something else.
It's the common cultural reference. So across
Yes,
America,
yes.
and
And right
it's
now they're divided.
difficult to create a new cultural reference. And so that's why I said, like, if that cultural reference dissipates, it's not going to be replaced. It's just going to be chaos.
Right. But see, like the ADL is, I mean, would you agree with the characterization that it basically functions like a Jewish supremacy group, or where they certainly have a hypocritical line that one could interpret as being
Well, that's
solely in
why I'm
Jewish
saying, like,
interests?
I know my local ADL. They're mostly like women and B class lawyers that get involved, and I mean, so I think it's part of the bubble that, like, I mean, you think like okay, there might be some, like I'm thinking
But
of
the
like
ADL is at the ADL is at the
do
is
you know
having
do you
meetings
know
with
anyone who
with
works for
Twitter
the
and
ADL?
call. Yeah, but they can
I
activate
mean,
senators.
do you have personal experience? You know, like people that you knew and they went on to work for the ADL, or you don't have any experience like
I
that?
mean, I'm not saying they're not 2-bit losers, but the point is their
Well, I'm not
job
calling
is
them
like,
loser. I'm saying they're second-rate lawyers. They're not, I mean,
okay,
if they
they're
made it to
second rate.
be,
I'm not saying they're
if they
writing
made it
the
through law
best. Yeah,
school
but
to become a
they're
lawyer,
not like, they don't have to write the they don't have to be the guy writing the legislation to be like, their job is coordination. They like see an issue and their job is to call people. They're managers.
well,
they're managing anti-Semitism
well,
and poorly
there's two
quite.
things. There's the, so to say that the ADL just forms as some attack arm of the Jewish organization. So even though it's like just some random woman, like, so if the ADL, like you get a call from the ADL or
Oh,
the
they're
keyboard warrior, it's
yeah.
not like some like horrible Jewish
Sure,
supremacist.
sure.
It's
But
kind of
I
like
like glibs. I like glibs. Local ADLs like to take down Christmas trees. I mean,
well, that's what I was
they
saying
are
yesterday.
local troublemakers. These are the ones that are like looking for like a prayer in a school that they can sue about. And really, what are they really opposed to? Like, what does a Christmas tree have to do with the Holocaust?
Well, I mean, I was saying that yesterday. For decades, the main thing that the ADL did was fight forced mandatory Christianity in public schools. So like
Yeah.
till the rise of like the internet and social media, or like since Unite the Right and Trump, like 50% of the ADL's activity be like, oh, some public school has a mandatory, like Christian
Right.
assembly
In the middle of
or
nowhere,
something. And then
Alabama.
the ADL, you'd get a call because they would constitutionally be correct. And even if it was like a local governor or city council, or like, so to say, a corrupt politician that's like that, then so the ADL would sue them. And so it wasn't really like, that was the biggest thing of the ADL for decades. And then Greenblatt came, he switched the strategy, probably also due to popular Jewish demand, to online social media and censorship. That, I mean, before there was on, but the internet in the 90s, okay, you had things like probably from the beginning of the internet, you had the stuff online, but it wasn't really till like 8 years ago, maybe even like 5 years ago, that the ADL completely switched strategies. I mean, really, Frame Games covered it all when he did, he covered it before it happened. Like Frame Games was telling you what was going to happen before the ADL even really tried to do it, because like he was reading their material. I don't know if you remember those like series
Oh, I
on
remember.
JF where Frame Games did, like, but that was like before
He
the
has like a
ADL.
whole new angle. He's like one of these big influencers now.
But I'm saying Frame Games was telling you what the ADL was going to do before they'd even
yeah,
implemented it.
yeah.
And so like that was and then over the years the ADL has largely successfully implemented it. They got the corporate sponsorship, and to some extent
So do you
they're
think
winning the,
are they winning? Are they advancing the cause of Jewish empire? Like, are they succeeding?
well, in some
Because
ways.
I guess like, because let me ask you, like, how do you interpret
I mean, they
the
brought you down. I'm saying
Ukraine?
they took you up. They took
Yeah,
you
they
off the
did. They
internet.
did. They took me off the internet. But but
You're
like,
saying like you're waiting to rise up again. Like you didn't like.
dude, I mean, have
Well,
I
you're not
changed my?
sorry. You're just sorry you got caught, so to say. And so like the second the ADL comes back, like you're going to be right out with vengeance, and it's just like you're just sorry you got caught, and had you not get caught, you'd be out there doing it again,
I think it's
or
one of those
like if you
things.
repented a
No,
little bit.
I've got better. Well, listen, I think we could never put that in like that magic like back in a bottle. Like we had our time and it got like sort of blown up and
But
like
still,
my
the
life
group
is moved down.
conflict.
The group conflict is still there. I don't have, you know what, man? I don't have like I don't have the immaturity I need to like act the way that I did. I don't, like some of the things we were doing were a lot of fun, but like really, I don't need to be like shock jockeying. I'm a middle aged man. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
It
of
was
the
fun.
people that went on, like the IRL. So I mean, Richard Spencer left the scene, but like Nicholas Fuentes, in terms of, I mean, so you still have like Jared Taylor in American Renaissance, or Greg
It's still going. I mean, these people are getting,
But I mean,
like
Nicholas Fuentes was the only one who
he's
Nicholas
like
Fuentes
he's the sacrificial lamb
and
of the whole thing.
HT. Well, no, I'm saying he built up a national movement. There were tens of people that ran for elected officials. He got that guy, the Red Elephants, and a handful of people moved out to Idaho and ran for local offices and have their little commune going. And plus, they had like student groups, and but that was. And then
that's not over.
God forbid you have
think
the
Fuentes,
GDL.
that's
the GDL has
bullshit.
probably
The
been
GDL is bullshit. The GDL is astroturf. I mean, that's like, have you seen the clip of the guy in Florida with the Nazi?
I saw there were 70 of those guys. There were like 70 of them. That's the biggest.
Yeah, well, the Fed. I mean,
God forbid,
the guy's straight out of Central Casting, man. I mean,
yeah, I mean, it's tough to know. And saying like
it's tough to know, but at this point, like, how's anybody? Listen, like I said, they got Charlie Kirk tweeting about how the ADL is anti-white. I mean, Nick Fuentes did that. Okay, I think that, like I was saying earlier, the conversations that we were having 5 years ago have gone from the most taboo, being TRS adjacent, to, everybody thinks it, and it's like everybody speaks in coded language, but it's almost like a given. Like, is the fact that Jews are the most
Frame
well, but
he wanted to sell you Saul Alinsky tactics for white.
Yeah.
And at this point, like the Republican Party at some point just loses the vision and becomes the party of disgruntled whites. And so the Democrats necessitate, like, okay, you lost, you got to fall in line. And so what question, will there be disgruntled whites, or to what point can it say America has been redefined? And if you know what's best for you, you're going to fall in line and accept the new America. That say that the hidden message of the Oliver Anthony.
I don't know. I don't know that that's all connected. What I'm trying to say is that what I'm trying to say is like the center of gravity, and it's not even Republicans, because I'm not sure that the Republican Party is even the vehicle for these politics, like at least on a national stage or certain segments of it. But like, it's sort of undeniable that like white people that have spent any amount of time online that aren't, basically homosexuals, Jews, or communists or whatever, have come to accept like certain basic premises that I think we just like about who might be the most like important or most influential minority in the United States is like just
God forbid
they don't say it. God forbid they don't say it. I'm not saying.
God forbid the Riverfront Ball will all the whites got arrested, none of the blacks. And
yeah.
But I mean, it's the new world, and saying like, okay, elections have consequences, demographic change has consequences.
There's too many guns. And rednecks are too unruly for, I think, like large scale, like systematic.
Travis Smith Michaels spending life in prison, and saying like, okay, like you're thinking like Armageddon revolution, but on a singular basis, he said like, no, man, you use your gun, you know what's probably going to happen. You're going to spend life in prison, and it's not going to be a fair trial in the way that you think so, or the trial by jury or your peers. And so it's okay, but if there was a revolution, if there was Armageddon, but in just a singular case of one person or a group of people standing up, I mean, look at
I think this is like I think that, but I mean, listen, I mean, I think this is a slowly turning ship. Like we all want it to happen yesterday, but look at what's happened.
Ahmaud Arbery was a huge turning point in America. From
the one with the guy shot in Atlanta?
Floyd, from the George Floyd, from Zimmerman to Floyd to Ahmaud Arbery to the Riverfront Brawl, and just say like, if you get into confrontation with a minority, that the legal, it depends where you are, but maybe even where you're at, the legal system may favor the minority. And your hope that like a whole bunch of whites are going to like.
I mean, the thing about the Riverfront Brawl was that was not a typical case of like, those guys instigated that situation, and so, you know,
But that was more of a case that compared to even George Floyd or
you know what I'm
Travis
saying?
Michael,
It's
that was more clear cut that the whites were at fault than probably even like George Floyd.
yeah,
Or
there was
Travis
it
Michael.
was right, exactly. Like this was like some
However, there
battle.
were other like that they all got arrested, that all of them, and that none of the blacks got arrested. Is
Well, that is bull, and I agree it does show that. Listen, I just think that it can't go on like this. Like I don't know how.
what can't go on, or else what? Or else you're going to revolt.
No, it's just that I think the
Or God
fragmentation.
forbid you're going to commit a hate crime or something.
No, I think it's the fragmentation. I think there's like an overstep. Like I'm not saying I committed a hate crime. I'm saying like
Well, yeah,
I think this Fannie. I think this
gonna
Fannie
collapse.
Willis woman. I think the Black Panther trying to put Donald Trump in jail is the kind of decision that would cause like Trump can be rallied around. You know, you
Well, you said
mentioned what's
if
the
the
individual
ADL
going to do with
wins,
their gun? They're not going to be able to do anything. But if they have a totem around which they can, you know, congregate and rally around, then you have a chance.
well, I mean, that's the point of the ADL, like saying, yes, it is going to go on like this. It is going to get worse. And if you try to fight it, we will catch you so early. We will lock you up and ruin your life before you can even blink. And so that's kind of what, you're picturing like the force of the ADL. And you're saying like, no, this can't keep on going on like this, and say, oh, it will. And there's nothing you could do about it. And the punishment for you trying to rebel or revolt is going to be strict, and we're going to catch you early. And, I mean, that's what you see happening. So, I mean, what do you mean? Like, it can't go on like this? What are you going to do?
Well,
about it?
I think that like, you know, is Elon Musk like,
You're going to pray that Elon Musk is going to save you.
I'm not praying. I mean, it's out. Listen, this is outside of my control. Like, I don't have the ability to like make the collective consciousness like change. I mean, in some ways, I think we played a role. We participated in it. Like, dude, our conversations were unique, you know, and like the memes have spread from our conversations. So like, we did have impact on.
Yeah, I would like politically provoked. Even like the Crucible. At best, they're like rehashing
Things that we talked about. Yeah,
and
at
most of it,
best.
they're not even covering all the things we talked about years ago. And it's because it's all offline. All those have been deleted. All the anonymous personalities have moved on. That people don't even know who these people are. It's like trying to tell people about frame games or something. Like, it was on politically provoked, and just like trying to tell people about like, this is only 5 years ago, but just like history lessons no one cares about.
I know, but like we did come for this conversation. So like, you know, that's what we did, but I guess like I'm just trying to in order to protect my family, you know, I need to not be going online and putting what I think on the record, and I need to be, you know, acquiring assets.
You need a community. You need a local community support network, and that's what I was telling the right-wing Jews at the time, that you're saying like we're going to be on the blue side of this. Like, I'm a Jew. Basically, all Jews are going to be on the blue side of the divide of it. And so if you got yourself on the red side of the divide, and you're prepared, economically, your money, communal support network, and maybe you haven't found that communal support network. Maybe you have. Money's important.
Yeah, where you set up your life
Using
is
your time
important.
wisely, like learning skills. Godward disappeared. He was there for a while.
I think it's just like,
and knowing how to speak to people also. He was like, okay, you've done this, so like, should it happen, you'll be able to go to the local bar or supermarket.
And it's right. No, and I have. I mean, there's people I've talked to where it's like, I know, again, like I know what to say, and I know how to say it in such a way that's not like super inflammatory. But I think like so much, like the thing is, what I tell you, man, is like amongst people that are not really political, like awareness of Jewish power and the Jew ability to flex is like really high. That is not a surprise to anybody, And so, like,
God forbid, that I told Luke for the first time, he's like if America collapses, it's going to be bad for the Jews, whether it's our fault or not. And so,
because I think
there's a whole bunch of reasons you could blame it on us. Like E. Michael Jones said, it's Jewish behavior that's causing it. And you could argue that back and forth, but you say at the end of the day, whether it's our behavior that's causing it or not, America declines. People are going to blame the elites and the Jews.
Yeah, they're going to blame who's in charge. Right, who's in charge.
Make up a large amount of the elite.
Yeah, and this is the whole thing. Like, I don't think that Jewish elites per se is a bad thing. I just think, like, I don't like the direction my country's going in, and I know who's in charge, and like we're supposed to be able to like vote them out, but like they seem to be unvotable. You know what I mean? Like, we're not given
you
real
have to just
choices.
vote for a person. All you could do is like watch the primaries and get behind somebody. And like, you know, when Trump, at least like the last time they gave you someone that you could conceivably like with Trump. In this election, you're not going to have someone you could conceivably like.
No, I know, because it's like, you know, I saw the meme of, I thought, you know, the picture of Vivek and what's her face, Nikki Haley, arguing about how much money to give Israel. It's like the state of the GOP, two Indians arguing over how much money to give Israel, and it's like it's mind blowing what's going on. I mean, honestly, you know, I don't know the guy who like is my dark horse. Like, we'll see, you know, what I really think, but like is RFK Jr. Because like maybe. See, I think like the only real vehicle for change is to come out of the Democrats, because like our country is like a one-party state. The Democrats have been in charge since the Great Depression. The Republicans have acted as like, you know, at times they pop up, and their big actions like Nixon and George W. Bush and Trump is like they come in and like normalize like certain left-wing things. Like Trump has like basically made it, made Republican Party safe for days. Like we just fold on that issue. So on, you know, in other words, like all the momentum runs through the Democrats. The Democrats are the only party capable of like deciding what the position is of the United States.
Well, they're the only ones that have a vision for America.
Well, because they're the keepers of the torch of the American Revolution. Like the American Revolution has never stopped, right?
Well, even
like,
that, I'm saying it's more related to being the multicultural coalition.
Well, but I mean, but that coalition is like an extension of like the egalitarian principles of the founding, right? Like it's the logical extension of like freedom and emancipation, and or at least that's the narrative that they've got. And the conservatives, right wingers, whole thing is like, come on, man, like give me my childhood back. Like what, you know, it doesn't need to change like this. But that doesn't excite young.
If you want to call it a false assumption, but like it's a victory every time that a woman, a minority, a gay reaches some new position of power, and each time that's like a victory or a sign of U.S. progress. And so at least the Democratic Party could keep on giving people this sense of victory, as where the Republicans, there's no real sense of victory, and also, for the global empire, that the Democrats now are the only hope to maintain the global empire, because it has to keep on assimilating foreign
right. It's like you basically have to give the elites of these third world countries that you're dominating like some payoff, which is like access to American education, like access to our markets. You know, that this is the trade. Like if you want to do empire, you have to let your subjugated peoples, like at least their elites, like back into, you know, the capital. And so
the Republican at least side, like you said, like their pushback is that like, no, they're going to end the American empire, close off immigration, and accept American decline, but at least keep the character of America intact. And
that's kind of a hard.
They're not actually saying that. None of them are actually. I mean, they're saying part of it, but not enough to have a vision, not enough to like to have a demagogic.
And there's too much money wrapped up in weapon. I mean, the thing is like the problem is that the Republicans are like bought off.
We talked about all these things, globalism or bust. I mean, because like
no, I agree with you.
People don't know how to work, and so like even if you believe that, like people don't know how to work, people don't know how to maintain the country without immigration, talent. You know, it's just the incompetence all over the place. Like I see that here in my area, but I'm guessing it's everywhere. And it maybe like the reason you're getting paid so much is just because incompetency is the norm. Corruption to make up for incompetency. Like the infrastructure. Like I'm a civil engineer. Like no one asked me about that stuff. No one even asked my opinion. And there's all these other people that like supposedly know what they're talking about, and they're incompetent and they waste money. And like the power outages, the roads, the dams, even if you reject the global warming, but just the destruction of our infrastructure. I mean, I'm not sure in your area, but like here in Michigan, like the power outages are ridiculous. Like there's windstorms and the infrastructure, the roads, flooding.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, I agree with
And
you.
just incompetence. Like no one on the political, even the business system, and you could blame diversity. You could like without even questioning, like to blame. But I think
I
I
think
don't
it's
even.
absolutely wrapped
There's
up.
not really
It's
competent whites either, so you could blame diversity, but I don't think that like you at the end of the day, like
it's
I don't.
dysgenics. It's some sort of dysgenics. Like
Well,
like
it's
that
Ed Dutton, the
basically.
reverse Flynn effect.
Yes, yeah, and it's maybe it's the television, the way kids are raised, like on TV. Like there's no skills. There's no like going to help your dad like change the oil. You know what I mean?
There's no
Like
care for hard, honest work.
yeah,
Like want to get ahead to live the lifestyle, like Andrew Tate and living a life of sin or whatever. But there's no glory in honest day's labor, doing a good job, being honest
yeah.
in these various things, or just working hard to obtain some sort of useful skill. And it's also the technological things, the computerization of everything.
We're just being
So
destroyed by our own success, man. I mean, there's no way around it. It's like, why do you not have to have skills? Like, you don't have to have like honest work if you're like upper middle class and you go all you do is go to school, then you go to like university, and then you get like a desk job, and like your job is
well,
to
so we're
talk
the
about
first
what you
generation
think.
that's not going to do better than our parents, and maybe you're the exception that you're from this generation that you're going to do better than your parents. So I mean, there is still you could still get
I
ahead.
might be the only one in all of my cousins out of like on both sides, because I mean I had pretty successful like aunts and uncles and parents, but I think only I have like actually like married up. If that makes sense. Like and combine that like that I'm a higher level. So
But I'm saying it's not like I would like just because I think that the government's going to collapse, but I don't think it's guaranteed that there's going to be catastrophe, and there'll still be opportunity that like and for me, like I think just because there's nothing there for me, like maybe you found some sort of niche in construction or outside of the box where you were able to maybe not get ahead. Like I mean, you're probably still only upper middle class,
yeah.
and there's no opportunity, and the only opportunity will arise like post-apocalypse. The system has to collapse, and as of now there's still so much glut and corruption that even if me or you had the legitimate skills, we would never be able to utilize our skills. So if you got that high IQ, you found like some entrepreneurial method to get ahead, but you're still probably you're just upper middle class. There's still probably not much venue for you to rise above the corruption and incompetence.
No, no question. I mean, because I think you can't really even get into the the quote real money that is made is basically only accessible within like within corrupt group. Like you basically have to be at the teat of corruption. Like whether it's
Yeah, I mean,
like
you'd have
monopoly or government contracts, things like this.
I mean, you'd be okay. Like if you're entrepreneur, you found a way to get ahead on entrepreneur, or if you're smart enough that they would accept you into the corporate hierarchy, they're still never going to put you to the top, and because it's the system's so corrupt right now and incompetent, and you're still going to have someone incompetent in charge of you that's getting paid more due to
Listen,
corruption.
all I really want is them to like keep the sex stuff out of schools. Like, I gotta say, like, I really don't care. I mean, the color of everybody at the store is so inconsequential compared to like the values that are like pumped through the television and the education system. This is the
Church
stuff that
inspections,
animates me.
but you can't. I mean, all you could do is pray and try to be the best role model to your children and hope that your children um, follow
Sure, but
you.
I don't need to like throw them to the wolves every day. You
But
know what
you
I
have
mean?
to. I mean, you could homeschool and maybe you could find better schools in your area, public school. But I mean, to some extent, like, no, it's indicative. You like, it's like we first started talking. It's hard to be a righteous person in a corrupt world. and it's even harder to raise righteous children in a corrupt world, and because you're going to have to send your kids off to the corrupt world away from your protection, and so you yourself have better guards than your children, and so it's tough. I mean, there's really nothing you could. I mean, there's a lot you could do, but at the end of the day, like, no, I mean, like
They
your children
have to,
have to
yeah.
go out into the world at some point,
It's their
and the
soul,
world is
yeah.
largely corrupted.
Yeah, man. I just,
Right?
yeah, I know. It's tough.
I mean, you
And
could do
this
like
is the thing. It's
mandatory.
like coming, and you know what? In a lot of ways, I've come to grip. I mean, I've come to grips.
You could do the things that like have dinner as a family, type things like be a good father. Even with that, like you're still gonna have to send them out and have the influence. But the common things that most people have given up upon, just like having dinner as a family or something like that, is probably like a huge thing. If you're Christian or something, like actually doing the Bible studies, and you're probably gonna have to teach your kid tolerance and just saying like, don't pick on that person. I don't want you to be like that person or do what they're doing, but you have to accept them and don't pick on them. And so you have to find some fine line in that, and for your kid to have any chance of getting ahead, because
Through that,
you're not going to be able to isolate them.
I know.
And if you teach them that stuff is like wrong, and then they're going to be unsuccessful because they will be isolated as like a hater or racist, and so therefore they have to have like the extra strength to learn to keep their opinions quiet, to follow their, I'm going to respect my father and do my father's teachings, but I'm going to keep it quiet and, like not get in trouble about it. So I mean, it's a near impossible task.
I know. And it's also one of these things where it's like, the look forward, like keep your head, stay in your lane, and just like stomach the degeneracy. It's like, but like, this is the way why the world's the way it is, because everybody, all the righteous people keep their mouth shut.
You pick your battles wisely.
Yeah, but like, why don't we just pick that battle? You know what I mean? And like, I guess it's just, the self censorship.
Because the we, who's the we? There's no we. It's you. You got to pick your battles wisely, because there is no we.
Well, and this is where like I would rather see the country like I don't want to find common ground with like the Northeast. I don't want to find common ground with him. Like the common ground of like the southeastern United States.
That's what I'm saying. You're preparing for the post-apocalyptic world, like as opposed, because like at this point that's really all you could do, because like there is no we, and so
well, there is no we, and I don't see
world there could be a we.
To your point, I don't see how like the anti-white thing can continue in a way like how can my son ever navigate that with tolerance? Like he's not going to be given that choice at some point. At some point, his traits will just be excluded no matter what he thinks, right?
Well,
So,
God forbid he could get beat up and punished.
Yeah.
God forbid he's going to get bullied, and he's going to be the one who gets in trouble. And I mean, but it's saying like, okay, like you deal with it. Like, I mean, I always say like, like Orthodox Jews and crime. Like we don't like crime, but like people go on. Like even if people like Israel, even if people are getting killed in the street, so like if like we're talking right now and things aren't that bad, but even if we were talking right now, it's like, oh, you remember that guy? You remember that guy? It's like, oh, he died a horrible death. God forbid, he was tortured to death. Like life still goes on. You have to go on. So you don't want that for your kid, but but if you're in the war zone, it's going to be what it's going to be. You have to make the best of the situation. And that's why I say the advantage of Orthodox Jews in general is that generally they go on. So if it like in Brooklyn, like now we're getting beat up on the streets, even like going back like the Holocaust or the pogroms, and you're saying, well, we went on, we didn't like it, but we still went on.
Yeah, no, I understand. All right, bro. Well, listen, I gotta get some dinner. It was great catching up with you. I'm gonna keep listening. I don't know how long you're gonna go. I know you go for a few hours.
I go for hours. I mean, I'm not sure.
I might come back. I might come back if I can. But I gotta.
We could talk a little bit more. I mean, like I wanted to keep week in review going, so I just like read papers and do research. Like I said, like like
where is Jen? What happened?
Well, from what she told me, I like because we were streaming. It was Monday morning for her, and she just said her schedule changed. She no longer had
This time slot.
Monday available, like New Zealand or whatever. That it was Sunday night here, and so we tried a few times changing the day around, and so eventually I just took it solo because we did it over 2.5 years, and I mean it could be something else, but I think I think that's relatively accurate. She just didn't have Mondays available anymore.
Okay. Well, sad to see you two split up. It was like an institution.
She's not even streaming, but yeah, I wanted to keep it around, and like I'm actually, like I got my blog, duvid.com. I'm writing papers. I'm doing a lot of research in like psychology. So
Well,
like
I appreciate
if you had
all the
came on,
content
like
you've been
I didn't
delivering,
even
bro.
like bring up these topics. Occasionally I pop on other streams, but I want to push myself forward. Okay, like you focus. You got thank God you got the wife and the kids. Like God bless you. And like I'm focused on my eBay, my book, my business, and my research.
Well, I'm glad that we can still come together. On when these kind of events happen, really, there's only half a dozen people that I really want to talk to about it, and you're at the top of the list. So I
Okay,
appreciate
well,
you.
you reach out anytime. You know where I'm at. So God
All
bless.
right, bro. I'll talk to you.
Okay, so we get return of Brundle, my booking agent, or whatever, turned it into a bigger streamer. Like so, God bless you. In tough situation, like I enjoy talking. I don't like that guy Gandalf came. Oh, so I meant to mention. So last week Gandalf came on the end, and like I was so tired that I didn't even realize it was a different Gandalf. So like Gandalf came on at the end, and it was not the Gandalf from Chicago, like the Doolittle guy, the former Doolittle guy. It was a different, like it was a Jewish Gandalf. And so we talked. It was a little bit interesting, but like I didn't even. I saw the voice was different, and like I didn't even. It was but yes, I'm still doing week in review. Like people want to come on and talk, and it's tough a little bit, like terms of service or YouTube or conversations. But like like week in review was supposed to be for like conversations and streaming and like a little bit of my research. Like I would have just shared my research, but now like instead of sharing, like I just read papers and read. I'm just gonna like spend the next 2 hours like reading Wikipedia entries. But like if I actually had people to talk about, like, and I'd like to talk like Jennifer. That's why we made a good team, because we had a common interest in terms of like our scientific research, like Brundle or whatever. Like I don't know if he has any overlap in the interest in consciousness or psychology in these various fields. But like I didn't mean for week in review to like just turn into like hours and hours of me straight reading papers. But it keeps it going, and I find this research valuable, and just as the mental technique for me to understand these topics better, memorize them, and as we're talking about these cognitive processes, just for me to read these papers online, then watch it back later, actually helps me understand it and memorize it better, and it puts me out there to hopefully find people interested in these topics. So like, yeah, I saw like Dave Douglas, active inference, a handful of people like Week in Review with Church of Entropy. The audience largely changed to people who are interested in consciousness and like Hinduism and debate and various things. And so it was almost had none of the names from like Luke Ford or Brundle anymore. So now on my channel, like I wouldn't mind going back to just having conversations, talking to people. But in the meantime, I'm just going to read some papers and continue my research. And if people are interested in it or whatever, the links in the chat. So as I mentioned, I have multiple things on just random psychological topics, things I'm thinking about, things that are going to get pieced together into a larger just on the Gandalf. There were two people who used the Gandalf, the white uh, title, and like they were both like in semicircles, like with the like some of the same people, and the names are even slipping me, but that had came on Week in Review. but like it was late. It was already 2 o'clock, and I saw Gandalf was in the chat. I put the link in, and it turned out to be like the different Gandalf, and like I saw the voice was different, but like so, it was. I mean that the other Gandalf was also interesting to speak to, but it was just random that it was like so late. I didn't. I was confused. I was like, but okay. Let me get back to the research. If anyone wants to pop on or whatever. So task switching. Task switching or set shifting is an executive function that involves the ability to unconsciously shift attention between one task and another. In contrast, cognitive shifting is a very similar executive function but involves conscious, not unconscious change in attention. Together, these two functions are subcategories of the broader cognitive flexibility concept. Task switching allows a person to rapidly and efficiently adapt to different situations. It is often studied by cognitive and experimental psychologists and can be tested experimentally using tasks like Wisconsin card sorting test. Deficits in task switching are commonly observed in patients with Parkinson's disease and those with autism spectrum. So these are all important for cognitive architecture, for the greater understanding of like the science of consciousness. A model of consciousness, a cognitive architecture has to model all of the various cognitive functions that a person does, and things like attention, memory, and so attention. If there's different theories about it, and if you could give attention to one thing and you switch back and forth, so task switching is referring to unconscious task switching, as opposed to cognitive shifting is when it's consciously done. Background and history. Human behavior and cognition are characterized by the ability to adapt to a dynamic environment, whether in attention, action, or both. This ability to shift attention and action adaptively has been investigated in the laboratory since the first use of the task switching paradigm by Jersild in 1927. This paradigm examines the control processes that reconfigure mental resources for a change of task by requiring subjects to complete a set of simple yet engaging interleaving operations that must be performed in alternating or repeated sequences. Switch cost. Performance of these tasks is disrupted when a switch from one task to another is required. The disruption is characterized by a slower performance and decrease in accuracy in a given task A on a trial that follows the performance of task B, as opposed to the performance of task A when it follows another trial of task A with repetition. The difference in accuracy and performance between task repeat and task switch is known as the switch cost. The switch cost remains even when there is ample warning of an upcoming switch. Thus, it is thought to reflect the functioning of numerous executive control processes ranging from attention shifting, goal retrieval, task set reconfiguration processes, and inhibition of prior task set. Task set is defined as an effective intention to perform a task accomplished by configuring one's mental state to be in accordance with the specific operation demanded by the task. Tasks that have been used to define these task sets include categorization of numbers, letters or symbols, identification of colors or words, location judgments, semantic and episodic memory tasks, and arithmetic problems. So there's multiple theories of task switching, the executive control of processing, task set reconfiguration. This theory assumes that once the task is implemented, it stays in a given state of activation until it has to be changed, such as when a new task is presented. Consequently, proponents argue switch cost arises from an endogenous executive control process that reconfigures the cognitive system to implement the relevant task set for task alternations. It automatic processes task set inertia to achieve behavioral stability in the face of interference. Strongly activated task sets are needed. However, strongly activated task sets should also be particularly difficult to eliminate. Consequently, task sets persist over time and interfere proactively with the establishment of the new task set configurations. This residual activation of task sets in memory from the recent performance of tasks can contribute to automatic influences on performing a new task beyond voluntary control. For example, if it has been proposed that less practiced tasks require more support in memory, which will result in greater task set inertia and thus can be expected to produce more proactive interfering results in larger task switch cost when switching away from the less practiced task. Future research must determine whether active or passive processes can overcome task set inertia. Task set inhibition assert that switching between tasks requires the just completed task be suppressed to allow a new task To be completed, support for the theory comes from research which has observed larger response times when returning to a task set after an intermediate task than when completing 3 or more different tasks in a row. Strong evidence against activation-only theories. Task set priming. Most task switching experiments use the same stimuli for both tasks, so the current stimuli may prime the previous task set. Consequently, facing the same stimulus in different tasks produces cognitive cost, and it may be mainly these costs that are measured by switch costs. Studies have found that non-ambiguity of the stimuli with respect to each of the possible tasks is sufficient to eliminate the cost of task switching in some cases. An important challenge for future research is to determine whether active or passive processes overcome task set priming. The switch cost. Explicit task queuing to explore switch cost. The explicit task queuing procedure was developed to investigate the time course of task switching. The interval between the presentation of the queue indicating which task to perform and the presentation of the target stimulus can be manipulated to demonstrate the effect of available processing time on performance. Two models explain the effects of queues on task switch costs. Task switching model. The task switching model assumes the role of executive control. If the queue repeats, the executive does nothing, and if the target is processed in accordance with the task set from the previous trial. If the queue alternates, the executive switch tasks before processing the target. Switching takes time and creates a switch cost. Predicts equal reaction times for queue repetitions and task repetitions, and slow reaction times for task alternations, because it's only condition where the task switches actually occur. And compound stimulus model. The model does not assume executive control. The queue and the target jointly specify a unique response on each trial, so subjects can encode the queue and the target and choose the response associated with the compound. No task switching is required. Queues are encoded faster on repetition trials than on alternation trials because encoding benefits the repetition. Switch cost thereby reflect encoding benefits on repetition trials, not task switching, so it predicts faster reaction times for queue repetitions than for task repetitions, and equal reaction time for task repetitions and task alternations. In experimental evidence, support for no executive control. To distinguish these two models, the experiments used 2 queues for each task with 3 types of trials: queue repetitions, in which the current queue was the same as the previous queue; task repetitions, in which the current queue was different from the previous queues, can be specified the same task; and task alternations, in which current queues was different from the previous queue and specified a different task. The data shows large reaction time differences between queue repetition and task repetitions, and negligible difference between task repetition and task alternations, consistent with the compound stimulus model. Thus, the switch cost observed in the explicit task queuing procedure may not reflect executive processes. So I lost half my audience, but yeah, so I want to get these concepts down. These are important concepts for my research, and these things are very measurable for like a comprehensive theory of mind and chunking theory. So I'm just going over some of these. So if I lose my audience, so be it. Cognitive skill. Cognitive skills are also called cognitive functions, cognitive abilities, or cognitive capacities, are brain-based skills which are needed in acquisition of knowledge, manipulation of information, and reasoning. They have more to do with the mechanisms of how people learn, remember, solve problems, and pay attention, rather than with actual knowledge. Cognitive skills or functions encompass the domains of perception, attention, memory, learning, decision-making, and language abilities. Specialization of functions. Cognitive science has provided theories of how the brain works, and these have been of great interest to researchers who work in the empirical fields of brain science. A fundamental question of whether cognitive functions, for example, visual processing and language, are autonomous modules, or to what extent the functions depend on each other. Research evidence points towards a middle position, and is now generally accepted that there is a degree of modularity in aspects of brain organizations. In other words, cognitive skills or functions are specialized, but they also overlap or interact with each other. Deductive reasoning, on the other hand, has been shown to be related to either visual or linguistic processing, depending on the task, although there is also aspects that differ from them all. All in all, research evidence does not provide strong support for the classical models of cognitive psychology. Cognitive functioning refers to a person's ability to process thoughts. It is defined as the ability of an individual to perform the various mental activities most closely associated with learning and problem solving. Examples include the verbal, spatial, psychomotor, and processing speed ability. Cognition mainly refers to things like memory, speech, and the ability to learn new information. The brain is usually capable of learning new skills in the aforementioned areas, typically in early childhood, and of developing personal thoughts and beliefs about the world. Old age and disease might affect cognitive function, cause memory loss, and trouble thinking of the right words while speaking or writing. Multiple sclerosis, God forbid. Humans generally have a high capacity for cognitive functioning once born, so almost every person is capable of learning and remembering. Intelligence is tested with IQ tests and others, although these have issues with accuracy or completeness. In such tests, patients may be asked a series of questions or perform tasks with each measuring a cognitive skill, such as level of consciousness, memory, awareness, problem-solving, motor skills, analytical abilities, and other similar concepts. Early childhood is when the brain is most malleable to orient to tasks that are relevant to a person's environment. So I'm reading these in relationship to what I'm going to call the science of expertise. And the science of expertise in many ways is a cognitive function. So, to get a fuller view of cognitive science and where expertise falls within the mind, within cognition. So I just need to cover some topics, and really there's a whole bunch of topics. So these are just the ones that I felt were most relevant to my research right away. I talked about this the last few weeks on Week in Review. This topic has came up, associationism and connectionism. And so let's go through these to have a little bit of a history and background to these concepts. Associationism. Associationism is the idea that mental processes operate by the association of one mental state with its successor states. It holds that all mental processes are made up of discrete psychological elements and their combinations, which are believed to be made up of sensations or simple feelings. In philosophy, this idea is viewed as the outcome of empiricism and sensationism. The concept encompasses a psychological theory as well as comprehensive philosophical foundation and scientific method. Early history. The idea is first recorded in Plato and Aristotle, especially with regard to the succession of memories. Particularly, the model is traced back to the Aristotelian notion that human memory encompasses all mental phenomena. The model was discussed in detail in the philosopher's work Memory and Reminiscence. This view is widely embraced until the emergence of British associationists, which began with Thomas Hobbes, the Associationist school. Members of the Associationist school include John Locke, David Hume, David Hartley, Joseph Priestley, James Mill, John Stuart Mill, Alexander Bain, and Ivan Pavlov asserted that the principle applied to all or most mental processes. John Locke. The phrase association of ideas was first used by John Locke in 1689 in chapter 33 of an essay concerning human understanding, entitled Of the Association of Ideas. He describes the way that ideas can be connected to each other. He writes, some of our ideas have a natural correspondence and connection with one another. Although he believed that some associations were natural and justified, he believed that others were illogical, causing errors in judgment. He also explains that one can associate some ideas together based on their education and culture, saying there is another connection of ideas wholly owing to chance or custom. The term associationism later became more prominent in psychology, and the psychologists that subscribed to the idea became known as the associationists. Locke's view that the mind and body are two aspects of the same unified phenomenon can be traced back to Aristotle's idea on the subject. David Hume, in the 1740 book Treatise on Human Nature, David Hume outlines three principles for ideas to be connected to each other: resemblance, continuity in time and place, and cause or effect. He argues that the mind uses these principles rather than reason to traverse from idea to idea. He writes, when the mind therefore passes from the idea or impression of one object to the idea or belief of another, it is not determined by reason but by certain principles which associate together the ideas of these objects and unite them in the imagination. These connections are formed in the mind by observation and experience. Hume does not believe that any of these associations are necessary in a sense that ideas or objects are truly connected. Instead, he sees them as mental tools used for creating a useful mental representation of the world. Later members of the school developed very specific principles elaborating how associations worked, and even a physiological mechanism bearing no resemblance to modern neurophysiology. For a fuller explanation of the intellectual history of association and the association school, see the association of ideas. So it's an important topic, but for a different time. applications. Associationism is often concerned with middle level to higher level mental processes such as learning. For instance, the thesis, antithesis, and synthesis are linked in one's mind through the repetition so that they become inextricably associated with one another. Among the earliest experiments tested the applications of associationism involved Hermann Ebbinghaus's work. He was considered the first experimenter to apply the associationist principles systematically and use himself as a subject to study and quantify the relationship between rehearsal and recollection of material. Some of the ideas of the association school also anticipated the principles of condition and is used in behavioral psychology. Both classical conditioning and operant conditioning use positive and negative associations as a means of conditioning. So you can consider Duvid right now being my own test subject in a study like Ebbinghaus on the associationist principle by reading this material, and then I watch it back later. And the association of ideas is more, it's a longer history. It's important. So encourage people to look into that. It may be something I will return to. So the other school, as opposed to associationism, connectionism. Connectionism, coined by Edward Thorndike in the 1930s, is the name of approach to the study of human mental processes and cognition that utilizes mathematical models known as connectionist networks or artificial neural network. Connectionism has many waves along the time since its beginnings. The first wave appeared in the 1950s with Warren Sturgis McCullough and Walter Pitts, both focusing on comprehending neural circuitry through a formal and mathematical approach. As Frank Rosenblatt, who published the 1958 book, The Perceptron, a probabilistic model for information storage and organization in the brain. In Psychological Review, while working at the Cornell Aeronautical Laboratory, the first wave ended with the 1969 book about the limitations of the original perception idea, written by Marvin Minsky and Papert, which contributed to the discouraging major funding agencies in the U.S. from investing in connectionist research. With a few noteworthy deviations, the majority of connectionist research entered a period of inactivity until the mid-1980s. The second wave began in the late 1980s, following the 1987 book. We'll look back at Marvin Minsky and what's called the winter for AI research also. So note this here. The second wave began in the late 1980s following the 1987 book about parallel distributed processing by James McClellan and David Rumelhart, which introduced a couple of improvements to the simple perceptron idea, such as the intermediate processors, known as hidden layers now, alongside input and output units, and used sigmoid activation function instead of the old all or nothing function. Their work has, in turn, built up on that of John Hopfield, who was a key figure investigating the mathematical characteristics of sigmoid activation functions. From the late 1980s until the mid-1990s, the connectionism took on an almost revolutionary tone from when Schneider, Terence Horgan, and Tennyson posed the question of whether connectionism represented a fundamental shift in psychology and GOFAI. Some advantages of the second wave of connectionist approach included its applicability to a broad array of functions, structural approximations to biological neurons, low requirements for innate structures, and capacity for graceful degradation. Some disadvantages of the second wave connectionist approach included the difficulty in comprehending how ANNs process information, on account for the compositionality of mental representations, and a resultant difficulty explaining the phenomenon at a higher level. The current third wave has been marked by advances in deep learning, allowing for large language models. The success of deep learning networks in the past decade has greatly increased the popularity of this approach, but the complexity and scale of such networks has brought with them increased interpretability problems. It's the basic principle. The central connectionist principle is that mental phenomenon can be described by interconnected networks of simple and often uniform units. The form of connections and the units can vary from model to model. For example, units in the network could represent neurons, and the connections could represent synapses, as in the human brain. This principle has been seen as an alternative to the GOFAI and the classical theories of mind based on symbolic computation, but to the extent which the two approaches are compatible has been the subject of much debate since their inception. Activation function. Internal states of any network change over time due to neurons sending a signal to a succeeding layer of neurons in the case of a forward network, or to a previous layer in the case of recurrent network discovery of nonlinear activation functions has enabled the second wave of connectionism. Memory and learning. Neural networks follow two basic principles. One, any mental state can be described as an n-dimensional vector of numeric activation values over neural units in a network. Two, memory and learning are created by modifying the weights of the connections between neural units, generally represented as an n times m matrix. The weights are adjusted according to some learning rule or algorithm, such as Hebbian learning. Most of the variety among the models comes from interpretation of units. Units can be interpreted as neurons or groups of neurons. Definition of activation. Activation can be defined in a variety of ways. For example, in the Boltzmann machine, the activation is interpreted as the probability of generating an action potential spike and is determined via a logistic function on the sum of the inputs as to a unit. Learning algorithm, different networks modify their connections differently. In general, any mathematically defined change in connection weights over time is referred to as the learning algorithm. Biological realism. Connectionism works in general does not need to be biologically realistic. One area where connectionist models are thought to be biologically implausible is with respect to error propagation networks that are needed to support learning, but error propagation can explain some of the biologically generated electrical activity seen in the scalp and event-related potentials, and this provides some biological support for one of the key assumptions of connectionist learning processes. Many recurrent connectionist models are incorporated dynamical systems theory. Many researchers, such as the connectionist Paul Smolensky, have argued that connectionist models will evolve towards fully continuous, high-dimensional, nonlinear dynamic system approaches. Hey, John, thanks for tuning in. Precursors. Precursors of the connectionist principle can be traced to early work in psychology, such as William James. Psychological theories based on knowledge about how the human brain were fashionable in the late 19th century. As early as 1869, the neurologist John Huygens Jackson argued for a multi-level distributed system. Following this lead, Herbert Spencer's Principles of Psychology, 1872, and Sigmund Freud's Project for a Scientific Psychology, 1895, propounded connectionist or proto-connectionist theories. These tended to be speculative theories, but by the early 20th century, Edward Thorndike was experimenting on learning that posited a connectionist-type network. Friedrich Hayek independently conceived the Hebbian synapse learning model in a paper presented in 1920 and developed that model into a global brain theory constituting of networks, Hebbian synapses, building into larger systems of maps and memory network. Hayek's breakthrough work was cited by Frank Rosenblatt in his perceptron paper. The first wave began in 1943 when Warren Sturgis McLeod and Walter Pitts, both focusing on comprehending neural circularity through a formal and mathematical approach, and Frank Rosenblatt, who published the 1958 book, The Perceptron, a probabilistic model for information storage and organization in the brain, and Psychological Review, while working at the Cornell Aeronautical Laboratory. McCullough and Pitts showed how the neural system could implement first-order logic. Their classical paper, A Logical Calculus of Ideas Immanent in Nervous Activity, 1943, is important in the development here. They were influenced by the important work of Nicholas Reshevsky in the 1930s. Hebs contributed greatly to the speculations about neural functioning and proposed a learning principle, Hebbian learning, that is still used today. Lashley argued for distributed representation as a result of his failure to find anything like localized n-gram in years of lesion experiments. Another form of connectionist model was the relational network framework developed by the linguist Sidney Lamb in the 1960s. Hey, John Wolf, good to see you. God bless. The link's in the chat if you want to pop on and talk a few minutes. I'll take a break from reading these. The second wave began in the late 1980s following the 1987 book about parallel distributing processing by James McClellan and Donald Rumelhart, which has introduced a couple of improvements to the simple perceptron idea, such as intermediate processors, now known as hidden layers, alongside input and output units, and using sigmoid activation functions instead of the old all or nothing function. Their work has in turn built upon John Hopfield, who was a key figure investigating the mathematical characteristics of sigmoid activation functions. A lot of the research that led to the development of parallel distributed processing was done in the 1970s, although the term connectionism was not used. The first deep learning MLP was published by Alexei Grigoryov Avanenko and Valentin Lapa in 1965 in the USSR, and the group method of data handling. This method employs incremental layer by layer training based on regression analysis, where useless units in hidden layers are pruned with the help of a validation set. The history of recurrent neural networks goes back even further to the 1920s. William Lentz and Ernest Isling created and analyzed the Isling model, which is essentially a non-learning recurrent neural network consisting of neuron-like threshold elements. In 1972, Shinichi Amari made this architecture adaptive. The first deep learning MLP, the modern language processing trained by stochastic gradient descent, was published in 1967 by Shinichi Amari, and computer experiments conducted by Amari's student Saito, a 5-layer multiple language processing with 2 modifiable layers, learned useful internal representation to classify non-linearity separable pattern classes. Okay, a lot of important history. This is going to come back later too, so try to get this right, do the due diligence. This is very important. Connectionism versus computationalism debate. As connectionism became increasingly popular in the late 1980s, some researchers, including Jerry Forder, Steven Pinker, and others, reacted against it. They argued that connectionism, as they then developing, threatened to obliterate what they saw as the progress being made in the field of cognitive science and psychology by the classical approach of computationalism. Computationalism is a specific form of cognitivism that argues that mental activity is computational. That is, that the mind operates by performing purely formal operations on symbols like a Turing machine. Some researchers argue that the trend in connectionism represented a reversion towards associationism and the abandonment of the idea of a language of thought, something they saw as mistaken. In contrast, those very tendencies made connectionism attractive for other researchers. Connectionists and computationists need not be at odds, but the debate in the late 1980s and early 1990s led to opposition between the two approaches. Through the debate, some researchers have argued that connectionism and computationism are very fully compatible, though full consensus on the issue has not been reached. Differences between the two approaches include the following. Computationists posit symbolic models that are structurally similar to underlying brain structure, whereas connectionists engage in low-level modeling, trying to ensure that their models resemble neurological structures. Computationists in general focus on the structure of explicit symbols, mental models, and syntactical rules for their internal manipulations, whereas connectionists focus on learning from environmental stimuli and storing this information to form connections between neurons. Computationists believe that internal memory activity consists in manipulation of explicit symbols, whereas connectionists believe that the manipulation of explicit symbols provides a poor model of mental activity. Computationists often posit domain-specific symbolic subsystems designed to support learning in a specific area of cognition, whereas connectionists posit one or a small set of very general learning mechanisms. Despite these differences, some theorists have proposed that the connectionist architecture is simply the manner in which the organic brains happen to implement the symbol manipulation system. This is logically possible. It is well known that connectionist models can implement symbol manipulation systems of the kind used in computationalist models, as indeed they must be able if they are able to explain the human ability to perform symbol manipulation tasks. Several cognitive models combining both symbol manipulative and connectionist architectures have been proposed. Among them are Paul Smolensky's integrated connectionist symbolic cognitive architecture and Ron Sun's Clarion cognitive architecture, but the debate rests on whether this symbol manipulation forms the foundation of the cognition in general. So this is not a potential vindication of computationalism. Nevertheless, computational descriptions may be helpful high-level descriptions of cognition of logic, for example. The debate was largely centered on logical arguments about whether connectionist networks could produce the syntactic structure observed in this sort of reasoning. This was later achieved through using fast variable binding abilities outside of those standardly assumed in connectionist models. Part of the appeal of computational descriptions is that they are relatively easy to interpret and thus may be seen as contributing to our understanding of particular mental processes, whereas connectionist models are in general more opaque to the extent that they may be describable only in very vague terms, such as specifying the learning algorithm, the number of units, or in unhelpful low-level terms. In this sense, connectionist models may instantiate and thereby provide evidence for a broad theory of cognition without representing a helpful theory of a particular process that is being modeled. In this sense, the debate might be considered as to some extent reflecting a mere difference in the level of analysis in which particular theories are framed. Some researchers, such as the analysis gap, suggest that the analysis gap is the consequence of connectionist mechanisms giving rise to emergent phenomenon that may be describable in computational terms. In the 2000s, the popularity of the dynamic systems in philosophy of mind have added a new perspective on the debate. Some authors now argue that any split between connectionism and computationalism is more conclusively characterized as a split between computationalism and dynamic systems. In 2014, Alex Graves and others from DeepMind published a series of papers describing a novel deep neural network structure called the neural Turing machine, able to read symbols on a tape and store symbols in memory. Relational networks and deep network module published by DeepMind are able to create object-like representations and manipulate them to answer complex questions. Relational networks and neural Turing machines are further evidence that connectionism and computationalism need not be at odds. Symbolism versus connectionism debate. Smolensky's sub-symbolic paradigm has to meet the Fodor Pilshin challenge formulated by classical symbol theory for a convincing theory of cognition in modern connectionism. In order to be an adequate alternative theory of cognition, Smolensky's symbolic paradigm would have to explain the existence of a systematicity of systematic relations in language cognition without the assumption that cognitive processes are causally sensitive to the classical constituent matter structure of mental representations. The sub-symbolic paradigm of connectionism in general would thus have to explain the existence of systematicity and compositionality without relying on the mere implementation of a classical cognitive architecture. This challenge implies a dilemma. If the sub-symbolic paradigm could contribute nothing to the systematicity and compositionality of mental representations, it would be insufficient as a basis for an alternative theory of cognition. However, if the sub-symbolic paradigm's contribution to systematicity requires mental processes grounded in the classical constituent structure of mental representations, the theory of cognition it develops would be, at best, an implementation architecture of the classical model of symbol theory, and thus not a genuine alternative connectionist theory of cognition. The classical model of symbolism is characterized by one, a combinatorial syntax and semantics of mental representations, and two, mental operations as structure-sensitive processes based on the fundamental principle of syntactic and semantic constituent structure of mental representations used in Fodor's language of thought. This can be used to explain the following closely related principles of human cognition, namely its productivity, systematicity, compositionality, and inferential coherence. The challenge has been met in modern connectionism, for example, not only by Smolensky's integrated connectionist symbolic cognitive architecture, but also by Werning and Mayall's oscillatory networks. An overview is given in other places. Okay, so that was quite a bit, very important topic, the school of associationism and connectionism. And finally, we're going to look at the computational theory of mind also. However, let's first look at information processing. Information processing is the processing of information in any manner detectable by an observer. As such, it is a process that describes everything that happens, changes in the universe, from the falling of a rock, a change in position, to the printing of a text file from a computer digital system. In the latter case, an information processor, the printer is changing the form of presentation of the text file from bytes to glyphs. The computer up to this period function on the basis of programs saved in memory having no intelligence of their own. In cognitive psychology, within the field of cognitive psychology, information processing is an approach to the goal of understanding human thinking in relation to how they process the same kind of information as computers. It arose in the 1940s and 1950s after World War II. The approach treats cognition as essentially computational in nature, with mind being the software and the brain being the hardware. The information processing approach in psychology is closely allied to computational theory of mind in philosophy, and it is also related, though not identical, to cognitivism in psychology and functionalism in philosophy. Two types. Information processing may be vertical or horizontal, either which may be centralized or decentralized or distributed. The horizontally distributed processing approach of the mid-1980s became popular under the name Connectionism. The connectionist model is made up of differing nodes, and it works by a priming effect and this happens when a prime node activates a connecting mode. But unlike in semantic networks, it is not a single node that has a specific meaning, but rather knowledge is represented in a combination of differently activated nodes. Models and theories. There are several proposed models or theories that describe the way in which we process information. Every individual has different information overload point with the same information load because individuals have different information processing capabilities. Sternberg's triarchic theory of intelligence. Sternberg's theory of intelligence is made up of three different components: creative, analytical, and practical abilities. Creativeness is the ability to have new original ideas, and being analytical can help a person decide whether the idea is a good one or not. Practical abilities are used to implement the ideas and persuade others of their value. In the middle of Sternberg's theory is cognition, and with this is information processing. In Sternberg's theory, he says that information processing is made up of three different parts: meta components, performance components, and knowledge acquisition components. These processes move from higher order executive functions to lower order functions. Meta components are used for planning and evaluating problems, while performance components follow the orders of the meta components, and the knowledge acquisition components learns how to solve the problems. This theory in action can be explained by working on an art project. First is a decision about what to draw, then a plan to sketch. During this process, there is simultaneous monitoring of the process and whether it is producing the desired accomplishment. All these steps fall under the meta components processing, and the performance component is the art. The knowledge acquisition portion is the learning or improving drawing skills. So here's look at next the multi-store model, Atkinson and Schifrin. Information processing model of the working memory. Information processing has been described as the science is concerned with gathering, manipulating, storing, retrieving, classifying, recording information. According to the Atkinson-Schifrin memory model or multi-store model, for information to be firmly implanted in memory, it must pass through three stages of mental processing: sensory memory, short-term memory, and long-term memory. An example of this is the working memory model. This includes the central executive, phonological loop, episodic buffer, visual spatial sketchpad, verbal information, long-term memory, and visual information. The central executive is like the secretary of the brain. It decides what needs attention, how to respond. The central executive then leads to three different subsections. The first is the phonological storage, subvocal rehearsal, and the phonological loop. These sections work together to understand words, put the information into memory, and then hold the memory. The result is a verbal information storage. The next subsection is the visual spatial sketchpad, which works to store visual images. The storage capacity is brief but leads to understanding of visual stimuli. Finally, there's episodic buffer. This section is capable of taking information and putting it into long-term storage. It is also able to take information from a phonological loop and visual spatial sketchpad, combining them with long-term memory to make a unitary episodic representation. In order for all these to work, the sensory register takes in via the five senses: visual, auditory, tactile, olfactory, and taste. These are all present since birth and are able to handle simultaneous processing. In general, learning benefits occur when there is a development process of pattern recognition. The sensory register has a large capacity and its behavior response is very short, 1 to 3 seconds. Within this model, sensory store and short-term memory of work or working memory has limited capacity. Sensory store is able to hold very limited amounts of information for very limited amounts of time. The phenomenon is very similar to having a picture taken with a flash. For a few brief moments after the flash goes off the flash, it seems to still be there. However, if it is soon gone and there is no way to know it was there, short-term memory holds information for slightly longer periods of time, but still is a limited capacity. According to Linden, 2007, the capacity of short-term memory had initially been estimated at 7 plus or minus 2 items. The Miller 1956, which picked the observation from neuropsychological testing, the average digit span of healthy adults is about 7. However, it emerged that these numbers of items can only be retained if they are grouped into so-called chunks using perceptual or conceptual associations between individual stimuli. Its duration is about 5 to 20 seconds before it is out of the subject's mind. This occurs often with names of people newly introduced to. Images or information based on meaning are stored here as well, but it decays without rehearsal or repetition of such information. On the other hand, long-term memory has a potential unlimited capacity, and its duration is as good as indefinite, although sometimes it is difficult to assess. It encompasses everything learned until this point in time. One might become forgetful or feel as if the information is on the tip of the tongue. Cognitive development theory. Another approach to viewing the ways in which information is processed in human was suggested by Jean Piaget in what is called the Piaget cognitive development theory. Piaget developed his model based on development and growth. He identified 4 different stages between different age brackets characterized by the type of information and by distinctive thought process. The 4 stages are the sensory-motor from birth to 2 years, pre-operational 2 to 6 years, concrete operational 6 to 11 years, and formal operational periods 11 years and older. During the sensory-motor stage, newborns and toddlers rely on the senses for information processing, to which they respond with reflexes. In the pre-operational stage, children learn through imitation and remain unable to take other people's point of view. The concrete operational stage is characterized by the developing ability to use logic and to consider multiple factors to solve a problem. The last stage is the formal operation, in which pre-adolescents and adolescents begin to understand abstract concepts and to develop the ability to create arguments and counter-arguments. Furthermore, adolescence is characterized by a series of changes in biological, cognitive, and social realms. In the cognitive area, it is worth noting that the brain's prefrontal cortex, as well as the limbic system, undergo important changes. The prefrontal cortex is part of the brain that's active when engaged in complicated cognitive activities, such as planning, generating goals and strategies, intuitive decision-making, and metacognition, thinking about thinking. This is consistent with Piaget's last stage of formal development operations. The prefrontal cortex becomes complete between adolescence and early adulthood. The limbic system is the part of the brain that modulates reward sensitivity based on changes in levels of neurotransmitters and emotions. In short, cognitive abilities vary according to our development and stages in life. It is at the adult stage that we are better able to be better planners, process and comprehend abstract concepts, and evaluate risk and benefits more aptly than an adolescent or child would be able to. Computing information processing broadly refers to the use of algorithms or to transform data. The defining activity of computers, indeed a broad computing profession organization, is known as the International Federation of Information Processing. It is essentially synonymous with the terms of data processing or computation, although with a more general connotation. Okay, so a lot of due diligence here to really pound this stuff into my own head. Anyone listening who really wants to understand this stuff, you got to go over it again and again and again, to build those chunks so they could expand on them in the templates. So let's keep it going. Computational theory of mind. In philosophy of mind, the computational theory of mind, also known as computationalism, is a family of views that holds that the human mind is an information processing system and that cognition and consciousness together are a form of computation. Warren McClowell and Walter Pitts were the first to suggest that neural activity is computational. They argued that neural computation explains cognition. The theory was proposed in its modern form by Hilary Putnam in 1967 and developed by his PhD student, philosopher, and cognitive scientist Jerry Fodor in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. It was vigorously disputed in analytical philosophy in the 1990s due to the work by Putnam himself, John Searle, and others. The computational theory of mind holds that the mind is a computational system that is realized, physically implemented by neural activity in the brain. The theory can be elaborated in many ways and varies largely based on how the term computation is understood. Computation is commonly understood in terms of Turing machines, which manipulate symbols according to a rule in combination with the internal state of the machine. The critical aspect of such a computational model is that we can abstract away from particular physical details of the machine that is implementing the computation. For example, the appropriate computation could be implemented either by silicon chips or biological neural networks, so long as there is a series of outputs based on manipulations of inputs in internal states performed according to a rule. Computational theory of mind therefore holds that the mind is not simply analogous to a computer program, but that is literally a computational system. Computational theories of mind are often said to require mental representation because input into a computation comes in the form of symbols or representations of other objects. A computer cannot compute an actual object, but must interpret and represent the object in some form and then compute the representation. The computational theory of mind is related to the representational theory in mind, and that they both require that mental states are representations. However, the representational theory of mind shifts the focus of the symbols being manipulated. This approach better accounts for systematicity and productivity. In Fodor's original view, the computational theory of mind is also related to the language of thought. The language of thought theory allows the mind to process more complex representations with the help of semantics. Recent work has suggested that we make a distinction between the mind and cognition. Building from the tradition of McCall and Pitts, the computational theory of cognition states that the neural computations explain cognition. The computational theory of mind asserts that not only cognition, but also phenomenal consciousness or qualia are computational. That is to say, the computational theory of mind entails the computational theory of cognition. While phenomenal consciousness could fulfill some of the functional role, computational theory of cognition leaves open the possibility that some aspects of the mind could be non-computational. Computational theory of cognition therefore provides an important explanatory framework for understanding neural networks while avoiding counter-arguments for the center around phenomenal consciousness. I think the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis and Penrose and the non-computational functions of mind could still be compatible with a computational theory of mind. Computer metaphor. Computational theory of mind is not the same as a computer metaphor comparing the mind to a modern-day digital computer. Computational theory just uses some of the same principles as those found in digital computing. While the computer metaphor draws on analogy between the mind and software and the brain as hardware, the computational theory of mind is the claim that the mind is a computational system. More specifically, it states that a computational simulation of mind is sufficient for the actual presence of a mind, and that a mind truly can be simulated computational. A computational system is not meant to mean a modern-day electronic computer. Rather, a computational system is a symbol manipulator that follows step-by-step functions to compute input and form output. Alan Turing describes this type of computer in his concept of Turing machine. Early proponents. One of the earliest proponents of the computational theory of mind was Thomas Hobbes, who said, "By reasoning, I understand computation, and to compute is to collect the sum of many things added together at the same time, or to know the remainder when one thing has been taken from another. To reason, therefore, is the same as to add or to subtract." Since Hobbes lived before the contemporary identification of computing with instantiating effective procedures, he cannot be interpreted as explicitly endorsing the computational theory of mind in the contemporary sense. Criticisms. A range of arguments has been proposed against physicalist conceptions used in the computational theories of mind. An early, though indirect, criticism of computational theory of mind comes from a philosopher, John Searle, in his thought experiment known as the Chinese room. Searle attempts to refute the claims that artificially intelligent agents can be said to have intentional and understanding, and that these systems, because they can be said to be minds themselves, are sufficient for the study of the human mind. Searle asks us to imagine that there is a man in a room with no way of communicating with anyone or anything outside of the room except for a piece of paper with symbols written on it is passed under the door. With this paper, the man is to use a series of provided rule books to return paper containing different symbols. Unknown to the man in the room, these symbols are Chinese language, and the process generates a conversation that a Chinese speaker outside of the room can actually understand. Searle contends that the man in the room does not understand the Chinese conversation. This is essentially what the computational theory of mind presents us, a model in which mind simply decodes symbols and outputs more symbols. Searle argues that this is not real understanding or intentionality. This was originally written as a repudiation to the idea that computers work like minds. Searle has further raised questions about what exactly constitutes a computation. Objections like Searle's might be called insufficiency objections. They claim that the computational theories of mind fail because computation is insufficient to account for some capacity of the mind. Arguments from qualia, such as Frank Jackson's knowledge argument, can be understood as objections to computational theories of mind in this way, though they take aim at physicalist conceptions of the mind in general and not computational theories specifically. There are also objections which are directly tailored from computational theories of mind. Putnam himself became a prominent critic of computationalism for a variety of reasons, including one related to Searle's Chinese room arguments, questions of word reference relations, and thoughts about the mind-body problem. Regarding functionalism in particular, Putnam claimed along lines similar to, but more general than Searle's argument, that the question of whether the human mind can implement computational states is not relevant to the question of the nature of mind, because every ordinary open system realizes every abstract finite automaton. Computations have responded by aiming to develop criteria describing what exactly counts as implementation. Roger Penrose has proposed the idea that the human mind does not use a nobly sound calculation procedure to understand and discover mathematical intrinsicies. This would mean that a normal Turing complete computer would not be able to ascertain certain mathematical truths that the human mind can. Pan-computationalism. Supporters of the computational theory of mind are faced with a simple yet important question whose answers have proved elusive and controversial. What does it take for a physical system, such as the mind or artificial computer, to perform computations? A very straightforward account is based on a simple mapping between abstract mathematical computations and physical systems. A system performs computation C if and only there is a mapping between a sequence of states individuated by C and a sequence of states individuated by a physical description of the system. Putnam and Searle argue that this simple mapping account trivializes the empirical import of computational descriptions. As Putnam put it, everything in a probabilistic automaton under some description, even rocks, walls, buckets of water, contrary to appearances, are computing systems. Gualtiero Piccinini identifies different versions of pan-computationism. In response to the trivialization criticism and to strict simple mapping account, philosophers of mind have offered different accounts of computational systems. These typically include causal account, semantic account, syntactic account, and mechanistic account. Instead of semantic restriction, the syntactic account imposes a syntactic restriction. The mechanistic account was first introduced by Gualtiero Piccinini in 2007. And actually, at some point, I want to return to monism and to look at a monistic theory of computer computation. Notable theorists. Daniel Dennett proposed the multiple drafts model, in which consciousness seems linear, but is actually blurry and gappy, distributed over space and time in the brain. Consciousness is the computation. There's no extra step in which you become conscious of the computation. Jerry Fodor argues that mental states such as beliefs and desires are relations between individual and mental representations. He maintains that these representations can only be correctly explained in terms of a language of thought in the mind. Further, this language of thought itself is codified in the brain, not just a useful explanatory tool. Fodor adheres to a species of functionalism, maintaining that thinking and other mental processes consist primarily of computations operating in the syntax of the representations that make up the language of thought. In later work, the concept and the elm and the expert, Fodor has refined and even questioned some of his original computationalist views. David Marr proposed the cognitive processes of three levels of description: the computational level, which describes that computational problem solved by the cognitive process; the algorithmic level, which presents the algorithm used for computing the problem postulated at the computational level; and the implementation level, which describes the physical implementation of the algorithm postulated at the algorithmic level of the brain. Ulrich Niesner coined the term cognitive psychology in his book with the title published in 1967. Niesner characterizes people as dynamic information processing systems whose mental operations might be described in computational terms. Steven Pinker described language instinct as evolved built-in capacity to learn, if not writing. His 1997 book, How the Mind Works, sought to popularize the computational theory of mind for wide audiences. Larry Putnam proposed functionalism to describe consciousness, asserting that if the computation that equates to consciousness regardless of whether the computation is operating in the brain or in a computer. So these are really huge topics. Thanks for joining me. I hope this is useful to other people besides me, but you really want to pound through the due diligence and get these things pounded into my head and chunked together, understood as well as possible to continue with my research. Bloom's taxonomy. Bloom's taxonomy is a set of three hierarchical models used for classification of educational learning objectives into levels of complexity and specificity. The three lists covering the learning objectives in cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domains. The cognitive domain list has been the primary focus of most traditional education and is frequently used to structure curriculum learning objectives, assessment, and activities. These models were named after Benjamin Bloom, who chaired the committee of educators that devised the taxonomy. He also edited the first edition of the standard text taxonomy of educational objectives, the classification of educational goals. History. The publication of Taxonomy of Educational Objectives follows a series of conferences from 1949 to 53, which were designed to improve communication between educators on the design of curricular and examination. The first volume of the Taxonomy, Handbook 1 Cognitive, was first published in 1956 and 1964. The second volume, Handbook 2 Affective, was published. A revised edition of the Taxonomy for the cognitive domain was created in 2001. And Bloom also has this adapted theory on expertise that we'll cover at a later time, was the main reason I'm bringing this up. Also related to the cognitive revolution and cognitive architectures, but is also directly adapted into a later important theory of expertise development. Cognitive domain, knowledge-based. In the 1956 original version of the taxonomy, the cognitive domain is broken into the 6 levels of objectives listed below. In the 2001 revised edition of Bloom's taxonomy, the levels have slightly different names and their order was revised. Remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create rather than synthesize. So the 1956 cognitive domain levels: knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, evaluation. Knowledge. Knowledge involves recognizing or remembering facts, terms, basic concepts, or answers without necessarily understanding what they mean. Some characteristics may include knowledge of specifics, terminology of specific facts, knowledge of ways and means of dealing with specifics, conventions, trends, and sequences, classification and categories, knowledge of universals and abstractions in the field, principles and generalizations, theories and structures. Comprehension. Comprehension involves demonstrating an understanding of facts and ideas by organizing, summarizing, translating, generalizing, giving descriptions, and stating the main ideas. Application. Application involves using acquired knowledge to solve problems in new situation. This involves applying acquired knowledge, facts, techniques, and rules. Learners should be able to use prior knowledge to solve problems, identify connections and relationship, and how they apply in new situations. Analysis. Analysis involves examining and breaking information into component parts, determining how the parts relate to one another, identifying motives or causes, making inferences, and finding evidence to support generalizations. Its characteristics include analysis of elements, analysis of relations, analysis of organization. Synthesis. Synthesis involves building a structure or pattern from diverse elements. It also refers to the act of putting parts together to form a whole or bringing pieces of information together to form new meaning. Its characteristics include production of unique communication, production of a plan or proposed set of operations, derivation of a set of abstract relations. Evaluation. Evaluation involves presenting and defending options by making judgments about information, the validity of ideas, or quality of work based on a set of criteria. Its characteristics include judgments in terms of internal evidence, judgments in terms of external criteria. Affective domain, emotion-based. Skills in the affective domain describe the way people react emotionally and their ability to feel other living things, pain or joy. Affective objectives typically target the awareness of the growth in attitudes, emotions, and feelings. There are 5 levels of the affective domain, moving through the lowest order processes to the highest of characterizing, organizing, valuing, responding, receiving. Receiving. The lowest level, the student passively pays attention. Without this level, no learning can occur. Receiving is about the student's memory and recognition as well. Responding. The student actively participates in the learning process, not only attends to the stimulus, the student also reacts in some way. Valuing. The student attaches a value to the object, phenomenon, or piece of information. The student associates a value or some values to the knowledge they acquired. The student organizing. The student can put together different values, information, and ideas and can accommodate them within their own schema. The student is comparing, relating, elaborating on what has been learned. Characterizing. The student at this level tries to build abstract knowledge. In psychomotor, the action-based skills in the psychomotor domain describe the ability to physically manipulate a tool or instrument like a hand or hammer. Psychomotor objectives usually focus on change or development in behavior or skills. Bloom and his colleagues never created subcategories for skill in the psychomotor domain, but since then, other educators have created their own psychomotor taxonomies. Simpson, 1972, proposed a taxonomy of 7 levels: organization, adaptation, complex overt response mechanisms, guided response, set, perception. Perception, the ability to use sensory cues to guide motor activity. This ranges from sensory simulation through cue selection to translation. Set readiness to act. It includes mental, physical, and emotional sets. These three sets are dispositions that predetermine a person's response to different situations, sometimes called mindsets. This subdivision of a psychomotor is closely related to responding to phenomenon, subdivision of the affective domain. Guided response, the early stages of learning a complex skill that includes imitation and trial and error. Adequacy of performance is achieved by practicing. Mechanism, the intermediary stage in learning a complex skill. Learned responses have become habitual, and the movement can be performed with some confidence and proficiency. Complex overt response, the skillful performance of motor acts that involve complex movement patterns. Proficiency is indicated by a quick, accurate, and highly coordinated performance requiring a minimum amount of energy. This category includes performing without hesitation and automatic performance. For example, players will often utter sound of satisfaction or expletives as soon as they hit a tennis ball or throw a football because they can tell by the feel of the act what the result will produce. Adaptation, skills are well developed and the individual can modify movement patterns to fit special requirements. Organization, creating new movement patterns to fit a particular situation or specific patterns. Learning outcomes emphasize creativity based upon highly developed skills. And so there's definitions of knowledge, criticisms of the taxonomy. Moorehead, 1965, pointed out the publication of the second volume of the classification was not properly constructed. So there's too much to go through all of this, but this will become important later. And you can see there's a whole bunch of other models that will be related to models of expertise. And so we might come back to many of these. Okay, moving right along. Another important thing, mental chronometry. Mental chronometry is the scientific study of processing speed or reaction time on cognitive tasks to infer the content, duration, and temporal sequencing of mental operations. Reaction time, sometimes incorrectly referred to as response time, is measured by the elapsed time between stimulus onset and an individual's response on elementary cognitive tasks, which are relatively simple perceptual motor tasks typically administered in a laboratory setting. Mental chronometry is one of the core methodological paradigms of human experimental, cognitive, and differential psychology, but is also commonly analyzed in psychophysiology, cognitive neuroscience, and behavioral neuroscience to help elucidate the biological mechanisms underlying perception, attention, and decision-making in human and other species. Mental chronometry uses measurements of an elapsed time between sensory stimulus onset and subsequent behavioral responses to study the time course of information processing in the nervous system. Distributional characteristics of response time, such as the means and variance, are considered useful indices of processing speed and efficiency, indicating how fast an individual can execute task-relevant mental operations. Behavioral responses are typically button presses, but eye movements, vocal responses, and other observable behaviors are often used. Reaction time is thought to be constrained by the speed of signal transmission in white matter, as well as the processing efficiency of the neocortical gray matter. The use of mental chronometry in psychological research is far-ranging, encompassing nanomothetic models of information processing in the human auditory and visual systems, as well as differential psychology topics such as the role of individual differences in reaction time in human cognitive ability, aging, and a variety of clinical and psychiatric outcomes. The experimental approach to mental chronometry includes topics such as the empirical study of vocal and mental manual latencies, visual and auditory attention, temporal judgment and integration, language and reading, movement time and motor responses, perceptual and decision time, memory and subjective time perception. Conclusions about the information processing drawn from reaction time are often made with a consideration of task experimental design, limitations in measurement technology, and mathematical modeling. History and early observations. The conception of human reaction to an external stimulus being mediated by a biological interface such as a nerve is nearly as old as the philosophical discipline of science itself. Enlightenment thinkers like René Descartes proposed that the reflexive response to pain, for example, is carried out by some sort of fiber that we would recognize as part of the nervous system today, up to the brain, where it is then processed by the subjective experience of pain. However, this biological stimulus response reflex was thought by Descartes and others as occurring instantaneously and therefore not subject to object measurement. The first documentation of human reaction time as a scientific variable would come several centuries later from the practical concerns that arose in the field of astronomy. In 1820, German astronomer Friedrich Basel applied himself to the problem of accuracy in recording stellar transits, which was typically done by using the ticking of a metronome to estimate the time at which a star passed the hairline of a telescope. Basel noticed that discrepancies under this method between records of multiple astronomers and sought to improve accuracy by taking these individual differences in timing into account. This led various astronomers to seek out ways to minimize these differences between individuals, which came to be known as the personal equation in astronomical timing. The phenomenon was explored in detail by English statistician Karl Pearson, who designed one of the first apparatuses to measure it. Purely psychological inquiries into the nature of reaction time came about in the mid-1850s. Psychology as a quantitative experimental science has historically been considered as principally divided into two disciplines, experimental and differential psychology. The scientific study of mental chronometry, one of the earliest developments in the scientific psychology, has taken on a microcosm of this division as early as the mid-1800s, when scientists such as Hermann von Helmholtz and Wilhelm Wundt designed reaction time tasks to attempt to measure the speed of neural transmission. One, for example, conducted experiments to test whether emotional provocations affected pulse and breathing rates using a kymograph. Sir Francis Galton is typically credited as the founder of differential psychology, which seeks to determine and explain the mental differences between individuals. He was the first to use rigorous reaction time tests with the express intention of determining averages and ranges of individual differences in mental and behavior traits in humans. Galton hypothesized that the differences in intelligence would be reflected in a variety of sensory discrimination and speed of response to stimuli, and he built various machines to test different measures of this, including reaction time to visual and auditory stimuli. His test involved a selection of over 10,000 men, women, and children from the London public. Wellful in 1980 notes that the historical study of human reaction times were broadly concerned with 5 distinct classes of research problems, some of which evolved into paradigms that are still used today. These domains are broadly described as the sensory factors, response characteristics, preparation, choice, and conscious accomplishments. Sensory factors. Early research noted that the varying the sensory qualities of stimuli affected response times, where increasing the perceptual salience of stimuli tends to decrease reaction times. This variation can be brought about by any number of manipulations, several which are discussed below. So there's a lot more than I could cover today, but this is going to be very important. Reaction time, just in the history of one of the earlier cognitive functions, or even the relation of whether reaction time is a cognitive function at all. And then you could have reaction time in later times, which you have cognitive reaction time. So originally you had motor reaction time, and then later you have reaction time in all sorts of things like memory, mental rotation, sentence picture verification, letter matching studies. Reaction time is correlated to IQ as a form of cognitive ability. And so it's a topic that we'll return to. Just wanted to enter some of the due diligence. And as John is saying, that chronometry is very conducive to testing in the scientific method. So this is the last of the psychological topics that I wanted to cover today, and then we're going to go into algorithms, and we're going to start to see how the computer thinks versus how the human thinks, and a little of the historical developments where we first thought the human mind was going to think like a computer, or the computer was going to think like a human, to where it stands today, and can we draw fine distinctions between the way the computer works, the human mind works. So this is a very interesting topic, probably one of the more interesting things. I've mentioned it before, and we'll probably come back to it. This one's pretty long. I'm not sure how much I'll read, but it's very important, especially related to expertise. So I wanted to bring it up so I don't forget for later, and just to put it out there so anyone watching, we can review, start thinking about this, and we'll come back to this in more detail. Flow. In positive psychology, a flow state, also known colloquially as being in the zone, is the mental state in which a person performing some activity is fully immersed in a feeling of energized focus, full involvement, and enjoyment in the process of activity. In essence, flow is characterized by the complete absorption in what one does and a resulting transformation in one's sense of time. Flow is the melting together of action and consciousness, the state of finding a balance between a skill and how challenging that task is. It requires a high level of concentration. However, it should be effortless. Flow is used as a coping skill for stresses and anxiety when productively pursuing a form of leisure that matches one's skill set. Named by the psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi in 1970, the concept has been widely referred to across a variety of fields and is particularly well recognized in occupational therapy, though the concept has been claimed to have existed for thousands of years under other names. The flow state shares many characteristics with hyperfocus. However, hyperfocus is not always described in a positive light. Some examples include spending too much time playing video games or becoming pleasurably absorbed by one aspect of an assignment or task to the detriment of the overall assignment. In some cases, hyperfocus can capture a person, perhaps causing them to appear unfocused to start several projects but complete few. Hyperfocus is often mentioned in the context of autism, schizophrenia, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, conditions that have consequences on attentional abilities. Components. Jean Nakamura and Csikszentmihalyi, Hungarian, identified the following 6 factors as encompassing an experience of flow: intense and focused concentration of the present moment, merging of action and awareness, a loss of reflected self-consciousness, a sense of personal control or agency over the situation or activity, a distortion of temporal experience as one's subjective experience of time is altered, experience of the activity as intrinsically rewarding, also referred to as the autolectic experience. These aspects can appear independently of each other, but only in combination do they constitute the so-called flow experience. Additionally, psychology writer Kendra Cherry has mentioned 3 other components that Csikszentmihalyi list as being a part of the flow experience: immediate feedback, feeling the potential to succeed, feeling so engrossed in the experience that other needs become negligible. Just as with the conditions listed above, these conditions can be independent from one another. Etymology: flow is named because during Csikszentmihalyi's 1975 interview, several people described their flow experiences using a metaphor of a water current carrying them along. It was like floating. I was being carried by the flow. The history. Mihaly and others began researching flow after he became fascinated by artists who would essentially get lost in their work. Artists, especially painters, got so immersed in their work that they would disregard their need for food, water, and even sleep. The theory of flow came about when Csikszentmihalyi tried to understand the phenomenal experience by these artists. Flow researchers became prevalent in the 1980s and 90s, with Csikszentmihalyi and his colleagues in Italy still at the forefront. Researchers interested in optimal experiences encompassing positive experiences, especially in places such as schools and the business world. They also began studying the theory of flow at this time. The cognitive mechanisms of flow have been studied under the rubric of effortless attention. Mechanism. In any given moment, there is a great deal of information made available to each individual. Psychologists have found that one's mind can attend to only a certain amount of information at a time. According to Csikszentmihalyi's 2004 TED Talk, this number is about 110 bits of information per second. That may seem like a lot of information, but simply daily tasks take quite a lot of information. Just decoding speech takes about 40 to 60 bits of information per second, which is why when having a conversation, one cannot focus much attention on other things. Generally, people have the ability to decide what they will give their attention to. This excludes basic distinctive feelings such as hunger and pain. However, when one is in a flow state, they are completely engrossed with the task at hand and, without making the conscious decision to do so, lose awareness of all other things, time, people, distractions, and even basic bodily needs. According to Csikszentmihalyi, these events occurs Because all the attention of the person in the flow state is on the task at hand, there's no more attention to be allocated. The flow state has been described as the optimal experience in that one gets to a level of high gratification from the experience. Achieving this experience is considered to be personal and depends on the ability of the individual. One's capacity and desire to overcome challenges in order to achieve this ultimate goal leads not only to the optimal experience, but also the sense of life satisfaction overall. Measurement. There are three common ways to measure flow experience: the flow questionnaire, the experience sampling method, and the standardized scale of computational approach. So we have to skip through some of this because it's just so large. Characteristics. The flow state can be entered while performing any activity, although it is more likely to occur when the task or activity is wholeheartedly engaged for intrinsic purposes. Passive activities such as taking a bath or even watching TV usually do not elicit a flow experience because active engagement is a prerequisite to enter the flow state, while the activities that induce flow vary and may perhaps be multifaceted. Csikszentmihalyi asserts that the experience of flow is similar whatever the activity. Flow theory postulates that three conditions must be met to achieve flow. The activity must have a clear goals and progress. This establishes structure and direction. The task must provide clear and immediate feedback. This helps to negotiate any changing demands and allows adjusting performance to maintain the flow state. Good balance is required between the perceived challenges of the task and the one's perceived skills. Confidence is the ability to complete the task is required. It has been argued that the antecedent factors of flow are interrelated, and as such, a perceived balance between challenges and skill requires that the goals are clear and the feedback is effective. Thus, the coordination of perceived demands and task skills can be identified as the central precondition of the flow experience. In 1987, Massimini, Csikszentmihalyi, and Carlo published the 8-channel mode of flow. Antonio Della Fave, who worked with Massimini in the University of Milan, calls the graph the experience fluctuation model. The model depicts the channels of experience that results from different levels of perceived challenges and perceived skills. The graph illustrates another aspect of flow. It is more likely to occur when the activity is higher than average challenge and the individual has above average skills. The center of the graph where the sectors meet represent the average level of challenge and skill across all individual daily activities. The further from the center of an experience is, the greater the intensity of that state of being, whether it is flow or anxiety or boredom or relaxation. Several problems of the model have been discussed in literature. One is that not ensure the perceived balance between challenges and skill, which is said to be the center precondition of the flow experience. Individuals with a low average level of skills and a high average level of challenges, or the converse, do not necessarily experience a match between skills and challenges when both are above their individual average. Another study found that low challenge situations which were surpassed by skill were associated with enjoyment, relaxation, happiness, which they claim is contrary to the flow theory. Schaefer, 2013, proposed 7 flow conditions: knowing what to do, knowing how to do it, knowing how well one is doing, knowing where to go, high perceived challenges, high perceived skills, freedom from distraction. Schaefer published a flow condition questionnaire to measure each of these 7 flow conditions for any given task or activities. Challenges to maintaining flow. Some of the challenges to staying in flow include states of apathy, boredom, and anxiety. The state of apathy is characterized by being easy challenges and low skill level requirements, resulting in a general lack of interest in the activity. Boredom is a slightly different state that occurs when challenges are few, but one's skill level exceeds those challenges, causing one to seek higher challenges. A state of anxiety occurs when challenges are high enough to exceed perceived skill level, causing distress and uneasiness. These states in general prevent achieving the balance necessary for flow. Csikszentmihalyi has said if challenges are too low, one gets back to flow by increasing them. If challenges are too great, one can return to the flow state by learning new skills. The autotelic personality. Csikszentmihalyi hypothesized that people with certain personality traits may be better able to achieve flow than the average person. These traits include curiosity, persistence, low egotism, and high propensity to perform activities for intrinsic reasons. People with the most of these personality traits are said to have an autotelic personality. The term autotelic derives from Greek words auto meaning self and telos goal. Being autotelic means having a self-contained activity without the expectation of future benefit, but simply to be experienced. There is a scant research on the autotelic personality, but results of few studies that have been conducted suggest that include some people who are more likely to experience flow than others. One researcher found that people with an autotelic personality have a greater preference for high action opportunity, high skill situations that simulate them and encourage growth compared to those with an autotelic personality. It is such high challenge, high skill situations that people are most likely to experience flow. Experimental evidence shows that a balance between individual skills and demands of the tasks compared to boredom and overload only elicits the flow experience in individuals having an internal locus of control or a habitual action orientation. Several correlation studies found need for achievement to be personal characteristics that fosters flow experiences. Autotelic personality also has been shown in studies to correlate and show overlapping of flow in personal life in the big five personality traits of extroversion, agreeableness, conscientiousness, neuroticism, and openness to experience. More particularly, the traits of agreeableness and extroversion. Study of autotelic personality is difficult as most studies are performed through self-evaluation, as an autotelic personality is difficult to observe. Group flow or team flow is notably different from independent flow, as it is inherently mutual. Group flow is attainable when the performance unit is a group, such as a team or musical group. When groups cooperate to agree on goals and pattern social flow, commonly known as group cohesion, it is much more likely to occur. If a group still has not entered flow, a team-level challenge may stimulate the group to harmonize. So the applications to education suggest the flow state theory suggests that when individuals are in a flow state, they experience deep immersion, focus, and intrinsic motivation in their activities. In the context of education, flow has been associated with increased student engagement, which is a key determinant in learning success. Numerous studies have examined the relationship between flow and student engagement, demonstrating positive association and can enhance learning. So applications. The concept of flow has been applied to various educational settings and practices, offering valuable insight for teaching and learning. Here are a few notable applications. Skill development. Flow state theory can inform in design of curricula and learning activities that promote the development of specific skills by structuring tasks to align with student skill level and providing immediate feedback. Educators can facilitate skill acquisition and mastery. Optimal learning environments. Flow state research suggests the design of learning environments can significantly impact student engagement and learning outcomes. Creating environments that are challenging, supportive, and tailored to students' interests can facilitate flow experience and foster deep learning. Motivation and well-being. Flow states theory emphasize the role of intrinsic motivation in optimal performance and well-being. Educators can encourage students' intrinsic motivation by promoting autonomy, competence, and relatedness in the learning process, thus facilitating flow experience. Classroom management. Understanding flow state dynamics can help educators manage classroom activities more effectively by providing clear instructions, structuring tasks, and offering appropriate challenges. Educators can create conditions conducive to flow, leading to improved classroom experiences. These applications demonstrate the potential benefits of intriguing flow state theory in educational practices. However, further research is needed to explore specific strategies and interventions that effectively foster flow in educational settings. History. In education, the concept of overlearning plays a role in students' ability to achieve flow. Shizanka states the overlearning abilities of the mind to concentrate on visualizing the desired performance as a singular integrated action instead of a set of actions. Challenging assignments that slightly stretch one's skills leads to flow. In the 1950s, British cybernetician Gordon Pask designed an adaptive teaching machine called SAKI, an early example of e-learning. The machine is discussed in some detail in Stanford Baer's book, Cybernetics and Management. So I've skipped through some of this. Music, sports, flow, religion and spirituality. In yogic traditions such as Raja Yoga, reference is made to a state of flow. In the practice of samyama, a psychological absorption of the object of meditation. Games and gaming. In the workplace. Effects. Books by Shikla Mihaly suggest that enhancing the time spent in flow makes our lives more happy and successful. Flow experiences are predicted to lead to positive effect as well as to better performance. For example, delinquent behavior was reduced in adolescence after 2 years of enhancing flow through activities. People who have experienced flow describe the following feelings: completely involved in what they're doing, focused, concentrated, a sense of ecstasy, of being outside everyday reality, great inner clarity, knowing what needs to be done and how well we are doing, knowing the activity is doable, that our skills are adequate to the task, a sense of serenity, no worries about oneself, and feeling of growing beyond the boundaries of the ego, timelessness, thoroughly focused on the present, hours seems to pass by the minute, intrinsic motivation, whatever produces flow becomes its own reward. However, further empirical evidence is required to substantiate these preliminary indicators as flow researchers continue to explore the problem of how to directly investigate causal consequences of flow experiences using modern scientific instrumentation to observe the neurophysiological correlates of the flow state. Satisfaction flow is innately positively experienced, is known to produce intense feelings of enjoyment. In performance and learning, flow experiences imply a growth principle. When one is in a flow state, they're working to master the activity at hand. To maintain that flow state, one must seek increasingly greater challenges. Attempting these new difficult challenges stretches one's skills. One emerges from such a flow experience with a bit of personal growth and great feelings of competence and efficacy. By increasing time spent in flow, intrinsic motivation and self-directed learning also increases. Flow is a documented correlation with high performance in the fields of artistic and scientific creativity, teaching, learning, and sports. Flow has been linked to the persistence and achievement in activities while also helping to lower anxiety during various activities and raise self-esteem. However, evidence regarding better performance in flow situation is mixed. For sure, the association between the two is a reciprocal one. That is, flow experiences may foster better performance, but on the other hand, good performance makes flow experience more likely. Results of a longitudinal study in the academic context indicates that the causal effect of flow on performance is only of small magnitude, and the strong relationship between the two is driven by an effect of performance on flow. In the long run, flow experiences is a specific activity may lead to higher performance in that activity, as the flow is positively correlated with a higher subsequent motivation to perform and perform well. Criticism. Research on flow experience is well established. However, there are still unresolved critical issues with the universal definitions and measurement associated with the concept. In recent years, the language definitions, measurement approaches, and models of flow state in the research community continually increased. A systematic review of flow state studies conducted from 2012 to 19 took one of the first steps towards determining its potential universalization of terminology for future use in research of flow. Psychological flow state research has made significant strides in understanding the concept and its implications. However, like any scientific field, is not without its criticisms and areas that require further investigation. This section explores the criticisms of flow state research and highlights the potential directions for future research. Lack of clarity in operationalism. One common criticism of Csikszentmihalyi's flow theory pertains to the lack of clarity in operationalism of its components. Flow is described as a state of complete immersion, but there is an ongoing debate regarding the specific dimensions and criteria that constitute flow experiences. Some researchers argue that the theory lacks clear and consistent guidelines for measuring flow, which limits comparability across studies and hinders the establishment of a standardized framework. Homogeneity of flow experiences. Critics have raised concern about the assumption that flow experiences have consistent qualities and outcomes across different individuals and activities. While the theory posits a universal nature of flow, some argue that the flow experiences may vary depending on personal characteristics, cultural factors, and situational context. This criticism highlights the need for a more nuanced understanding of the diversity and contextual nuances of flow experiences. Keller and Landhauber advocated for a flow intensity model because many models of flow have trouble predicting the intensity of flow experiences that could occur under various circumstances where skill and task demand fit together to produce flow. Colley found that because self-reported flow happens after the fact, it does not really capture the aspect of flow that happens in the moment. Furthermore, that aspect of flow is prone to change, so the self-reported experience of flow cannot be trusted as much. Limited attention to negative aspects. The flow theory primarily focuses on positive aspects of the flow experience, emphasizing enjoyment, intrinsic motivation, and optimal performance. However, some researchers argue that neglecting the potential negative aspects of flow, such as potential conflicts, negative emotions, or overuse leading to burnout, limits the comprehensiveness of the theory. critics call for a more balanced approach that consider both positive and negative dimensions of the flow experience. The lack of standardized definitions, measurement approaches, and terminologies hamper the cumulative progress of flow state research and poses challenges in synthesizing and comparing findings across studies. It also limits the development of comprehensive theoretical models that can encompass the complexity and nuances of flow experiences. Addressing these critical issues is essential to enhance the scientific rigor and validity of the flow state research, enabling a deeper understanding of an intriguing psychological phenomenon. Despite these criticisms and challenges, the studies of flow states continues to evolve and expand. Researchers are actively working towards refining the conceptualization, measurement, and theoretical frameworks of flow. Through ongoing efforts to establish consensus and development standardized guidelines, the field aims to overcome these limitations, paving the way for more robust and comprehensive investigations into the nature and significance of psychological flow states. Csikszentmihalyi writes about the dangers of flow himself. Enjoyable activities that produce flow have potentially negative effects. While they're capable of improving the quality of existence by creating order in the mind, they can become addictive, at which point the self becomes captive of a certain kind of order and is then unwilling to cope with the ambiguities of life. Furthermore, the flow experience, like everything else, is not good in absolute sense. It is good only in that it has the potential to make life more rich, intense, and meaningful. It is good because it increases the strength and complexity of the self, but whether the consequence of any particular instance of flow is good in a larger sense needs to be discussed and evaluated in terms of more inclusive social criteria. Keller and Landhauber advocate for flow intensity model because many models of flow have trouble predicting the intensity of flow experience that can occur under various circumstances where skill and task demands fit together to produce flow. Cowley found that because self-reported flow happens after the fact, it does not really capture the aspect of flow that happens in the moment. Furthermore, the aspect of flow is prone to change, so the self-reported experience of flow cannot be trusted much. Cameron found that there is not a lot of information in group flow, and this may be hindering development in managerial and theoretical contributions. Braxton Sodelman's 2001 monograph Against Flow, Video Games, and the Flowing Subjects points out that flow exists on ideological grounds as an individualistic counterpoint to socialism. Furthermore, the application of flow via gamification has brought work and play into even closer relationship. Play is therefore converted into a form of unpaid labor. So there's also global cultural perspectives and technology, ethics. So big subject, and I will return to this flow topic. So I'm glad I covered it. Memes, thanks for showing up. God bless. Good to see you. Yeah, definitely, John. So let me say my Kriya Shema prayer real quick, and then we will continue with algorithms. So those were semi-related, interesting topics of psychology that are all necessary for my further research in the science of expertise. And so, that's why I covered them. And, I will definitely be returning to all of these topics. In terms of the science of expertise, flow is very interesting, and maybe, God willing, Duvid will have useful insight in researching advancing flow. AKL, good to see you. God bless. However, in the meantime, these are just kind of due diligence, important ideas to pound into our head. And like we were reading in the Connectionism, Associationism, this is the due diligence to improve our minds. And, even do you want to be in a consistent state of flow? And say, like, well, Duvid wants to understand and know many more things. I want to achieve more in my life. And putting myself into a state of flow, even educationally learning, and then to be possibly more often in states of flow in order to improve my output. Let me say my prayer. Okay, and like I said at the beginning, this week I just putting forward a lot of concepts, and you see that I will probably remain on these, concepts of the science of expertise, which is going to include cognitive architectures, really like all aspects of cognition, and also like computational models. And Memes mentioning he occasionally gets the flow state while running working. So flow is not something that flow is like you. Let me see if I could put up a flow graph real quick. But it was mentioning like flow, you have to be pushing yourself to a certain amount of so flow is when you have high challenge, high decision latitude. So if you have high challenge and low decision, you have burnout, or you have drift or boredom. So if you overwork yourself more than your ability, you start having anxiety and burnout. And if you underwork yourself, you have boredom and oppression, increased attention and interest. So if you're acquiring expertise, that's why flow, I'm bringing it up related to expertise, is you want to be pushing yourself to the limit, and the feeling of working to optimal performance is not something that could be constantly repeated, because the person's constantly changing. So generally, like, it's considered that you have to, so to say, be in the zone, and you're constantly in between anxiety and boredom. And that changes over time based on the challenge and skill. So as your skill increases, the challenge decreases and you fall into boredom, or as the challenge increases. So like if you're running, for example, you'll get to flow where you're pushing yourself just to the exact right moment. If you pushed yourself harder, you would lose the flow state, and if you pushed yourself less, you would fall into boredom. However, your skill is constantly changing. So to be in flow, you have to constantly be pushing yourself harder. And so here's an example of like a sinusoidal curve of challenge and skills. So like, this could be running, playing chess, studying, streaming, where you're fluctuating between boredom and anxiety based on the challenge and skills, with your skill level constantly changing. So flow state's extremely important. I said, like, I will be definitely returning to this topic. Like, flow is a very important issue, and even trying to relate something like flow to chunking theory. And the concept of group flow is very interesting. Like if you're thinking you're in a band or a team, where, like, let's say you're in a band and of 4-piece band or something like that, or like a basketball team, 5 players, or whatever, where all of the team members are at the exact flow state between skill and challenge level, where they're performing peak performance and meeting the challenge, where none of the people are, the challenge is too great for them, and none of the people, the challenge is too small for them, that they're in boredom, and all the people on the team could at the same time be in this flow state. So it's a very interesting, fun topic, and we will return to it. Okay, but I want to talk about reverse anthropomorphism. So I was just talking about psychology and theories of mind. Now I'm going to talk about algorithms and computers. And I'm going to go over some history, and we're going to talk about like Newell and Simon. And, so I mentioned a lot of these like cognitive architectures, and even like connectionism, associationism, started out as theories of mind, but actually they're more useful for machine learning and things like chunking theory. So like, how does the mind work? At this point, we know so much better how the computer works. And so much so that we reverse anthropomorphize, that we, to some extent, have no clue how the mind works. We only have psychometric data. there's still the black box. At best, there's neural correlates. And therefore, we just map on computer functions. So the important thing that I want to cover today and stress is this concept of algorithms. What is an algorithm? How is it the computers function based off algorithms? And we know that humans can perform algorithms, but we actually don't know whether the human mind works algorithmically. So I think this is very interesting. And, there's a lot of topics I'm going to cover. And so let's first look at the history of algorithms. It all started in the 9th century. The word algorithm comes from the name of the great Central Asian scientist Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi. Of many mathematical works of al-Khwarizmi, only 2 have reached us, the algebraic and arithmetic. The second book was long and considered lost, but in 1857, the Library of Cambridge University, its Latin translation was found. It describes 4 rules of arithmetic operations, practically the same ones that are used now. The first lines of the book were translated like this: I said algorithms, we praise God, our leader and defender. So the name of al-Khwarizmi passed into algorithms, from which the word algorithm appeared. The term algorithm was used to denote 4 arithmetic operations, and in this sense, it appeared in European languages. Then around 1360, scientists began to apply it not only to purely computational, but also to other mathematical procedures. French philosopher Nicole Khwarizmi wrote a mathematical treatise, Algorismos Proportionum, in which he first used degrees with fractional exponents and actually came close to the idea of logarithms. When the abacus was replaced by the so-called account on lines, numerous manuals on it began to be called algoritmus linealis, the rules of account of lines. In 1684, Gottfried Leibniz, in his Nova Methodus Pro Maximus et Minimus Item Q Tangentialis, first used the word algorithmo in an even broader sense as a symmetric way to solve the problems of differential calculus. Then in 1759, Leonard Euler used the word algorithms in a sense very close to the modern in one of the terms, using a new algorithm to solve the problem of Pell algorithms as problem-solving method. The word algorithm can be found in the popular pre-revolutionary Encyclopedia Dictionary of the Granat Brothers and in the first edition of the Great Soviet Encyclopedia published in 1726. The meaning stays the same as a rule, according to which this or that is fulfilled from 4 arithmetic operations and the decimal number system. However, by the beginning of the 20th century, for mathematicians, the word algorithm already meant any algorithmic or algebraic process performed according to strictly defined rules. During the year 1936, the precise definition of the concept of algorithm made it possible to prove the algorithmic insolvability of many mathematical problems. Alan Turing described a theoretical machine that could solve problems by following coded algorithms. In 1950, his next paper was called Computing Machinery and Intelligence. Since the emergence of computing machines, the idea algorithms and smart machines were often mentioned together, and although some visionaries of Turing on AI have not been implemented yet, more and more recent achievements prove that soon it will be the new reality. A few years later, in 1956, 2 significant events took place: Logical Theorist and the Dartmouth AI Conference. Logical Theorist was a working AI machine created by Alan Newell and Herbert Simon. It could deduce geometric proofs with a programming language and direct put in information. Dartmouth Conference was the largest gathering of the time. Scientists of the new disciplinary several topics were discussed, such as automatic computers, how the computer be programmed to use a language, neural nets, the theory of size of a calculation, self-improvement, abstractions, randomness, and creativity. In 1956 is also noted as the date of the beginning of the cognitive revolution. In 1958, McCarthy had introduced Lisp, innovative language for AI programming. A year later, Minsky explored intelligent machine theories in computation, finite and infinite machines. In 1963, Thomas Evans presents Analogy, a program capable to SAT level tasks by using Semantic Rules for Information Interpretation. 1961, the first industrial robot working for GM introduced the Unimate and a robotic hand project. In 1966, Vision Project was an attempt to teach AI transform visual data into information. This initiative has appeared ahead of its time and thus have not succeeded. First conversational machine, Eliza, is simulated to a psychologist by following behavioral patterns. A year later, Logo is a new programming language used for primitive robot programming. In 1979, Mycin, the infectious blood disease diagnosing recommending system, has outperformed members of Stanford Medical School. However, has never been used in practice due to many ethical questions of responsibility. In 1982, Hearsay is a speech utilization machine able to transform input sound signals into information, process, and decode. 1997, Deep Blue, IBM-built machine, defeated Garry Kasparov, world chess champion in the fight of the 20th century, symbolical match between human and artificial intelligence. In 2005, U.S. military invest in more robots. 2008, Google introduced the voice recognition software of the user iPhone. Since then, Google has introduced several improved and revolutionary versions of Go, programming language, one of the most commonly used today. So just a random quick timeline. And let me read a quick article also on the history of algorithms. You can see that algorithms now, the meaning has changed over time. And it's going to be important. And algorithms are a huge topic. Like, I downloaded like a huge book. Just there's thousands of algorithms, the history of algorithms, computer algorithms, coding, computational algorithms. So, we're going to do a deep dive into algorithms. So just start with a little history. And I have slides also. I actually have quite a few slides. From algorithm to algorithm, a brief history of calculation from the Middle Ages to the present day. Computer science defines the algorithm as a step-by-step instruction procedure for transforming an input into an output independently of data and in the fewest possible steps. But the French mathematician Jean-Luc Scheibert has pointed out similar procedures have existed since the most ancient times, representing a way of thinking and problem solving that is not exclusive to the computer sciences, but is part of the cultural techniques of all human civilizations. Algorithms have been around since the beginning of time and existed well before a special word had been coined to describe them. Algorithms are simply a set of step-by-step instructions to be carried out quite mechanically so as to achieve some desired result. The Babylonians used them for deciding points of law, Latin teachers used them to get grammar right, and they've been used in all cultures for predicting the future, for deciding medical treatments, or for preparing food. Everybody today uses algorithms of one sort or another, often unconsciously when following a recipe, using a knitting pattern, or operating household gadgets. In other words, before its logical form was codified and mechanized as part of the information revolution, the algorithm, or more precisely, algorithmic practices and thought processes already existed. How do algorithms come to be automated and transformed into abstractions that are now completely incomprehensible to us? This very brief essay proposes that the algorithm and the number have a joint history. It will show how these two notions have always been implicitly connected and how algorithmic practices are probably even older than mathematics itself. Specifically, the evolution of the idea of the algorithm will be reconstructed in relation to the numeral system from the medieval period to the present day, beginning with a linguistic coincidence that indicates deeper historical processes. Just as the medieval term algorithmic signaled the passage from an additive Roman numeral system to a positional Indo-Arabic system, the contemporary term algorithm signaled the passage from a decimal system to a binary one. This happened not only for cultural and technological reasons, but also for fundamentally economic reasons, marking two transitions, in the first from medieval society to commercial capitalism, and the second from industrial capitalism to the information society. Algorithms and manual calculations. In medieval Latin, the term algorithmus referred to the manual procedure for calculating with Indo-Arabic positional numbers, which had arrived from the Middle East and were gradually supplanting Roman additive numbers. Positional numbers define quantities in the progressive powers of 10, while additive numbers do so simply by adding numbers one next to another. As we know, Roman numerals are useful for dates and lists, but are a headache when it comes to simply simple mathematical operations, especially division. In the medieval period, Roman numerals were counted with an abacus, while with Indo-Arabic numbers, operations could be performed with pen and pencil following new algorithms. The Italian merchant and mathematician Leonardo Fibonacci helped introduce the Indo-Arabic system into Europe with his Liber Abaca of 1202, although this did not use the term algorithmus, but described the technique of modus indorum. The term algorithmus appeared in the 1240 poem Carmen de Algorismo by Alexandre de Villadue, a manual for memorizing the new calculation methods composed in rhyming verse, a book printed in Venice in 1501, attributed to the 13th century monk Johannes de Sacrobosco, has the rather more aspirational title Algorismus Nomini, and uses diagrams to explain the new method of calculation with positional numbers. It has only recently been established that the medieval term algorithmus is the Latinization of the Persian scholar Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi, a librarian from the House of Wisdom in Baghdad and the author of a book of calculating with Indian numerals written about 825. Al-Khwarizmi's original manuscript in Arabic is lost, but from the 12th century there were at least 4 Latin translations in circulation with different titles. One manuscript held in Cambridge University has the incipit Dixit Algorismi, which the Italian mathematician Baldassare Boncampagni translated as Algoritmi de Numero Indorum in 1857. The passage from the additive to the positional numeral system was not only a question of method, it also had a social and economic aspect linked to the rapid increase in commercial trade across Europe and the Mediterranean. The positional system allowed numbers to be written down more concisely, thus speeding up financial accounting. In Italy, Florentine and Venetian merchants were the first to adopt Indo-Arabic numbers, which, as capital expanded, were preferred for their great versatility in commercial transactions and the management of figures, drawing on the book of Margarita Philosophica 1503, edited by the German monk and polymath Gregor Reich, illustrates a dispute between the abacicists, still using the Roman additive system and the abacus, and the new algorist who had adopted the Indo-Arabic system and its algorithms and used a pen to make their calculations. The allegorical figure in Arithmeta oversees the dispute and clearly favors the algorist. She is wearing a robe decorated with new numerals. Later, the term algorithm was adopted by highly cultured European scholars such as Leibniz, who used it to define his method of differential calculus. In de Albert's Encyclopedia, the algorithm is broadly defined as an Arab term used by various writers, especially the Spanish, to mean the practice of algebra. It is also sometimes taken to mean arithmetic with figures. The same word is generally used to mean the method and notation of all types of calculation. In this sense, we say the algorithm of integral calculus, the algorithm of exponential calculus, the algorithm of sines. The method of calculating by hand that are still taught in schools today are no more than Indo-Arabic algorithms for the manipulation of numerical symbols. These methods have a recursive structure that can handle infinite and approximate values, as occurs, for example, the simple division of numbers. The simple continuous form of this fraction demonstrates that some numbers cannot be calculated and represented without the help of an algorithmic process. But at this point, we could say that the very ways numbers are written in a numerical system constitutes an algorithm. For example, the number 101 in Indo-Arabic numerals can be interpreted as follows. Take a linear sequence of positions that are to be occupied with symbols or quantity written from right to left. Each position progressively represents a power of 10 and can be filled in with one of the units of 0 to 9. The first position represents normal units. The second position represents 10 to the power of 1. The third represents 10 to the power of 2, the hundreds, and so on. The value of the number represented in this way is produced by the addition of each unit after it has been multiplied by the power of 10 represented by the position it occupies. When numbers are expressed in this way, the scales of powers of 10 is not explicitly stated but remains implicit. Thus, the number 101 is equal to 1 times 100 plus 0 times 10 plus 1 times 1. This explanation of the decimal system can easily be adapted to represent the binary system simply by replacing the power of 10 with the power of 2, changing just one rule in the general numbering algorithm. In the binary system, the number 101 signifies a different quantity. Take a linear sequence of positions that are be occupied with symbols or quantities written from right to left. Each position progressively represents a power of 2 and can be filled with one of the two ordinal units, 0 or 1. The first position represents 2 to the power of 0 normal units. The second position represents 2 to the power of 1, 2. The third represents 2 to the power of 2, 4, and so on. The value of a number represented this way is produced by the addition of each unit after it has been multiplied by the power of 2 represented by the position it occupies. When numbers are expressed in this way, the scale of powers of 2 is not explicitly stated, but remains implicit. In this case, the number 101 equates to 1 times 4 plus 0 times 2 plus 1 times 1. In both these paraphrases, the words of the natural language attempt to make visible the invisible matrix of a numeral system that are taught in schools mainly through exercises rather than explaining the rules of constructing numbers. They codify them with step-by-step procedures. The pedantry of these exercises enables something to be said that is not pedantic at all. All numeral systems are algorithmic in that they represent quantities by means of procedures which can be highly codified or based on simple counting mechanisms. All numbers are algorithmic in that they are generated by numeral systems that are in fact algorithms. In a manner of speaking, numbers do not count anything. They are simply signposts and sequences of quantities and procedures that often remain implicit. Thus, in an audacious dialectic turnaround, the algorithm no longer appears as a recent invention, but as a structure of human thought and practice that goes back as far as the number itself. We might say that the algorithm and the number were separated at birth, and that the former is only now beginning to be fully understood again, principally as a result of the automation and the industrialization of social scale. Algorithm and automatic calculation. Algorithms for manual calculation were mechanized and automated at different times in different ways. In the 17th century Europe, philosophers like Pascal and Leibniz were already designing manual calculators for performing the 4 basic operations using the decimal system. In modern times, mathematical abstract thought begins to develop strictly in parallel with mechanic thought. Descartes' famous philosophical method, for example, was notably mechanical and algorithmic, with its emphasis on deconstructing a problem into its simplest elements. The Polish historian Heinrich Grossman maintained that it was not by chance that Descartes had came up with his rational method, while he himself designing machine tools. In particular, Grossman added that every mathematical rule has this mechanical character that spares intellectual work and much calculation. Grossman's 2 insights help us to understand how the evolution of abstract thought, logical, mathematical, algorithmic, philosophical, has always been linked to technical developments. In the industrial era, the first complex algorithm to be mechanized was de Prony's method of difference, which Charles Babbage incorporated into his difference engine with the idea of automating the calculation of logarithmic tables. At a time when C roots were being used for colonial expansion, and tables were, among other things, used for determining longitude and navigation. Babbage's calculating engines were never built because it was difficult to implement a decimal system in a simple and robust mechanical apparatus, but they are regarded as the first point of convergence between mathematical algorithms and industrial automation. Subsequently, in the true information age, calculation algorithms were not mechanized but electrified thanks to the binary system. That is to say that they were implemented in electrical and electronic circuits for faster results. To be precise, binary numbers were only adopted after 1940 in the wake of the magisterial thesis by the young Claude Shannon, a symbolic analysis of relay switching circuits, which was presented at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. In this thesis, Shannon proposed using a binary properties of electrical switches to represent propositional logic and perform Boolean logical functions denoted as and, or not. Unlike decimals in a moving mechanism, binary numbers are extremely easy to implement in an electrical circuit. The values 0 and 1 can be easily be represented by the on or off state of an electrical circuit. For instance, with the introduction of the programmable electrical computer, a complex change occurred. The numbers themselves became instructions. The so-called information revolution concerned not only the use of binary numbers, binary digits or bits, to codify human language and analogical content by means of digitalization, but also the speeding up of mechanical calculation through binary logic or Boolean logic. Computer language and programs gradually made it possible to represent complex algorithms which ultimately always consist of the simple binary instruction of the machine code. In the 20th century, binary code, von Neumann architecture, and the implementation of logic gates, inefficient microchips made it possible to build fast computers and to formalize huge and very complex informational algorithms. For the first time in history, sequences of numbers were used to represent not only quantities, but instructions, that is, say, algorithms, which had themselves originally been expressions of numerical algorithms. Contrary to the general view that makes a clear distinction between hardware and software, digital calculation is in reality the implementation in the same medium or information and instruction of binary numbers and Boolean logic, the first being a complementary form of the second. With digital calculation, the numbering algorithm, binary numbers, and the calculating algorithm, binary logic, having for the first time become one and the same thing. In conclusion, the history of numbers and algorithms cannot cease at a purely technical level, as would risk remaining simply culturalist. To summarize the stage of this very brief essay, we may posit that it was the commercial acceleration of the late medieval period, the Industrial Revolution, and the growth of the information society that formalized the algorithm as is known today. Just as the medieval term algorithmus marked the passage from the additive Roman system to the positional Indo-Arabic system, both decimal, the more recent terms algorithm marks the passage from the decimal position system to the binary system. Indian numbers and algorithms for manual calculation were adopted because they could speed up bookkeeping and therefore commercial transactions, and binary numbers were adopted because they could be implemented in electrical circuits and microchips, thus enabling calculations to reach superhuman speeds. While the first transition was tied to commercial transaction, the second is linked to industrial capitalization and its drive towards the automation of manual and intellectual labor. Okay, so that's a little historical background of algorithms before we jump into computers. And we're going to look at the mind, the difference between cognitive architectures and computer architectures, and the role of algorithms. So let's also look at the Wikipedia on algorithms, and this one's very long, so I'm just going to look at parts of it. Algorithm. In mathematics and computer science, an algorithm is a finite sequence of rigorous instructions typically used to solve a class of specific problems or perform a computation. Algorithms are used as a specification for performing calculations and data processing. More advanced algorithms can use conditionals to divert the code execution through various routes, referred to as automated decision-making, and deduce valid inferences, referred to as automated reasoning, achieving automation eventually. Using human characteristics as the descriptors of machines in metaphorical ways was already practiced by Alan Turing with terms such as memory, search, and stimulus. In contrast, a heuristic is an approach to problem solving that may not be fully specified or may not guarantee correct or optimal results, especially in problem domains where there's no well-defined correct or optimal result. As an effective method, an algorithm could be expressed within a finite amount of space and time and in well-defined formal language where calculating a function. Starting with an initial state and initial input, the instruction describes a computation that, when executed, proceeds through a finite number of well-defined successive states, eventually producing an output and terminating at a final ending state. The transition from one state to the next is not necessarily deterministic. Some algorithms, known as randomized algorithms, incorporate random input. History. Ancient algorithms. Since antiquity, step-by-step procedures for solving mathematical problems have been attested. This includes Babylonian mathematics, Egyptian mathematics, Indian mathematics, Greek mathematics, and Arabic mathematics. Al-Khwarizmi in the term algorithm around 825, Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi wrote the Book of Indian Computation and Addition and Subtraction in Indian Arithmetic. Both of these terms are lost in the original Arabic at the time. In the early 12th century, Latin translations of said al-Khwarizmi text involving the Hindu-Arabic numeral system and arithmetic appeared, and hereby algorismi or algorismi is the Latinization of al-Khwarizmi's name. The text starts with the phrase, "Thus spoke al-Khwarizmi." In 1240, Alexander de Villatu writes a Latin text titled Carmen de Algorismo. It begins with, "Algorism is the art by which At present, we use those Indian figures which number 2 times 5. The poem is a few hundred lines long and summarizes the art of calculating with the new style Indian dice. English evolution of the word. Around 1230, the English word algorithm is attested, and then by Chaucer in 1391, English adopted the French term. In the 15th century, under the influence of the Greek word arithmos, the Latin word was altered to algorithmus. In 1656, the English dictionary Glossographia, it says algorithm, the art or use of ciphers or numbering by ciphers, skill in accounting. Algorithm, skill in accounting or numbering. In 1658, the first edition of the New World of English Words. Algorithmy, a word compound of Arabic and Spanish. The art of reckoning by ciphers. In 1706, the sixth edition of the New World of English Words says algorithm, the art of computing or reckoning by numbers, which contains the 5 principal rules of arithmetic: numeration, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, to which may be added extraction of roots. It is called logista numeralis. Algorithm, the practical operation in the several parts of specious arithmetic or algebra. Sometimes it is taken for the practice of common arithmetic by 10 numeral figures. In 1751, the young algebraist companion Daniel Fleming contrasts the term algorithm and algorithm as followed. Algorithm signifies the first principles, and algorithm the practical part of knowing how to put the algorithm in practice. Since at least 1811, the term algorithm is attested to mean a step-by-step procedure in English. In 1842, in the Dictionary of Science, Literature, and Arts, it says algorithm signifies the art of computing in reference to some particular subject or in some particular way, as the algorithm of numbers, the algorithm of the differential calculus. Machine usage. In 1928, a partial formalization of the modern concept of algorithm began with the attempts to solve the decision problem posed by David Hilbert. Later formalizations were framed as attempts to define effective calculability or effective method. Those formalizations included the Gödel-Hermann-Klein recursive functions of 1930, 1934, and 1935, Alonzo Church's lambda calculus of 1936, Emil Post formulation 1 in 1936, and Alan Turing's Turing machines of 1936 to 37, 39. Information definition. An information definition could be a set of rules that precisely defines a sequence of operations, which would include all computer programs and any prescribed bureaucratic procedure or cookbook recipe. In general, a program is only an algorithm if it stops eventually, even though infinite loops may sometimes prove desirable. A prototypical example of an algorithm is the Euclidean algorithm, which is used to determine the maximum common divisor of 2 integers. An example is described by a flowchart. Boulos-Jeffreys offer an informal meaning of the word algorithm in the following quotation: no human being can write fast enough or long enough or small enough to list all the members of an innumerable finite infinite set by writing out their names or after another in some notation, but humans can do something equally useful. In the case of certain innumerable infinite sets, they can give explicit instructions for determining the nth member of the set for arbitrary finite n. Such instructions are to be given explicitly in the form of which they could be followed by a computing machine or by a human is capable of carrying out only very elementary operations on symbols. An innumerably infinite set is one whose elements can be put into one-to-one correspondence with the integers. Thus, Boulos and Jeffrey are saying that algorithm applies instructions for a process that creates output integers from an arbitrary input integer, or integers that in theory can be arbitrarily large. The concept of algorithm is also used to define the notion of decidability, a notion that's central for explaining how formal systems come into being, starting from a small set of axioms and rules. In logic, the time that an algorithm requires to complete cannot be measured, and as it is not apparently related to the customary physical dimensions. From such uncertainties that characterize ongoing work stems the unavailability of a definition of algorithm that suits both concrete and abstract usage of the term. Most algorithms are intended to be implemented as computer programs. However, algorithms are also implemented by other means, such as biological neural networks, in an electrical circuit, or in a mechanical device. Actually, just supposedly, we'll see whether algorithms could actually be implemented by biological neural networks. Formalizations. Algorithms are essentially the way computers process data. Many computer programs contain algorithms that detail the specific instructions of a computer should perform in a specific order to carry out a specified task, such as calculating employees' paychecks or printing students' report cards. Thus, an algorithm can be considered to be any sequence of operations that can be simulated by a Turing-complete system. Authors who assert this thesis include Minsky, Savage, and Gurovich. Minsky, but we will also maintain with Turing that any procedure which could naturally be called effective can in fact be realized by a simple machine. Although this may seem extreme, the arguments in favor are hard to refute. Gurovich turns informal argument in favor of his thesis, justifies a stronger thesis. Every algorithm can be simulated by a Turing machine. According to Savage, an algorithm is a computational process defined by a Turing machine. Turing machines can define computational processes that do not terminate. The informal definitions of algorithms generally require that algorithms always terminates. This requirement renders the task of deciding whether a formal procedure is an algorithm impossible in the general case due to a major theorem of computability theory known as the halting problem. Typically, when an algorithm is associated with processing information, data can be read from an input source, written to an output device, and stored for further processing. Stored data is regarded as part of the internal state of the entity performing the algorithm. In practice, the state is stored in one or more data structures. For some of these computational processes, the algorithm must be rigorously defined and specified in the way it applies in all possible circumstances that could arise. This means any conditional step must be systematically dealt with. Case by case, the criteria for each case must be clear and computable. Because an algorithm is a precise list of precise steps in order of a computation is always crucial to the functioning of the algorithm. Instructions are usually assumed to be listed explicitly and are described as starting from the top and going down to the bottom, an idea that is described more formally by flow of control. So far, the discussion on the formalization of algorithm has assumed the premise of imperative programming. That is the most common conception, one which attempts to describe a task in discrete mechanical means. Unique to this conception of formalized algorithm is the assignment operation, which sets the variable of a variable. It derives from the intuition of memory as a scratchpad. An example of such an assignment will be found below. Expressing algorithms. Algorithms can be expressed in many kinds of notations, including natural language, pseudocode, flowcharts, Draken charts, programming language, and control tables processed by interpreters. Natural language expressions of algorithms tend to be verbose and ambiguous and are rarely used for complex or technical algorithms. Pseudocode, flowcharts, Draken charts, and control tables are structured ways to express algorithms that avoid many of the ambiguities common in the statements based on natural language. Programming languages are primarily intended for expressing algorithms in a form that can be executed by a computer, but are also often used in a way to define or document algorithms. There's a wide variety of representations possible, and one can express a given Turing machine program as a sequence of machine tables, as flowcharts, as Draken charts, or as a form of rudimentary machine code or assembly code called sets of quadruples. Representations of algorithms can be classed into three accepted levels of Turing machine descriptions as follows. High-level description, prose to describe an algorithm ignoring the implementation details. At this level, we do not need to mention how the machine manages its tape or head. Implementation description, prose used to define the way the Turing machine uses its head and the way that it stores the data on its tape. At this level, we do not give details of the states or transition function. In the formal description, most detailed lowest level gives the Turing machine state table. Design. Algorithm design refers to a method or a mathematical process for problem solving and engineering algorithms. The design of algorithms is a part of many solution theories such as divide and conquer or dynamic program within operational research. Techniques for designing and implementing algorithm designs are also called algorithm design patterns, with examples including the template method pattern and the decorator pattern. One of the most important aspects of algorithm design is resource efficiency. The big O notation is used to describe an algorithm's runtime growth as the size of its input increases. Typical steps in the development of algorithms: the problem definition, development of a model, specification of the algorithm, designing an algorithm, checking the correctness of the algorithm, analysis of an algorithm, implementation of the algorithm, program testing, documentation, preparation. So computer algorithms, elegant programs, good fast programs, the notation is simplicity. and elegance appears informally, not precisely in Chaitin. Not that we want good algorithms in some loosely defined aesthetic sense. One criterion is the length of time taken to perform the algorithm. Other criteria, adaptability of the algorithm to computers, its simplicity and elegance. Chaitin, a program is elegant, by which I mean that it's the smallest possible program for producing the output that it does. Chaitin prefaces his definition. I'll show you can't prove that a program is elegant. Such a proof would have to solve the halting problem. Algorithms. So this one is extremely long. Really, all of it is important. Classification. There are various ways to classify algorithms, each with its own merits. By implementation, one way to classify algorithms is by implementation means. Recursion. A recursive algorithm is the one that makes reference to itself repeatedly until a certain condition, known as the termination condition, matches, which is a method common to functional programming. Iterative algorithms use repetitive constructs like loops and sometimes additional data structures like stacks to solve the given problem. Some problems are naturally suited for the one implementation over the other. For example, Towers of Hanoi, which I have slides on, we'll look at soon, is well understood using recursive implementation. Every recursive version has an equivalent iterative version and vice versa. Serial, parallel, and distributed algorithms are usually discussed with an assumption that computers execute one instruction of an algorithm at a time. Those computers are sometimes called serial computers. An algorithm designed for such an environment is called a serial algorithm as opposed to parallel algorithms or distributed algorithms. Parallel algorithms are algorithms that take advantage of computer architectures where multiple processors can work on a problem at the same time. Distributed algorithms are algorithms that use multiple machines connected with the computer network. Parallel and distributed algorithms divide the problem into more symmetrical and asymmetrical subproblems and collect the results back together. Deterministic or non-deterministic. Deterministic algorithms solve the problems with exact decisions at every step of the algorithms, whereas non-deterministic algorithms solve problems via guessing, although typical guesses are made more accurate through the use of heuristics. Exact or approximate. While many algorithms reach an exact solution, approximation algorithms seek an approximation that is closer to the true solution. The approximation can be reached by either using a deterministic or random strategy. Such algorithms have practical value for many hard problems. Quantum algorithms. They run a realistic model of quantum computation. The term is usually used for those algorithms which seem inherently quantum or use some essential feature of quantum computing, such as quantum superposition or quantum entanglement. By design, Acorn, good to see you. By design paradigm. Another way of classifying algorithms is by their design methodology or paradigm. There's a certain number of paradigms, each different from each other. Furthermore, each of these categories includes many different types of algorithms. Some common paradigms are brute force or exhaustive search. Brute force is a method of problem solving that involves systematically trying every possible option until the optimal solution is found. This approach can be very time consuming as it requires going through every possible combination of variables. However, it is often used when other methods are not available or too complex. Brute force can be used to solve a variety of problems, including finding the shortest path between 2 points and cracking passwords. Divide and conquer. A divide and conquer algorithm repeatedly reduces an instance of a problem to one or more smaller instances of the same problem, usually recursively, until the instances are small enough to solve easily. One such example of divide and conquer is the merge sorting. Sorting can be done on each segment of data after dividing data into segments, and sorting of entire data can be obtained in the conquer phase by merging the segments. A simpler variant of divide and conquer is called the decrease and conquer algorithm, which solves an identical subproblem and uses the solution of this subproblem to solve the bigger problem. Divide and conquer divides the problem into multiple subproblems, and so the conquer stage is more complex than decrease and conquer algorithms. An example of decrease and conquer algorithms is the binary search algorithm. Search and enumeration. Many problems, such as playing chess, can be modeled as problems on graphs. The graph exploration algorithm specifies rules for moving around a graph, and it's useful for such problems. The category also includes search algorithms, branch and bound enumeration, and backtracking. Randomized algorithms. Such algorithms make choices randomly or pseudo-randomly. They can be very useful in finding approximate solutions for problems where finding exact solutions can be impractical. For some of these problems, is known that the fastest approximation must involve some randomness. Whether randomized algorithms and polynomial time complexity can be the fastest algorithms for some problems is an open question known as the P versus NP problem. There are two classes of such algorithms. Monte Carlo algorithms return a correct answer with high probability. And the Las Vegas algorithms always return the correct answer, but their running time is only probabilistically bound. In reduction of complexity, this technique involves solving a problem by transforming it into a better known problem for which we have hopefully asymptotically optimal algorithms. The goal is to find a reducing algorithm whose complexity is not dominated by the resulting reduced algorithms. For example, one selection algorithm for finding the median in an unsorted list involves first sorting the list, the expensive portion, and then pulling out the middle element in the sorted list, the cheap portion. This technique is also known as transform and conquer. Backtracking. In this approach, multiple solutions are built incrementally and abandoned when it is determined that they cannot lead to a valid full solution. Optimization problem. For optimization problems is a more specific classification of algorithms. An algorithm for such problems may fall into one or more of the general categories described above, as well as into one of the following. Linear programming. When searching for optimal solutions to a linear function bound to a linear equality and inequality constraints, the constraints of the problem can be used directly in producing the optimal solutions. There are algorithms that can solve any problem in this category, such as the popular simplex algorithm. Problems that can be solved in linear programming include the maximum flow problem for directed graphs. If a problem additionally requires that one or more of the unknowns must be an integer, then it's classified into integer programming. A linear programmer algorithm can solve such a problem if it can be proved that all restrictions for integer values are superficial. The solution satisfy these restrictions anyway. In the general case, a specialized algorithm or an algorithm that finds approximate solutions is used depending on the difficulty of the problems. Dynamic programming, when a problem shows optimal substructures, meaning that optimal solutions to a problem can be constructed from optimal solutions to subproblems, and overlapping subproblems, meaning the same subproblems are used to solve many different problem instances. A quicker approach called dynamic programming avoids recomputing solutions that have already been computed. For example, the Floyd-Warshall algorithm, the shortest path to a goal from a vertex in a weighted graph can be found by using the shortest path to goal from all adjacent vertices. Dynamic programming and memoization go together. The main difference between dynamic programming, divide and conquer, is that subproblems are more or less independent in divide and conquer, whereas subproblems overlap in dynamic programming. The difference between dynamic programming and straightforward recursion is in caching and memorization of recursive calls. When subproblems are independent and there is no repetition, memoization does not help. Hence, dynamic programming is not a solution for all complex problems. By using memoization or maintaining a table of subproblems already solved, dynamic programming reduces the exponential nature of many problems to polynomial complexity. The greedy method. A greedy algorithm is similar to a dynamic programming algorithm in that it works by examining substructures, in this case, not of the problem, but of a given solution. Such algorithms start with the sum solution, which may be given to have been constructed in some way, and improve it by making small modifications. For some problems, they can find the optimal solution, while others, they stop at a local optima, that is, solutions that cannot be improved by the algorithm, but are not optimum. The most popular use of greedy algorithms is for finding the minimal spanning tree, where finding the optimal solution is possible with this method. The Huffman tree, Cruxall, Prim, Solon are greedy algorithms that can solve this optimization problem. In the heuristic method, in optimization problems, heuristic algorithms can be used to find a solution close to the optimal solution in cases where finding the optimal solution is impractical. These algorithms work by getting closer and closer to the optimal solution as they progress. In principle, if run for an infinite amount of time, they will find the optimal solution. Their merit is that they can find a solution that is very close to optimal solution in a relatively short time. Such algorithms include local search, taboo search, simulated annealing, and genetic algorithms. Some of them, like simulated annealing, are non-deterministic algorithms, where others, like taboo search, are deterministic. When bound on the error of the non-optimal solution is known, the algorithm is further categorized as approximation algorithm. So they could be algorithms by field of study, by complexity. So let's do a little bit more of the history. Ancient Near East. The earliest evidence of algorithms found in the Babylonian mathematics of ancient Mesopotamia, a Sumerian clay tablet found in Shuruppak near Baghdad and dated 2500 BC, described the earliest division algorithm during the Hammurabi dynasty. Babylonian clay tablets described algorithms for computing formulas. Algorithms were also used in Babylonian astronomy. Babylonian clay tablets describe and employ algorithmic procedures to compute the time and place of significant astronomical events. Algorithms for arithmetic are also found in Egyptian mathematics dating back to the Rind mathematical papyrus of 1550 BC. Algorithms were later used in ancient Hellenistic mathematics. Two examples are the sieve of Eratosthenes, which was described in the Introduction to Arithmetic by Nicomachus, and the Euclidean algorithm, which was first described in Euclid's Elements, 300 BC. This reading distinguished symbols. Tally marks to keep track of their flocks, their sacks of grains, and their money. The ancients used tallying, accumulating stones or marks scratched on sticks, or making discrete symbols on clay. Though the Babylonians and Egyptians' use of marks and symbols, eventually Roman numerals and the abacus evolved, tally marks appeared prominently in unary numeral systems, arithmetic used in Turing machines and post-Turing machine computations. Manipulation of symbols as placeholders for numbers, algebra. Muhammad ibn Musa al-Kazimi, a Persian mathematician, wrote Al-Jabr in the 9th century. The term algorism and algorithm are derived from the name al-Kazimi, while the term algebra is derived from the book Al-Jabr. In Europe, the word algorithm was originally used to refer to the set of rules and techniques used by al-Khwarizmi to solve algebraic equations, being later generalized to refer to any set of rules or techniques. This eventually culminated in Leibniz's definition of the calculus ratiocinator. A good century and a half after his time, Leibniz proposed an algebra of logic, an algebra that would specify the rules for manipulating logical concepts in the manner that ordinary algebra specifies the rules for manipulating numbers. Cryptographic algorithms. The first cryptographic algorithms for deciphering a cryptic code were developed by Al-Kindi, a 9th century Arab mathematician, in the manuscript on deciphering cryptographic messages. He gave the first description of cryptanalysis by frequency analysis, the early code-breaking algorithm. Mechanical contrivances with discrete states. The clock. Bolter credits the invention of the weight-driven clock as the key invention of Europe in the Middle Ages, in particular the verge escapism that provides us with the tick and tock of a mechanical clock. The accurate automatic machine led immediately to the mechanical automata beginning in the 13th century, and finally the computational machines, the difference engine and analytical engines of Charles Babbage and Countess Ada Lovelace in mid-19th century. Lovelace is credited with the first creation of algorithm intended for processing on a computer. Babbage's analytical machine, the first device considered as a real Turing-complete computer instead of just a calculator, and is sometimes called history's first programmer. As a result, though a full implementation of Babbage's second device would not be realized until decades after his lifetime. Logical machines, 1870, Stanley Jones, logical abacus and logical machine. The technical problem was to reduce Boolean equations when presented in a form similar to what is known as the Carnot maps. Jevons, 1880, describes the first simple abacus of slips of wood furnished with pins, contrived so that any part of the class of logical combinators could be picked out mechanically. More recently, however, I've reduced the system to a completely mechanical form and have thus embodied the whole of the indirect process of inference in what may be called a logical machine. His machine came equipped with certain movable wooden rods, and at the foot are 21 keys like those of a piano. With this machine, he could analyze a syllogism or any other simple logical argument. The machine he displayed in 1870 before the Fellows of the Royal Society, another logician, John Venn. However, in the 1881 symbolic logic, turned a jaundiced eye to the effort. I have no high estimate myself of the interest and the importance of what are sometimes called logical machines. It does not seem to me that any contrivances at present known or likely to be discovered really deserve the name logical machines. But not to be outdone, he too presented a plan somewhat analogous corresponding to Professor Javon's logical machine. The following contrivance may be described. I prefer to call it merely a logical diagram machine, but I suppose they could do very completely all that can be rationally expected of any logical machine. In Jacquard Loom, Hor the punch cards, telegraphy, and telephony, the electromechanical relay, Bell and Newell indicated that Jacquard Loom in 1801, precursor to the whole of cards, punch cards 1887, and telephone switching technologies were the roots of tree leading to the development of the first computers. By the mid-19th century, the telegraph as a precursor to the telegram was in use throughout the world. Its discrete and distinguishable encoding of letters as dots and dashes, a common sound. But in the 19th century, the ticker tape, 1870s, was in use, as was the use of whole of cards in the 1890 U.S. Census. Then came the teleprinter in 1910 with the punch paper use of Bordeaux code on tape. Telephone switching networks and electromechanical relays, invented in 1835, was behind the work of George Stibitz, 1937, the inventor of the digital adding device. As he worked in Bell Laboratories, he observed the burdensome use of mechanical calculators with gears. He went home one evening in 1937 intending to test the idea. When the tinkering was over, Stibitz had constructed a binary adding device. The mathematician Martin Davis observes the particular importance of the electromechanical relay with its two binary states open and closed. It was only with this development beginning in the 1930s of electromechanical calculators using electrical relays that machines were built having the scope Babbage had envisioned. Mathematics during the 19th century up to the mid-20th century. Symbols and rules in rapid succession, the mathematics of George Boole, Gottlieb Frege, and Giuseppe Piano reduced arithmetic to a sequence of symbols manipulated by rules. Piano's The Principles of Arithmetic, presented by New Method, 1888, was the first attempt at an axionization of the mathematics in the symbolic language. But Heuristic gives Frege, 1879, this kudos. Frege is perhaps the most important single work ever written in logic, in which we see a formula logic language that is a lingua characteristica, a language written with special symbols for pure thought that is free from rhetorical embellishments, constructed from specific symbols that were manipulated according to definite rules. The work of Frege was further simplified and amplified by Alfred North Whitehead and Bertrand Russell in Principia Mathematica, 1910-13. The paradoxes at the same time, a number of disturbing paradoxes appeared in the literature, in particular the Brundlefly paradox, 1897, the Russell paradox, 1902, and the Richard paradox. The resulting considerations led Kurt Gödel's paper, 1931. He specifically cites the paradox of the liar that completely reduces rules of recursion to numbers. Effective calculability, in an effort to solve the Dunge problem defined precisely by Hilbert in 1928, mathematicians first set about to define what was meant by an effective method or effective calculation or effective calculability, a calculation that would succeed. In rapid succession, the following appeared: Alonzo Church, Stephen Kleene, and J.B. Rossers in Gamma Calculus, a finely honed definition of general recursion from the work of Gödel's acted on suggestions of Jacques Herbrand of Gödel's Princeton Lectures, 1934, and subsequent simplifications by Kleene. Church's proof that the Entscheidung's problem was unsolvable. Emil Post's definition of effective calculability as a worker mindlessly following a list of instructions to move left or right through a sequence of rooms, and while there either mark or erase a paper or observe the paper and make a yes or no decision about the next instruction. Alan Turing's proof of that the Eisenhower problem was unsolvable by use of his A automatic machine, in effect almost identical to Post's formalization. J. Barclay Rosner's definition of the effective method in terms of a machine, Klein's proposal of a precursor to Church's thesis that he called Thesis I, and a few years later Klein's renaming his thesis Church's thesis and proposing Turing's thesis. Emil Post, 1936, and Alan Turing. Emil Post described the actions of a computer as follows. Two concepts are involved: that of symbol space, in which work leading from problem to answer is to be carried out, and a fixed unalterable set of directions. His symbol space would be a two-way infinite sequence of space boxes. The problem solver or workers to move and work in the symbol space, being capable of being in and operating in but one box at a time. A box is to admit of but two possible conditions being empty or unmarked, or having a single mark in it, say a vertical stroke. One box to be singled out and called the starting point. A specific problem is to be given in a symbolic form by a finite number of boxes. The input being marked with a stroke. Likewise, the output is to be given in symbolic form by a configuration of marked boxes. The set of directions applicable to a general problem sets up a deterministic process when applied to each specific problem. This process terminates only when it comes to the direction of the type C stop. Alan Turing's work preceded that of Stiglitz, 1937. It is unknown whether Stiglitz knew of the work of Turing. Turing's biographer revealed that Turing's use of a typewriting-like model derived from his youthful interest. Alan had dreamt of inventing typewriters as a boy. Mr. Turing had a typewriter. Mrs. Turing had a typewriter, and he could well have begun by asking himself what was meant by calling a typewriter mechanical. Given the prevalence of the time of Morse code, telegraphy, ticker tape machines, and teletypewriters, it is quite possible that all were influences on Turing during his youth. Turing, his model of computation is now called a Turing machine, begins, as did Post, with an analysis of human computer that he whittles down to a simple set of basic motions and states of mind, but he continues a step further and creates a machine as a model of computation of numbers. Computing is normally done by writing certain symbols on paper. We may suppose this paper is divided into squares like a child's arithmetic book. I assume then that the computation is carried out on one-dimensional paper, on a tape divided into squares. I should also suppose that the number of symbols which may be printed is finite. The behavior of the computer at any moment is determined by the symbol which he is observing and his state of mind at the moment. We may suppose that there is bound B to the number of symbols or squares that the computer can observe at one moment. If he wishes to observe more, he must use successive observations. We will also suppose that the number of states of mind which need to be taken into account is finite. Let us imagine that the operations performed by the computer could be split up into simple operations which are so elementary that it is not easy to imagine them further divided. Turing's reduction yields the following. The simplest operation must therefore include changes of the symbol of one of the observed squares, changes of one of the squares observed to another square with L squares of one of the previously observed squares. It may be that some of these changes necessarily invoke a change of state of mind. The most general single operation must therefore be taken to be one of the following. A possible change of a symbol together with a possible change of the state of mind, a possible change of observed squares together with a possible change of state of mind. We may now construct a machine to do the work of the computer. A few years later, Turing expanded his analysis thesis definition with the forceful expression of it. A function is said to be effectively calculable if its values can be found by some purely mechanical process. Though it is fairly easy to get intuitive grasp of this idea, it is nevertheless desirable to have some more definite mathematical expressible definitions. He discussed the history of the definition pretty much as presented above with respect to Gödel, Herbrand, Klein, Church, Turing, and Post. We may take this statement literally, understanding by a purely mechanical process one which could be carried out by a machine. It's possible to give a mathematical description in a certain normal form of the structures of these machines. The development of these ideas leads to the author's definition of a computable function and to an identification of the computability with an effective calculability. We shall use the expression computable function to mean a function calculable by a machine, and we let effective calculability refer to the intuitive idea without particular identification with any one of these definitions. J.B. Rosner, 1939, and S.C. Klein, 1943. J. Barclay Rosner defined an effective mathematical method in the following manner. Effective method is used here in the rather special sense of a method, each step of which is precisely determined and which is certain to produce the answer of a finite number of steps. With this special meaning, three different precise definitions have to be given to date. The simplest of these is the state says essentially that an effective method of solving certain sets of problems exists if one can build a machine which will then solve any problem of the set with no human intervention beyond inserting the question and later reading the answer. All three definitions are equivalent, so it doesn't matter which one is used. Moreover, the fact that all three are equivalent is a very strong argument for the correctness of any one. Rosser's footnote number 5 references the work of Church and Klein and their definition of gamma definability. In particular, Church's use of it is on also unsolvable problem of elementary number theory, 1936. Hebron and Gödel in their use of recursion, in particular Gödel's use of his famous paper on formally undecidable propositions in principal mathematical and related systems in 1931, and Post and Turing in their mechanistic models of computation. Stephen Kleene defined in his now famous thesis I, known as the Church-Turing thesis, but he did this in the following context. Algorithmic theories. In setting up a complete algorithmic theory, what we do is describe a procedure performable for each set of values of the independent variables, which procedure necessarily terminates and in such manner that from the outcome we can read a definite answer, yes or no, to the question, is the predictive value true? In history after 1950, a number of efforts have been directed towards further refinement of the definition algorithm, and activity is ongoing because of the issues surrounding particular foundations of mathematics, especially the Church-Turing thesis, and philosophy of mind, especially arguments about artificial intelligence. So there you have it. That was pretty long, full algorithms, and we even went through, the different forms of algorithms, a pretty fine history. And there's going to be more, and we'll look at a handful of algorithms. And I actually have quite a bit of slideshows, and then and then when we return to cognitive architectures, we'll see, does the mind actually use algorithms or not? Heuristic. In mathematical optimization and computer science, heuristic, from the Greek I find discover, is a technique designed for problem solving more quickly when classical methods are too slow for finding an exact or approximate solution, or when classical methods fail to find any exact solution. This is achieved by trading optimally completeness, accuracy, or precision for speed. In a way, it can be considered a shortcut. A heuristic function, also called a heuristic, is a function that ranks alternatives in search algorithms at each branching step based on available information to decide which branch to follow. For example, it may approximate the exact solution. Definition and motivation. The objective of a heuristic is to produce a solution in a reasonable time frame that is good enough for solving the problem at hand. This solution may not be the best for all solutions to this problem, or it may simply approximate the exact solution, but it's still valuable because finding it does not require a prohibitively long time. Heuristics may produce results for themselves, or they may be used in conjunction with optimization algorithms to improve their efficiency. Results about NP hardness in theoretical computer science make heuristics the only viable option for a variety of complex optimization problems that need to be routinely solved in real-world applications. Heuristics underlie the whole field of artificial intelligence and the computer simulation of thinking, as they may be used in situations where there are no known algorithms. The trade-off. The trade-off criteria of deciding whether to use a heuristic for solving a given problem include the following: optimality. When several solutions exist for a given problem, does the heuristic guarantee that the best solution will be found? Is it actually necessary to find the best solution? Completeness. When several solutions exist for a given problem, can the heuristic find them all? Do we actually need all solutions? Many heuristics are only meant to find one solution. Accuracy and precision. Can the heuristic provide a confidence interval for the purported solution? Is the error bar on the solution unreasonably large? Execution time. Is this the best known heuristic for solving this type of problem? Some heuristics converge faster than others. Some heuristics are only marginally quicker than classical methods, in which case the overhead on calculating the heuristic might have a negative impact. In some cases, it might be difficult to decide whether the solution found by the heuristic is good enough because the theory underlying heuristic is not very elaborate. In examples, the traveling salesman problem, search, Newell and Simon heuristic search hypothesis. In their Turing Award acceptance speech, Alan Newell and Herbert Simon discussed the heuristic search hypothesis. A physical symbol system will repeatedly generate and modify known symbol structures until the created structure matches the solution structure. Each following step depends upon the step before it. Thus, the heuristic search learns what avenues to pursue and which ones to disregard by measuring how close the current step is to the solution. Therefore, some possibilities will never be generated as a measure to be less likely to complete the solution. A heuristic method can accomplish its task by using search trees. However, instead of generating all possible solution branches, a heuristic selects branches more likely to produce outcomes than other branches. It is selective at each decision point, picking branches that are more likely to produce solutions. Pitfalls. Some heuristics have strong underlying theory. They're either derived in a top-down manner from the theory or are arrived at based on either experimental or real-world data. Others are just rules of thumb based on real-world observations or experience without even a glimpse of theory. The latter are exposed to a larger number of pitfalls when a heuristic is reused in various contexts because it has been seen to work in one context without having been mathematically proven to meet a given set of requirements. It's possible that the current data set does not necessarily represent future data sets and that purported solutions turn out to be akin to noise. Statistical analysis can be conducted when employing heuristics to estimate the probability of incorrect outcomes. To use a heuristic for solving a search problem or a knapsack problem, it is necessary to check that the heuristic is admissible. If heuristic is not admissible, it may never find the goal, either ending up in a dead end of graph or by skipping back and forth between two nodes. And okay, so let's keep it going. Let's look at a handful of actual algorithms. Or first, we're going to look at automated reasoning, and we're going to see how this connects with Alan Newell and Herbert Simon in cognitive architectures and the cognitive revolution. Automated reasoning. In computer science, in particular, in knowledge representation and reasoning and metalogic, the area of automated reasoning is dedicated to understanding different aspects of reasoning. The study of automated reasoning helps produce computer programs that allow computers to reason completely or nearly completely automatically. Although automated reasoning is considered a subfield of artificial intelligence, it also has connections with theoretical computer science and philosophy. The most developed subareas of automated reasoning are automated theory proving, and the less automated but more pragmatic subfield of interactive theory proving and automated proof checking, viewed as guaranteed correct reasoning under fixed assumptions. Extensive work has been done in reasoning by analogy and introduction and abduction. Other important topics include reasoning under uncertainty and non-monotonic reasoning. An important part of the uncertainty field is that of argumentation, where further constraints on minimality and consistency are applied on top of the more standard automated deduction. John Pollock's Oscar system is an example of an automated argumentation system that is more specific than being just an automated theorem proven. Today, tools and techniques of automated reasoning include the classical logics of calculi, fuzzy logic, Bayesian inference, reasoning with maximal entropy, and many less formal ad hoc techniques. Early years, the development of formal logic played a big role in the field of automated reasoning, which itself led to the development of artificial intelligence. A formal proof is a proof in which every logical inference has been checked back to the fundamental axioms of mathematics. All the intermediate logical steps are supplied without exception. No appeal is made to intuition, even if the translation from intuition to logic is routine. Thus, a formal proof is less intuitive and less susceptible to logical errors. Some consider the Cornell Summer Meeting of 1957, which brought together many logicians and computer science as the origin of automated reasoning or automated deductions. Others say that it began before that with the 1955 Logic Theorist program in Newell, Shaw, and Simon, or with Martin Davis's 1954 implementation of the Pressburger decision procedure, which proved that the sum of two even numbers is even. Automated reasoning, although a significant and popular area of research, went through the AI winter in the 80s and early 90s. The field subsequently revived, however. From example 2005, Microsoft started using verification technology in many of their internal projects and is planning to include a logical specification checking language in their 2012 version of Visual C. Significant contributions. Principia Mathematica was a milestone work in formal logic written by Alfred North Whitehead and Bertrand Russell. Principia Mathematica, also meaning principles of mathematics, was written with purpose to derive all or some of the mathematical expressions in terms of symbolic logic. Principia Mathematica was initially published in 3 volumes in 1910, 12, and 13. Logical Theorist was the first ever program developed in 1956 by Alan Newell, Cliff Shaw, and Herbert Simon to mimic human reasoning, improving theorems and was demonstrated on 52 theorems from Chapter 2 of Principia Mathematica, proving 38 of them. In addition to proving the theorems, the program found a proof for one of the theorems that was more elegant than the one showed by Whitehead and Russell. After an unsuccessful attempt at publishing their results, Newell, Shaw, and Herbert reported in their publication in 1958 the next advance in operational research. There are now in the world machines that think, that learn, and create. Moreover, their ability to do these things is going to increase rapidly until in the visible future the range of problems they can handle will be coextensive with the range to which the human mind has been applied. So examples of formal proofs, 1986, the first incompleteness theorem using Boyer-Moore, Gödel, quadratic reciprocity, 1990, Einstein's. Okay. So let's look a little bit at the history of these first problem-solving machines, algorithms. Logical Theorist. Logical Theorist is a computer program written in 1956 by Alan Newell, Herbert Simon, and Cliff Shaw. It was the first program deliberately engineered to perform automated reasoning and has been described as the first artificial intelligence program. Logical Theorist proved 32 of the 52 theorems in Chapter 2 of Whitehead and Russell's Principia Mathematica and found new and shorter proofs for some of them. History. In 1955, when Newell and Simon began to work on the Logical Theorist, the field of artificial intelligence did not exist yet. Even the term itself, artificial intelligence, would not be coined until the following summer. Simon was a political scientist who had already produced classic work in the study of how bureaucracies function, as well as developing his theory of bounded rationality, for which he would later win the Nobel Prize. The study of business organizations require, like artificial intelligence, an insight into the nature of human problem solving and decision making. Simon remembers consulting the Rand Corporation in the early 1950s and seeing a printer typing out a map using ordinary letters and punctuation as symbols. He realized that a machine that could manipulate symbols could just as well simulate decision making and possibly even the process of human thought. The program that printed the map had been written by Newell, a Rand scientist studying logistics and organizational theory. For Newell, the decisive moment was in 1954 when Oliver Selfridge came to Rand to describe his work on pattern matching. Watching the presentation, Newell suddenly understood how the interaction of simple programmable units could accomplish complex behavior, including the intelligent behavior of human beings. It all happened in one afternoon. He would later say, in a rare moment of scientific epiphany, I had such a sense of clarity that this was a new path and one I was going to go down. I haven't had that sensation very many times. I'm pretty skeptical. So I don't normally go off on a toot, but I did on that one, completely absorbed in it without existing with the 2 or 3 levels consciousness, so that you're working and aware that you're working and aware of the consequences and implications, the normal mode of thought, no, completely absorbed for 10 to 12 hours. Newell and Simon began to talk about the possibility of teaching machines to think. The first project was a program that could prove mathematical theorems like the ones used by Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead in Principia Mathematica. They enlisted the help of computer programmer Cliff Shaw, also from Rand, to develop the program. Newell says Cliff was the genuine computer scientist of the 3. The first version was hand simulated. They wrote the program onto 3.5 cards, and Simon recalled in January 1956, we assembled my wife and 3 children together with some graduate students to each member of the group. We gave one of the cards so that each one became, in effect, a component of the computer program. Here was nature imitating art, imitating nature. They succeeded in showing that a program could successfully prove theorems as well as a talented mathematician. Eventually, Shaw was able to run the program on the computer at Rand's Santa Monica facility. In the summer of 1956, John McCarthy, Martha Minsky, Claude Shannon, and Nathan Rochester organized a conference on the subject of what they call artificial intelligence, a term coined by McCarthy for the occasion. Newell and Simon proudly presented the group with the Logical Theorist. It received a lukewarm reception. Pamela McCordick writes, the evidence is that nobody save Newell and Simon themselves sensed the long-range significance of what they were doing. Simon confides that we were probably fairly arrogant about it, and adds, they didn't want to hear from us, and we sure didn't want to hear from them. We had something to show them. In a way, it was ironic because we had already done the first example of what they were after, and second, they didn't pay much attention to it. Logical theorists soon proved 38 of the 52 theorems in Chapter 2 of Principia Mathematica. The proof of Theorem 2.85 was actually more elegant than the proof produced laboriously by hand by Russell and Whitehead. Simon was able to show the new proof to Russell himself, who responded with delight. They attempted to publish the new proof in the journal Symbolic Logic, but it was rejected on the grounds that the new proof of elementary mathematical theorem was not notable, apparently overlooking the fact that some of the authors was a computer program. And Newell and Simon formed a lasting partnership, founding one of the AI laboratories at the Carnegie Institute of Technology and developing a series of influential artificial intelligence programs and ideas, including GPS, SOAR, and their unified theory of cognition. Logical theorists' influence on AI. Logical theorists introduced several concepts that would be central to AI research. Reasoning as search. Logical theorists explored a search tree. The root was the initial hypothesis, 8 branches. Each branch was a deduction based on the rules of logic. Somewhere in the tree was the goal, the proposition the program intended to prove. The pathway along the branches that led to the goal was a proof, a series of statements, each deduced using the rules of logic that led from the hypothesis to the proposition to be proved. Heuristics, Newell and Simon realized that the search tree would grow exponentially, and they needed to trim some branches using rules of thumb to determine which pathways were unlikely to lead to a solution. They called these ad hoc rules heuristics, using a term introduced by George Polya in his classic book on mathematical proof, How to Solve It. Newell had taken courses from Polya at Stanford. Heuristics would become an important area of research in artificial intelligence and remains an important method to overcome the intractable combinatory explosion of exponentially growing searches. List processes. To implement logic theorist on a computer, the 3 researchers developed a programming language, IPL, which used the same form of symbolic list processing that would later form the basis of McCarthy's Lisp programming language, an important language still used by AI researchers. Philosophical implications. Pamela McCordick writes that logical theorist was a proof positive the machine could perform tasks heretofore considered intelligent, creative, and uniquely human. And as such, it represents a milestone in the development of artificial intelligence and our understanding of intelligence in general. Simon told a graduate class in January 1956, over Christmas, Al Newell and I invented thinking machines, and would write, we invented a computer program capable of thinking non-numerically and therefore solved the venerable mind-body problem, explaining how a system composed of matter can have properties of mind. The statement that machines can have minds just as people do will later named Strong AI by philosopher John Searle. It remains a serious subject of debate up to the present day. Pamela McCordick also sees the logical theorist as the debut of a new theory of mind, the information processing model, sometimes a computationalism or cognitivism. She writes that this view would come to be the central to their later work, and in their opinion is central to the understanding of mind in the 20th century, as Darwin's principle of natural selection had been to understanding biology in the 19th century. Newell and Simon would later formalize this proposal as the physical symbol systems hypothesis. So there you have it, the central part of the cognitive revolution. And so here's one more, also the Rand Corporation, Newell and Simon. The general problem solver. General problem solver is a computer program created in 1957 by Herbert Simon, Shaw, and Alan Newell. The Rand Corporation intended to work as a universal problem-solving machine. In contrast to the former logical theorist project, the general problem solver works with means-ends analysis. Overview. Any problem that can be expressed as a well-formed formula or horn clauses and that constitutes a directed graph with one or more sources, that is axioms, and sinks, that is desired conclusions, can be solved in principle by a general problem solver. Proofs in the predicate logic and Euclidean geometry problem spaces are prime examples of the domain of the applicability of the general problem solver. It was based on Simon Newell's theoretical work on logic machines. General problem solver was the first computer program which separated its knowledge of problems, rules represented as input data, from its strategy of how to solve problems. A generic solver engine, general problem solver, was implemented in the third order programming language IPL. When general problem solver solves simple problems such as the towers of Hanoi that could be sufficiently formalized, it could not solve any real-world problems because search was easily lost in the combinatorial explosion. Put another way, the number of walks through the inferential digraph became computationally untenable. In practice, even a straightforward state space search, such as the towers of Hanoi, can become computationally infeasible, albeit judicious prunings of the state space can be achieved by such elementary AI techniques. The user defined objects and operations that could be done on the objects, and general problem solver generate heuristics by means-end analysis in order to solve problems that focus on the available operations, finding what inputs were acceptable and what outputs were generated. It then created sub-goals to get closer to the goal. The general problem solver paradigm eventually evolved into SOAR architecture for artificial intelligence, or SOAR as a cognitive architecture, which we talked about earlier, and we'll talk about more. Okay, so moving right along. Minimax. Minimax, or saddle point, is a decision rule used in artificial intelligence, decision theory, game theory, statistics, and philosophy for minimizing the possible loss for a worst case maximum loss scenario. When dealing with gains, it is referred to maximin to maximize the minimum gain, originally formulated for several player zero-sum game theory, covering both the cases where players take alternative moves and those where they make simultaneous moves. It has also been extended to more complex games and to general decision-making in the presence of uncertainty. I actually have slides on Minimax. So, there's so many of these algorithms, but I'm just trying to talk about a few of the ones that are historically important, especially for cognitive architectures. Means-ends analysis. Means-ends analysis is a problem-solving technique used commonly in artificial intelligence for limiting search in AI programs. It is also a technique used at least since the 1950s as a creativity tool, most frequently mentioned in engineering books on design methods. Means-ends analysis is also related to means-end chain approach used commonly in consumer behavioral analysis. It is also a way to clarify one's thought when embarking on a mathematical proof. Problem solving is search. An important aspect of intelligent behavior as studied in AI is goal-based problem solving, a framework in which the solution to a problem can be described by finding a sequence of actions that lead to a desirable goal. A goal-seeking system is supposed to be connected to the outside environment by sensory channels through which it receives information about the environment and motor channels through which it acts on the environment. The term afferent is used to describe inward sensory flows and efferent to describe outward motor commands. In addition, the system has some means of storing in a memory information about the state of the environment, afferent information, and information about the actions, efferent information. Ability to attain goals depends on building up associations, simple or complex, between particular changes in states and particular actions that will bring these changes about. Search is a process of discovery and assembly of sequences of action that will lead from a given state to a desired state. While this strategy may be appropriate for machine learning and problem solving, it is not always suggested for humans, as cognitive load theory and its implication. How means-ends analysis works. The means-ends analysis technique is a strategy to control search and problem solving. Given a current state and goal state, an action is chosen that will reduce the difference between the two. The action is performed at the current state to produce a new state, and the process is recursively applied to this new state and the goal state. Note that in order for means-ends analysis to be effective, the goal-seeking system must have a means of associating to any kind of detectable difference is those actions that are relevant to reducing that difference. It must also have means for detecting the progress it is making, the changes in the difference between the actual and desired states, and some attempted sequences of actions may fail, and hence some alternate sequences may be tried. When knowledge is available concerning the importance of differences, the most important difference is selected first to further improve the average performance of the means-ends analysis over the other brute force search strategies. However, even without the ordering of differences according to importance, means-ends analysis improves over other search heuristics, again in the average case, by focusing the problems solving on the actual difference between the current state and that of the goal. Some AI systems using means-ends analysis. The means-ends analysis technique as a problem-solving strategy was first introduced in 1961 by Alan Newell and Herbert Simon in their computer solving program General Problem Solver. In the implementation, the correspondence between differences in actions, also called operators, is provided a priori as knowledge in the system. In the General Problem Solver, this knowledge was in the form of a table of connections. When the actions and side effects of applying the operator are penetrable, the search may select the relevant operators by inspection and operators and do without a table of connections, the latter case of which canonical examples of strips. An automated planning computer program allows task-independent correlations of differences to the operators which reduce them. Prodigy, a problem solver developed in large learning assisted automated planning project that started at Carnegie Mellon University by Jamie Carbonwell, Stephen Minton, and Craig Knobloch, in another system that uses means-ends analysis. Professor Morten Lind at the Technical University of Denmark has developed a tool called multi-level flow modeling. It performs means-ends based diagnostic reasoning for industrial controls and automation systems. Okay, and a few more algorithms are important. Search algorithm. In computer science, a search algorithm is an algorithm designed to solve a search problem. Search algorithms work to retrieve information stored within a particular data structure or calculate in the search space of a problem domain with either discrete or continuous values. Although search engines use search algorithms, they belong to the study of information retrieval, not algorithmics. The appropriate search algorithm to use often depends on the data structure being searched and may also include prior knowledge about the data. Search algorithms can be made faster and more efficient by specially constructed database structures such as search trees, hash maps, and database indexes. Search algorithms can be classified based on the mechanisms of searching into three types of algorithms: linear, binary, and hashing. Linear search algorithms check every record for the one associated with the target key in a linear fashion. Binary or half-interval searches repeatedly target the center of the search structure and divide the search space in half. Comparison search algorithms improve the linear searching by successfully eliminating records based on comparisons of the key until the target record is found and can be applied to the data structure with a defined order. Digital search algorithms work based on the properties of digits in data structures by using numerical keys. Finally, hashing directs map keys to records based on a hash function. Algorithms are often evaluated in their computational complexity or maximum theoretical runtime. Binary search functions, for example, have a maximum complexity of O, a log to the n, or logarithmic time. In simpler terms, the maximum number of operations needed to find a search target is a logarithmic function of the size of the search space. And finally, recursion. And I also have slides on recursion. So just read a little bit of this. Recursion occurs when the definition of a concept or process depends on a simpler version of itself. Recursion is used in a variety of disciplines ranging from linguistics to logic. The most common application of recursion is in mathematics and computer science, where a function being defined is applied within its own definition. While this apparently defines an infinite number of instances, it is often done in such a way that there is no infinite loop or infinite change of reference can occur. A process that exhibits recursion is called recursive. Formal definitions. In mathematics and computer science, a class of objects or methods exhibits recursive behavior when it can be defined by two properties: a simple base case or cases, a terminating scenario that does not use recursion to produce an answer, and recursive step, a set of rules that reduces all successive cases towards the base case. Informal definition. Recursion is the process or procedure goes through when one of the steps of the procedure involves invoking the procedure itself. A procedure that goes through recursion is said to be recursive. To understand recursion, one must recognize the distinction between a procedure and the running of a procedure. A procedure is a set of steps based on a set of rules, while the running of a procedure involves actually following the rules and performing the steps. Recursion is related to, but not the same as, a reference within the specification of a procedure to the execution of some other procedure. When a procedure is thus defined, this immediately creates the possibility of an endless loop. Recursion can only be properly used in a definition if the step in question is skipped in certain cases so that the procedure can complete. But even if It is properly defined. A recursive procedure is not easy for humans to perform, as it requires distinguishing the new from the old, partially executed invocation of the procedure. This requires some administration as to how far various simultaneous instances of the procedures have progressed. For this reason, recursive definitions are very rare in everyday situations. In language, linguist Noam Chomsky, among others, has argued that the lack of upper bound on the number of grammatical sentences in a language and the lack of upper bound of grammatical sentence length beyond practical constraints such as time available to utter one can be explained as the consequence of recursion in natural language. This can be understood in terms of recursive definition of syntactic categories such as a sentence. A sentence can have a structure in which what follows the verb is another sentence. Dorothy thinks witches are dangerous, in which the sentence witches are dangerous occurs in the larger one. So a sentence can be defined recursively, very roughly, as something with a structure that includes a noun phrase, a verb, and optionally another sentence. This is really just a special case of the mathematical definition of recursion. This provides a way of understanding the creativity of language, the unbounded number of grammatical sentences, because it immediately predicts the sentences can be of arbitrary length. Dorothy thinks that Toto suspects that the Tin Man said that there are many structures apart from sentences that can be defined recursively, and therefore many ways in which a sentence can embed instances of one category inside another. Over the years, languages in general have proved amenable to this kind of analysis. The generally accepted idea is that recursion is essentially a property of human language, has been channeled by Daniel Everett on the basis of his claim about the Paraha language. Andrew Nevins and David Setsky and Celine Rodriguez are among many who have argued against this. Literary self-reference can, in any case, be argued to be different in kind from mathematical logical recursion. Recursion plays a crucial role not only in syntax, but also in natural language semantics. The word and, for example, can be construed as a function that can apply a sentence meaning to create new sentences, and likewise for noun phrase meanings, verb phrase meanings, and others, it can apply to intransitive verbs, transitive verbs, or disintransitive verbs in order to provide a single detonation for it that is suitably flexible and is typically defined so it can take any of these different types of meanings as arguments. This can be done by defining it for a simple case in which combines sentences and thus defining the other case recursively in terms of the simple one. A recursive grammar is a formal grammar that contains recursive production rules. In recursive humor, mathematics, the recursively defined sets, computer science is an algorithm. Okay, and divide and conquer algorithm. In computer science, divide and conquer is an algorithm design paradigm. A divide and conquer algorithm recursively breaks down a problem into two or more subproblems of the same or related type until these become simple enough to be solved directly. The solutions of the subproblem are then combined to give solution to the original problem. The divide and conquer technique is the basis of efficient algorithms for many problems, such as sorting, multiplying large numbers, finding closest pair of points, syntactic analysis, and computing the discrete Fourier transform. Designing efficient divide and conquer algorithms can be difficult, as a mathematical induction is often necessary to generalize the problem to make it amenable to a recursive solution. The correctness of a divide and conquer algorithm is usually proved by mathematical induction, and its computational cost is often determined by solving recurrence relations. Divide and conquer. The divide and conquer paradigm is often used to find optimal solution of a problem. Its basic idea is to decompose a given problem into two or more similar but simpler subproblems to solve them in turn, and to compose their solution to solve the given problem. Problems of sufficient simplicity are solved directly. For example, to sort a given list of n natural numbers, split it into two lists of about n divided by two numbers each, sort each of them in turn, and interleave both results appropriately to obtain the sorted version of the given list. This approach is known as the merge sort algorithm. The name divide and conquer is sometimes applied to algorithms that reduce each problem to only one subproblem, such as the binary search algorithm for finding a record in a sorted list. These algorithms can be implemented more efficiently than general divide and conquer algorithms, and particularly if they use tail recursion, They can be converted into simple loops. Under this broad definition, however, every algorithm that uses recursion or loops could be regarded as a divide and conquer algorithm. Therefore, some authors consider the name divide and conquer should be used only when each problem may generate two or more subproblems. The name decrease and conquer has been proposed instead for the single subproblem class. An important application of divide and conquer is optimization, where if the search space is reduced, pruned by a constant factor in each step, the overall algorithm has the same asymptotic complexity as the pruning step, with the constant depending on the pruning factor that is known as prune and search. Early historical examples. Early examples of these algorithms are primary decrease and conquer. The original problem is successfully broken down into single subproblems and indeed can be solved iteratively. Binary search and decrease and conquer algorithms where the subproblems are of roughly half the size has a long history, with a clear description of the algorithm on computers appeared in 1946, an article by John Malchley. The idea of using a sorted list of items to facilitate searching dates back at least as far as Babylonian 200 BC. Another ancient decrease and conquer algorithm is the Euclidean algorithm to compute the greatest common divisor of two numbers by reducing the numbers to smaller equivalent subproblems, which dates several centuries BC. An early example of divide and conquer algorithm with multiple subproblems is Gauss's 1805 description of what is now called Cooley-Turkey's fast Fourier transform algorithm, although he did not analyze its operational count quantitatively, and fast Fourier transforms did not become widespread until they were rediscovered over a century later. An earlier two subproblem divide and conquer algorithm that was specifically developed for computers and properly analyzed is the merge sort algorithm invented by John von Neumann in 1945. Another notable example of the algorithm invented by Anatoly Karstuba in 1960 that could multiply two n-digit numbers. This algorithm disproved Andrei Kolmogorov's 1956 conjecture. Another example of divide and conquer algorithm that did not originally involve computers, Daniel Nuff gives the method a post office typically uses to route mail. Letters are sorted into separate bags for different geographical areas. Each of these bags itself sorted into batches for smaller subregions, and so on until they're delivered. This is in relation to a radix sort described as a punch card sorting machines as early in the 1929. Advantages: solving difficult problems. Divide and conquer is a powerful tool for solving conceptually difficult problems. All it requires is a way of breaking the problem to subproblems, of solving the trivial cases, and then combining the subproblems to the original problem. Similarly, decrease and conquer only requires reducing the problem to a single smaller problem, such as the classic Tower Hanoi puzzle, which reduces moving a tower of height n to move a tower of height of n-1. Algorithm of efficiency. The divide and conquer paradigm often helps in discovering of efficient algorithms. It was the key, for example, to Karstuba's fast manipulation method, the quicksort and merge sort algorithms. In all these examples, the divide and conquer approach led to improvement on the asymptotic cost of a solution. Parallelism. Divide and conquer algorithms are naturally adapted for execution of multiprocessor machines, especially shared memory systems, where the communication of data between processors does not need to be planned in advance because distinct subproblems can be executed on different processors. In memory access, divide and conquer algorithms naturally tend to make efficient use of memory caches. That's because the reason is that once a subproblem is small enough, it and all subproblems can in principle be solved within the cache without accessing the slower main memory. An algorithm designed to exploit the cache in a way is called cache oblivious because it does not obtain the cache size as an explicit parameter. Moreover, divide and conquer algorithms can be designed for important algorithms to be optimal cache oblivion algorithms. They use the cache in probably optimal way in asymptotic sense, regardless of the cache size. In contrast, the traditional approach to exploiting the cache is blocking as in loop nested optimization, where the problem is explicitly divided into chunks of the appropriate size. This can also use the cache optimally, but only when the algorithm is tuned for the specific cache sizes of a particular machine. The same advantages exist with regards to other hierarchical storage systems. Round-off control and computations with rounded arithmetic with floating point numbers and a divide and conquer algorithm may yield more accurate results than a superficially equivalent iterative method. Implementation issues. Recursion. Divide and conquer algorithms are naturally implemented as recursive procedures. In that case, the partial subproblems leading to one currently being solved are automatically stored in a procedural call stack. A recursive function is a function that calls itself within its definition. Explicit stack. Divide and conquer algorithms can be implemented by a non-recursive program that stores its partial subproblems in some explicit data structure, such as a stack, queue, or priority queue. This approach allows more freedom of the choice of the subproblem that is to be solved next, a feature that is important in some applications. This approach is also the standard solution in programming language that do not provide support for recursive procedures. Stack size. In recursive implementations of divide and conquer algorithms, one must make sure that there is sufficient memory allocated for the recursion stack. Otherwise, the execution may fail because stack overflow. Divide and conquer algorithms that are time efficient often have relatively small recursion depths. Stack overflow may be difficult to avoid when using recursive procedures, since many compilers assume that the recursion stack is a contiguous area of memory and some allocate a fixed amount of space to it. Compilers may also save more information in the recursive stack than is strictly necessary, such as return address, unchanging parameters, and the internal variables of the procedure. Thus, the risk of stack overflow can be reduced by minimizing the parameters and internal variables of the recursive procedure or by using an explicit stack structure. Choosing the base case. In any recursive algorithm, there is considerable freedom in choice of the base cases, the small subproblems that are solved directly in order to terminate the recursion. Choosing the smallest or simplest possible base case is more elegant and usually leads to simpler programs because there are fewer cases to consider and they're easier to solve. For example, a fast Fourier transform algorithm could stop the recursion when the input is at a single sample, and the quick sort list sorting algorithm could stop when the input is the empty list. In both examples, there is only one base case to consider and it requires no processing. On the other hand, efficiency often improves if the recursion is stopped at relatively large base case, and these are solved non-recursively, resulting in a hybrid algorithm. The strategy avoids the overhead of recursive calls that do little or no work and may also allow the use of specialized non-recursive algorithms that, for those base cases, are more efficient than explicit recursion. A general procedure for simple hybrid recursive algorithms is short-circuiting the base case, also known as arm's length recursion. In this case, whether the next step will result in the base case is checked for the function call, avoiding an unnecessary function call. For example, in a tree, rather than recursing to a child node and then checking whether it's null, checking a null before recursing avoids the half the function calls in some algorithms of binary trees. Since the divide and conquer algorithm eventually reduces each problem of or subproblem instance to a large number of base instances, these often dominate the overall cost of the algorithm, especially when the splitting joining overhead is low. Note that these considerations do not depend on whether recursion is implemented by the compiler or by explicit stack. Dynamic programming for overlapping subproblems. For some problems, the branch recursion may end up evaluating the same subproblem many times over. In such cases, it may be worth identifying and saving the solutions to these overlapping subproblems, a technique which is commonly known as memoization. Following to the limit leads to bottom-up divide and conquer algorithms such as dynamic programming. And we'll see that divide and conquer is possibly one of the more likely things that the brain or mind does. So, the due diligence of going through these, at some point we're going to have to examine which one of these algorithms does the mind possibly perform? Or if the mind performs these algorithms, how does the mind go about performing these algorithms? And, the reverse anthropomorphization. So let's look one here at the history of AI and the AI winter. And this correlates to some of the stuff we were talking about, research funding and the cognitive revolution. AI winter. In the history of artificial intelligence, an AI winter is a period of reduced funding and interest in artificial intelligence research. The field has experienced several hype cycles, followed by disappointment and criticism, followed by funding cuts, followed by renewed interest years and even decades later. The first term first appeared in 1984 as the topic of public debate at the annual meeting of the then American Association of Artificial Intelligence. Robert Schenck and Marvin Minsky, two leading AI researchers who experienced the winter of the 1970s, warned the business community the enthusiasm for AI had spiraled out of control in the 1980s and that disappointment would certainly follow. They described a chain reaction similar to a nuclear winter that would begin with pessimism in the AI community, followed by pessimism in the press, followed by a severe cutback in funding, followed by the end of serious research. 3 years later, the billion-dollar AI industry began to collapse. There were two major winters, approximately in 1974 to 1980 and 1987 to 2000, and several smaller episodes, including the following. In 1966, the failure of machine translation. 1969, criticisms of perceptrons. 1971 to 75, DARPA's frustration with the speech understanding research program at Carnegie Mellon. 1973, large decrease in AI research in the UK in response to Lighthill report. 1973-4, DARPA cutback to academic AI research in general. 1987, collapse of the Lisp machine market. 1988, cancellation of new spending on AI by the Strategic Computing Initiative. 1990, many expert systems were abandoned. 1990s, end of the fifth generation computer project's original goals. Enthusiasm and optimism of AI has generally increased since its low point in the early 1990s, beginning about 2012. Interest in artificial intelligence, and especially the subfield of machine learning from the research and corporate communities, has led to a dramatic increase in funding and investment, leading to the current AI boom. Early episodes: Machine Translation and the ALPAC report of 1966. Natural language processing research has its root in the early 1930s and begins its existence with the work of machine translation. However, significant advancements in the applications began to emerge after the publication of Warren Weaver's influential memorandum in 1949. The memorandum generated and note Warren Weaver's role in coining the term molecular biology and the Rockefeller Rand Corporation's funding of molecular biology. The memorandum generated great excitement with the research community. In the following years, notable events unfolded. IBM embarked on the development of the first machine. MIT appointed its first full-time professors in machine translation, and several conferences dedicated to machine translation took place. The culmination came with the public demonstration of the IBM Georgetown machine, which garnered widespread attention in respected newspapers in 1954. Just like the AI booms that have been followed by disparate AI winters, the media tended to exaggerate the significance of these developments. Headlines about the IBM Georgetown experiment proclaimed phrases like electronic brain translates Russian, the bilingual machine, robot brain translates Russian into King's English, and polyglot brainchild. However, the actual demonstrations involved the translation of a curated set of only 49 Russian sentences into English, with the machine's vocabulary limited to just 250 words. To put things into perspective, this study by Paul Nation found that humans needed a vocabulary of around 8,000 to 9,000 word families to comprehend written text with 98% accuracy. During the Cold War, the U.S. government was particularly interested in the automatic instant translation of Russian documents and scientific reports. The government aggressively supported efforts at machine translation starting in 1954. Another factor that propelled the field of mechanical translation was the interest shown by the CIA. During the period, the CIA firmly believed in the importance of developing machine translation capabilities and supported such initiatives. They also recognized that this program had implications that extended beyond the interest of the CIA intelligence communities. At the outset, the researchers were optimistic. Noam Chomsky's new work in grammar was streamlining the translation process, and there were many predictions of imminent breakthroughs. However, researchers had underestimated the profound difficulty of word sense disambiguation. In order to translate a sentence, a machine needed to have some idea what the sentence was about, otherwise it made mistakes. An apocryphal example is "the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak." Translated back and forth with Russian, it became "the vodka is good and the meat is rotten." Later, researchers would call this the common sense knowledge problem. By 1964, the National Research Council had become concerned about the lack of progress and formed the Automatic Language Processing Advisory Committee to look into the problem. They concluded in the famous 1966 report that machine translation was more expensive less accurate, and slower than human translation. After spending some $20 million, the NRC ended all support, careers were destroyed, and research ended. Machine translation shared the same path with natural language processing, from the rules-based approaches through the statistical approaches up to the neural network approaches, which have in 2023 culminated in large language models. The failure of single-layer neural networks in 1969. Simple networks or circuits of connected units, including Walter Pitts and Warren McClelland's neural network for logic and Marvin Minsky's SNRC system, have failed to deliver the promised results and were abandoned in the late 1950s. Following the success of programs such as the logical theorist and the general problem solver, algorithms for manipulating symbols seemed more promising at the time as a mean to achieving logical reasoning, viewed at the time as the essence of intelligence, either natural or artificial. Interest in perceptrons, invented by Frank Rosenblatt, were kept alive only by the sheer force of his personality. He optimistically predicted that the perceptron may eventually be able to learn, make decisions, and translate languages. Mainstream research into perceptrons ended partially because the 1969 book Perceptrons by Marvin Minsky and Seymour Papert emphasized the limits of what perceptrons could do. Major funding for Project Neural Network approaches was difficult to find in the 1970s and early 1980s. Important theoretical work continued despite the lack of funding. The winter of neural networks approach came to an end in the middle of the 1980s when the work of John Hopfield, David Rumelhard, and others revived large-scale interest. Rosenblatt did not live to see this, however, and he died in a boating accident shortly after Perceptrons was published. The setbacks of 1974. The Lighthill Report. In 1973, Professor Sir James Lighthill was asked by the UK Parliament to evaluate the state of AI research in the United Kingdom. His report, now called the Lighthill Report, criticized the utter failure of AI to achieve its grandiose objectives. He concluded that nothing being done in AI could not be done in other sciences. He specifically mentioned the problem of the combinatorial explosion or intractability, which implied that many AI's most successful algorithms would grind to a halt on real-world problems and were only suitable for solving toy versions. The report was contested in a debate broadcast on the BBC Controversy series in 1973. The debate, The General Purpose Robot is a Mirage, from the Royal Institution, was Lighthill versus the team of Donald Meache, John McCarthy, and Richard Gregory. McCarthy later wrote that the combinatorial explosion problem had been recognized in AI from the beginning. The report led to a complete dismantling of AI research in England. AI research continued only a few universities. Research would not revive on a large scale until 1983, when Alvery, a research project of the British government, began to fund AI again from a war chest of $350 million in response to the Japanese fifth generation project. Alvery had a number of UK-only requirements, which did not sit well internationally, especially with US partners, and lost phase 2 funding. DARPA's early 1970s funding cuts. During the 1960s, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, then known as ARPA, now known as DARPA, providing millions of dollars for AI research with few strings attached. Licklider, the founding director of DARPA's computing division, believed in funding people, not project, and he and several successors allowed AI's leaders, such as Marvin Minsky, John McCarthy, Herbert Zine, and Newell, to spend it almost any way they liked. This attitude changed after the passage of the Mansfield Amendment in 1969, which required DARPA to fund mission-oriented directed research rather than the basic undirected research. Pure undirected research of the kind that had gone on in the 1960s would no longer be funded by DARPA. Researchers now had to show that their work would soon produce some useful military technology. AI research proposals were held to a very high standard. The situation was not helped when the Lighthill Report and DARPA's own study suggested that most AI research was unlikely to produce anything truly useful in the foreseeable future. DARPA's money was directed at specific projects with identifiable goals, such as autonomous tanks and battle management systems. By 1974, funding for AI projects was hard to find. AI researchers Hans Moravec blamed the crisis on the unrealistic predictions of his colleagues. Many researchers were caught up in a web of increasing exaggerations. Their initial promises to DARPA had been too optimistic. Of course, when they delivered stopped considerably short of that, but they felt they couldn't in their next proposal promise less than in the first one, so they promised more. The result, Moravec claimed, is that some of the staff at DARPA had lost patience with AI research. It was literally phrased at DARPA that some of these people were going to be taught a lesson by having their $2 million a year contracts cut to almost nothing. While the autonomous tank project was a failure, the battle management system proved to be enormously successful, saving billions in the first Gulf War, repaying all of DARPA's investment in AI and justifying DARPA's pragmatic policy. In the sword debacle, DARPA was deeply disappointed when researchers working on the speech understanding research program at Carnegie Mellon University, DARPA had hoped for, and it felt it had been promised a system that could respond to voice commands from a pilot. The sword team had developed a system which could recognize spoken English, but only if the words were spoken in a particular order. DARPA felt that it had been duped. In 1974, they canceled $3 million a year contract. Many years later, several successful speech recognition systems would use the technology developed by the Carnegie Mellon team, such as hidden Markov models, and the market for speech recognition systems would reach $4 billion by 2001. The setbacks of the late 1980s and 1990s. The collapse of the Lisp machine market. In the 1980s, a form of AI program called an expert system was adopted by corporations around the world. The first commercial expert system was XCON, developed at Carnegie Mellon for Digital Equipment Corporation, and it was an enormous success. It was estimated to have saved the company $40 million over just 6 years of operation. Corporations around the world began to develop and deploy expert systems, and by 1985, they were spending over $1 billion on AI, most of it to in-house AI departments. An industry grew up to support them, including software companies like Technology and IntelliCorp, and hardware companies like Symbolics and Lisp Machines, who built specialized computers called Lisp Machines that were optimized to process the programming language Lisp, the preferred language for AI. In 1987, 3 years after Minsky and Shap's prediction, the market for specialized Lisp-based AI hardware collapsed. Workstations by companies like Sun Microsystems offered a powerful alternative to Lisp machines, and companies like Lucid offered Lisp environments for the new class of workstations. The performance of these general workstations became an increasingly difficult challenge to Lisp machines. Companies like Lucid and Friends Lisp offered increasingly powerful versions of Lisp that were portable to all Unix systems. For example, benchmarks were published showing workstations maintaining a performance advantage over the systems. Later, desktop computers built by Apple and IBM would also offer simpler, more powerful, popular architecture to run Lisp applications on. By 1987, some of them had become as powerful as the more expensive Lisp machines. The desktop computer had rule-based engines such as Clips available. These alternatives left consumer with no reason to buy an expensive machine specialized for running Lisp. An entire industry worth $500 million was replaced in a single year. By the early 1990s, most commercial Lisp companies had failed, including Symbolics, Lisp Machines, Lucid. Other companies like Texas Instruments and Xerox abandoned the field. A small number of customer companies, that is, companies using systems written in Lisp and developed on Lisp machine platforms, continued to maintain systems. In some cases, this maintenance involved the assumption of the resulting support work. Slowdown in deployment of expert systems. By the early 1990s, the earliest successful expert system, such as XCOM, proved too expensive to maintain. They were difficult to support. They could not learn. They were brittle. They could make grotesque mistakes when given unusual inputs, and they fell prey to problems such as the qualification problem that had been identified years earlier in research in non-monotonic logic. Expert systems proved useful, but only in a few special contexts. Another problem dealt with the computational hardness of truth maintenance efforts for general knowledge. KEE used an assumption-based approach supporting multiple world scenarios that was difficult to understand and apply. The few remaining expert system shell companies were eventually forced to downsize and search for new markets and software paradigms like case-based reasoning and universal database access. The match-race and a common list saved many systems such as ICAD, which found applications in knowledge-based engineering. Other systems such as IntelliJ moved Lisp to C++ on the PC and helped establish object-oriented technology, including providing major support for the development of UML. The end of the fifth generation project. In 1981, the Japanese Minister of International Trade and Industry set aside $850 million for the fifth generation computer project. The objectives were to write programs and build machines that could carry on conversations, translate languages, interpret pictures, and reason like human beings. By 1991, the impressive list of goals penned in 1981 had not been met. According to H.B. Newquist, in the brain makers. On June 1st, 1992, the fifth generation project ended, not with a successful roar, but a whimper. As with other AI projects, expectations were much higher than what was actually possible. Strategic Computing Initiative cutbacks. In 1983, in response to the fifth generation project, DARPA again began to fund AI research throughout the Strategic Computing Initiative. As originally produced, the project would begin with practical, achievable goals, which even included artificial and general intelligence and long-term objective. The program was under the direction of the Information Processing Technology Office and was also directed at supercomputing and microelectronics. By 1985, it had spent $100 million and 92 projects were underway at 60 institutions, half in industry, half in university and governments. AI research was well funded by the SCI. Jack Schwartz, who ascended to leadership of the IPTO in 1987, dismissed expert systems as clever programming and cut funding to AI deeply and brutally. Eviscerating SCI, Schwartz felt that DARPA should focus its funding only on those technologies which showed the most promise. In his words, DARPA should surf rather than dog paddle, and he felt strongly AI was not the next wave. Insiders in the program cited problems in communication, organization, and integration. A few projects survived the funding cuts, including pilot assistance and autonomous land vehicles, which were never delivered, and the DART battle management system, which noted above was successful. AI went during the 1990s and early 2000s. A survey of reports from the early 2000s suggests that AI's reputation was still less than stellar. Alex Castro quoted in The Economist on June 2007, investors were put off by the term voice recognition, which, like artificial intelligence, is associated with systems that have all too often failed to live up to their promises. Patty Tascarlo in Pittsburgh Business Time 2006, some believe that the word robotics usually carries a stigma that hurts a company's chances at funding. John Marco of the New York Times 2005, at this low point, some computer scientists and software engineers avoided the term artificial intelligence for fear of being viewed as wild-eyed dreamers. Many researchers in AI in the mid-2000s deliberately called their work by other names such as informatics, machine learning, analytics, knowledge-based systems, business rule management, cognitive systems, intelligent agents, computational intelligence, to indicate that their work emphasizes particular tools or is directed at a particular sub-problem. Although this may be partially because they consider their field to be fundamentally different from AI, it is also true that the new names help procure funding by avoiding the stigma of false promises attached to the name artificial intelligence. In the late 1990s and the early 21st century, AI technology became widely used as elements of larger systems, but the field is rarely credited for these successes. In 2006, Nick Bostrom explained that a lot of cutting-edge AI has filtered into general applications, often without being called AI, because once something becomes useful enough and common enough, it's not labeled AI anymore. Rodney Brooks stated around the same time that there's a stupid myth out there that AI has failed, but AI is around you every second of the day. Current AI, summer 2005 to present. AI reached the height levels of interest and funding in its history in the 2020s by every possible measure, including publications, patent applications, total investment, $50 billion in 2022, and job openings, 800,000 U.S. job openings in 2022. The success of the current AI spring or AI boom are advances in language translation, particularly Google Translate, image recognition, spurred by the ImageNet training database, and commercialized by Google Image Search, and in game playing systems such as AlphaZero and AlphaGo and Watson. A turning point was in 2012 when AlexNet, a deep learning network, won the ImageNet large-scale vision recognition challenge with half as many errors as the second place winner. The recent release of OpenAI's AI chatbot ChatGPT, which now has over 100 million users, has reinvigorated the discussion about artificial intelligence and its effect on the world. Google CEO Sundar Pichai has stated that AI will be the most important technology that humans create. Okay, one last one. And this one's pretty long. And so anyone sticking with me, anyone still watching, I hope you're gaining a lot of important information here. But it's pretty tedious, so just to do the due diligence, and we'll see how this pieces together as we go. So I'm putting out a lot of information, and hopefully over the next few months we're going to come back to a lot of this, and you see that these concepts are important, and it'll be worth the while to have gone through them. And this is just the introduction. Algorithm characterizations. Algorithm characterizations are attempts to formalize the word algorithm. Algorithm does not have a generally accepted formal definition. Researchers are actively working on this problem. This article will present some of the characterizations of the notion of algorithm in more detail. The problem of definition. Over the last 200 years, the definition of the algorithm has become more complicated in detail as researchers have tried to pin down the term. Indeed, there may be more than one type of algorithm, but most agree that algorithms has something to do with defining generalized processes for the creation of output integers from other input integers. Input parameters arbitrary and infinite in extent or limited in extent but still variable by the manipulation of distinguishable symbols with finite collection of rules that a person can perform with paper and pencil. The most common number manipulator schemes, both in formal mathematics and in routine life, are the recursive functions calculated by a person with a paper and pencil in the Turing machine or its Turing equivalents, the primitive register machine or counter machine model, and the random access machine model, RAM, the random access stored, programmable machine model, RASP, and the functional equivalent, the computer. When we're doing arithmetic, we are really calculating by the use of recursive functions and the shorthand algorithms we learned in grade school, for example, adding and subtracting. The proofs that every recursive function we can calculate by hand we can compute by machine and vice versa. Note that the usage of the word calculate versus compute is remarkable, but this equivalence together with the thesis that this includes every calculation computation indicates why so much emphasis has been placed on the use of Turing equivalent machines in the definition of specific algorithms, and why the definition of algorithm itself often refers back to the Turing machine. This is discussed in more detail under Stephen Klein's characterization. The following are summaries of the most famous characterizations, Klein, Markov, Knuth, together with those that introduce novel elements that further expand the definition or contribute to a more precise definition. Chomsky's hierarchy. There's more consensus on the characterization of the notion of simple algorithm. All algorithms need to be specified in a formal language, and the simplicity notion arises from the simplicity of the language. The Chomsky 1956 hierarchy is a containment hierarchy of classes of formal grammars that generate formal languages. It is used for classifying programming language and abstract machines. From Chomsky's hierarchy perspective, if the algorithm can be specified on a simpler language than unrestricted, it can be characterized by this kind of language, else it is a typical unrestricted algorithm. Examples, a general purpose macro language like M4 is unrestricted, Turing complete, but the C processor macro language is not. So any algorithm expressed in C preprocessor is a simple algorithm. And so you see Chomsky's 1956 algorithm hierarchy. Features of good algorithm. The following are desirable features of well-defined algorithm as discussed by Schneider and Gersling in 1995. Unambiguous operations. The algorithm must have specific outlined steps. The steps should be exact enough to precisely specify what to do at each step. Well ordered. The exact order of operations performed in algorithm should be concretely defined. Feasibility. All steps of an algorithm should be possible, also known as effective computable. Input in algorithm should be able to accept a well-defined set of inputs. Output in algorithm should produce some result as an output so that its correctness can be reasoned about. Fittedness, an algorithm should terminate after a finite number of instructions. Properties of specific algorithms that may be desirable include space and time efficiency, in generality, or determinism. 1881, John Venn's negative reaction to Stanley Jevons' logical machine of 1870. In the early 1870s, W. Stanley Jevons presented a logical machine for analyzing a syllogism or other logical form, an argument reduced to a Boolean equation by means of what Coudray 1914 called the sort of logical piano. The equalities which represented the premises are played on a keyboard like that of a typewriter. While all the premises have been played, the panel shows only those constituents whose sum is equal to 1, that is the logical whole. This mechanical method has the advantage over Venn's geometric method. For his part, John Venn, a logical contemporary to Jevons, was less than thrilled, opining that it does not seem to me that any contrivances at present known or likely to be discovered really deserve the name of logical machines, but of historical use to the developing notion of algorithm and his explanation for his negative reaction with respect to a machine that may serve a really valuable purpose by enabling us to avoid otherwise inevitable labor. There's first the statement of our data in accurate logical language. Then secondly, we have to throw these statements into a form fit for the engine to work with. In this case, the reduction of each proposition to its elementary denials. Thirdly, there's the combination of further treatment of our premises after such reduction. Finally, the results have to be interpreted or read off. This last generality gives rise to much opening for skill and sagacity. He concludes that I cannot see any machine can hope to help us except for the third of these steps, so that it seems very doubtful whether anything of this sort really deserves the name of a logical engine. 1943-1952, Stephen Klein's characterization. The selection is longer and more detailed than the others because of its importance to the topic. Klein was the first to propose that all calculations, computations of every sort, the totality of can equivalently be calculated by use of 5 primitive recursive operators, plus one special operator called the mu operator, or be computed by the actions of the Turing machine or an equivalent model. Furthermore, he opined that either of these would stand as a definition of an algorithm. A reader first confronting the words that follow may be confused where a brief explanation is in order. Calculation means done by hand. Computation means done by a Turing machine or equivalent. Sometimes an author slips and interchanges the words. A function can be thought of as an input-output box into which a person puts natural numbers called arguments or parameters and gets out a single non-negative integer. Think of the function box as a little man either calculating by hand using general recursion or computing by a Turing machine. Effective, calculable, computable is more generic and means calculable, computable by some procedure, method, technique, whatever. General recursive was Klein's way of thinking, way of writing what today is just called recursion. However, primitive recursion, calculation by the use of 5 recursive operators, is a lesser form of recursion that lacks access to the 6th additional mu operator that is needed only in rare occasions. Thus, most of life goes on requiring only the primitive recursive functions. 1943, Thesis I's, and 1952, Church's thesis. In 1943, Klein proposed what had become known as Church's thesis. Thesis I, every effectively calculable function is generally recursive. In a nutshell, to calculate any function, the only operation a person needs are the 6 primitive operators of general recursion. Klein's first statement was under the section titled Algorithmic Theories. He would later amplify it to the text in 1952 as follows. Thesis I and its converse provide the exact definition of the notion of a calculation, procedure, or algorithm for the case of a function predicate of natural numbers. His use of the word decision and predicate extends the notion of calculability to the more general manipulation of symbols, such as occurs in mathematical proofs. This is not as daunting as it may sound. General recursion is just a way of making our everyday arithmetic operations for the 5 operators of the primitive recursion function, together with the addition mu operator as needed. Indeed, Klein gives 13 examples of primitive recursion functions as Boulosberg's Jeffrey adds some more, most of which will be familiar to the reader: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, exponentation, the case function, concatenation, why general recursive functions rather than primitive recursive functions. Klein had to add a 6th recursive operator called the minimization operator, written as the mu operator, because Ackermann, 1925, produced a hugely growing function, the Ackermann function, and Rosner-Peter, 1935, produced a general method of creating recursive functions using Cantor's diagonal argument, neither of which could be described by the 5 primitive recursive function operators with respect to Ackermann's function. In a certain sense, the length of the computation algorithm of a recursive function, which is not also primitive recursive, grows faster with the arguments than the value of any primitive recursive function. But the need for the mu operator is a rarity, as indicated above by Klein's list of common calculations. A person goes about their life happily computing primitive recursive functions without fear of encountering the monster numbers created by Ackermann's function, superexponentiation. 1952, Turing's thesis. Turing's thesis hypothesizes the computality of all computable functions by the Turing machine model and its equivalents. To do this in an effective manner, Klein extended the notion of computable by casting the net wider, by allowing into the notion of functions, both total functions and partial functions. A total function is one that is defined for all natural numbers. A partial function is defined for some natural numbers, but not all. The specification of some has to come up front. Thus, the inclusion of a partial function extends the notion of function to less perfect functions. Total and partial functions may either be calculated by hand or computed by machine. Thus, we have Turing's thesis. Every function which would naturally be regarded as a computable is computable by one of his machines. Although Klein did not give examples of computable functions, others have. For example, Davis, 1958, gives Turing's tables for the constant, successor, and identity function, 3 of the 5 operators of the primitive recursive function, computable by the Turing machine: addition, increment, common subtraction, proper subtraction, the identity function, and multiplication. Boulesberger Jeffries give the following as prose description of Turing machine for doubling, parity, addition, and multiplication. With regards to the counter machine, an abstract machine model equivalent to the Turing machine. Examples computable by Acubus machine: addition, multiplication, exponentation. Demonstrations of computability by the Acubus machine and the counter machine. Minsky, 1967, the 6 recursive function operators: the zero function, successor function, identity function, composition function, primitive recursion, induction, and minimization. The fact that the Acubus counter machine models can simulate the recursive function provides the proof that if a function is machine computable, then it's hand calculable by partial recursion. 1952, Church-Turing thesis. With his theorem 30, Klein proves the equivalence of the two theses, the Church thesis and the Turing thesis. Kirchen can only hypothesize, conjecture the truth of both these theses. These he has not proven. Theorem 30, the following classes of partial functions have the same members: the partial recursive function, the computable functions. Definition of the partial recursive function: a partial function is a partial recursive in the partial functions if there is a system of equations which defines the partial function recursively from partial functions. Thus, by Klein's theorem 30, either method of making numbers from input numbers, recursive functions calculated by hand or computing by Turing machines of the equivalent, results in an effectively calculable computable function. If we accept the hypothesis that every computation can be done by either method equivalently, we have accepted both Klein's theorem 30, the equivalence of, and the Church-Turing thesis, the hypothesis of every. A note on descent. There's more to algorithms, Blass and Gurvich, 2003. The notion of separating out Church and Turing's thesis from the Church-Turing thesis appears not only in Klein, but in Blass-Gurvich as well. But while there are agreements, there are also disagreements too. We disagree with Klein that the notion of algorithm is that well understood. In fact, the notion of algorithm is richer these days than it was in Turing's days, and there are algorithms of modern classical varieties not covered directly by Turing's analysis. For example, algorithms that interact with the environments, algorithms whose inputs are abstract structures, and geometric or more generally non-discrete algorithms. 1954, Markov Jr.'s characterizations. Andrei Markov Jr., 1954, provided the following definition of algorithms. In mathematics, algorithm is commonly understood to be an exact prescription defining a computational process leading from various initial data to the desired result. The following 3 features are characteristics of algorithms and determine their role in mathematics: the precision of the prescription, leaving no place to arbitrariness, and its universal comprehensibility; the definiteness of the algorithm, the possibility of starting out with initial data which may vary within given limits; the generality of the algorithm, the orientation of the algorithm toward obtaining some desired result, which is indeed obtained in the end with proper initial data; the conclusiveness of the algorithm. He admitted this definition does not pretend to mathematical precision. His 1954 monograph was his attempt to define algorithm more accurately. He saw his resulting definition as a normal algorithm as equivalent to the concept of the recursive function. His definition included 4 major components: separate elementary steps, each of which would be formed according to one of the substitution rules given at the outset; steps of local nature, Thus, the algorithm won't change more than a certain number of symbols to the left or right of the observed word symbol. Rules of the substitution formula. He called the list of these the scheme of the algorithm, and it means to distinguish a concluding substitution, distinguishable terminal final state, or states. In his introduction, Markov observed the entire significance for mathematics or efforts to define algorithm more precisely would be in connection to the problem of a constructive foundation of mathematics. Ian Stewart shares a similar belief constructive analysis is very much the same algorithmic spirit as computer science. Distinguishability and locality. Both notions first appeared with Turing, 1936. The new observed squares must be immediately recognizable as a computer. In 1936, a computer was a person. I think it's reasonable to suppose they can only be squares whose distances from the closest of the immediately observed squares does not exceed a certain fixed amount. Let's say that each of these new observed squares within L squares is one of the previously observed squares. Locality appears prominently in the works of Gurevich and Gandhi. 1980, Gandhi's fourth principle for mechanisms, the principle of local causality. We now come to the most important of our principles. In Turing's analysis, the requirement is that the action depend only on a bounded portion of the record was based on human limitation. We replace this by a physical limitation, which we call the principle of local causation. Its justification lie in the finite velocity of propagation of effects and signals. Contemporary physics rejects the possibility of instantaneous action at a distance. 1936 and 1963, 64, Gödel's characterization. 1936, a rather famous quote from Ricardo appears in a remark added in the proof in his paper on the length of proofs, translated by Martin Davis on Undecidable. A number of authors, Klein, Gurevich, Gandhi, have quoted the following. Thus, the concept of computable is in a certain definite sense absolute, while practically all other familiar mathematical concepts depend quite essentially on the system with respect to which they are defined. 1963, in a note to his famous paper on formally undecidable propositions, 1931, Gödel states his belief that formal systems have the characteristic property that reasoning in them, in principle, can be completely replaced by mechanical devices. Due to A.M. Turing's work, a precise and unquestionably adequate definition of the general notion of a formal system can now be given, and a completely general version of theorems 6 through 11 are now possible. In a 1964 note to another work, he expressed the same opinion more strongly and in more detail. In the postscriptum dated 1964 to a paper presented to the Institute for Advanced Study in spring 1934, Gödel amplified his conviction that a formal system are those that can be mechanized, and a consequence of later advances, in particular of that effect due to Turing's work, a precise and unquestionably adequate definition of the general concept of formal system can now be given. Turing's work gives the analysis of the concept of a mechanical procedure, alias algorithm or computational procedure or finite combinatorial procedure. This concept is shown to be equivalent with that of a Turing machine. A formal system can simply be defined to be any mechanical procedure for producing formulas called formulas. Church's definition encompasses so-called recursion and lambda calculus. His footnote 18 says that he discussed the relations of effective calculability and recursiveness with Gödel, but he independently questions effective calculability and lambda definability. We are now define the notion of an effective calculable function of positive integers by defining it with a notion of a recursive function of positive integers, or of a lambda definable function of positive integers. It has already been pointed out that for every function of positive integers which is effectively calculable, in the sense just defined, there exists an algorithm for the calculation of its value. Conversely, it is true. It would appear from this and the following that, far as Gödel was concerned, the Turing machine was sufficient and the lambda calculus was much less suitable. He goes on to make the point that with regards to limitations on human reason, the jury is still out. Note that the question of whether there exists a finite mechanistic procedures not equivalent with any algorithm has nothing whatsoever to do with the adequacy of the definition of formal system and of mechanical procedures. For theories of procedures, in a more general sense, indicated in the footnote, the situation may be different. Note that the results mentioned in the postscript do not establish any bounds for the powers of human reason, but rather for the potentialities of formalisms in mathematics. 1967, Minsky's characterization. Minsky badly asserts that an algorithm is an effective procedure and declines to use the word algorithm further in his text. In fact, his index makes it clear what he feels like about algorithm, synonym, or effective procedure. We will use the latter term in effective procedure in the sequel. The terms are roughly synonymous, but there are a number of shades of meaning used in different contexts, especially for algorithm. Other writers use the word effective procedure. This leads one to wonder, what is Minsky's notion of effective procedure? He starts out with a set of rules which tell us from a moment to moment precisely how to behave, but he recognizes that this is subject to a criticism. The criticism that the interpretation of the rules is left to depend on some person or agent. His refinement to specify, along with his statement of rules, the details of the mechanism that is to interpret them, to avoid the cumbersome process of having to do it over and over again for each individual procedure. He hopes to identify a reasonably uniform family for rule-obeying mechanisms. His formulation, a language which sets the behavior rules are to be expressed, and a single machine which can interpret statements in the language and thus carry out the steps for each specified process. In the end, though, he still worries that there remains a subjective aspect to the matter. Different people may not agree on whether a certain procedure should be called effective, but Minsky is undeterred. He immediately introduces Turing's analysis of the computational process. He quotes what he calls the Turing thesis. Any process which could naturally be called an effective procedure can be realized by a Turing machine. Minsky comments that a more general form is called the Church thesis. After an analysis of Turing's argument, he observes that the equivalence of many intuitive formulations of Turing, Church, Clean, Post, and Smulian leads us to suppose that there is really here an objective or absolute notion, as Rogers 1959 put it, in the sense the notion of effective computable function is one of the few absolute concepts produced by modern work of foundation of mathematics. 1967, Rogers characterizations. 1967, theory of recursive functions and effective computability. Hartley-Rogers characterization algorithm, roughly as a clerical deterministic bookkeeping procedure applied to symbolic inputs, in which will eventually yield for such input a corresponding symbolic output. He then goes on to describe the notion in approximate and intuitive terms as having 10 features, 5 of which he asserts that virtually all mathematicians would agree to. The remaining 5 he asserts are less obvious than 1 to 5, and about which we might find less general agreement. The 5 obvious are: an algorithm is a set of instructions of finite size. They're a capable computing agent. There are facilities for making, sorting, retrieving steps in computation. Given 1 and 2, the agent computes in discrete stepwise fashion without use of the continuous method of analog devices. The computing agent carries out the computation forward without resort to random methods or devices. The remaining 5 that he opens to debate are: no fixed bound of the size of the inputs, no fixed bounds of the size of the set of instructions, no fixed bounds on the amount of memory storage available, a fixed finite bound on the capacity or ability of the computing agents, a bound on the length of the computation should we have some idea ahead of time how long the computation will take. Rogers requires only the computation terminate after some finite number of steps. We do not insist on a priori ability to estimate this number. 1968 and 73, Knuth's characterization. Knuth has given a list of 5 properties that are widely accepted as requirements for an algorithm. Fittedness. An algorithm must always terminate after a finite number of steps, a very finite number, a reasonable number. Definiteness. Each step of an algorithm must be precisely defined. The action to be carried out must be rigorously and unambiguously specified for each case. Input. Quantities which are given to it initially before the algorithm begins. These inputs are taken from specified sets of objects. Output. The quantities which have specified relation to the input. Effectiveness. All the operations to be performed in the algorithm must be sufficiently basic that they can, in principle, be done exactly in a finite length of time by a man using paper and pencil. Knuth authors an example of the Euclidean algorithm for determining the greatest common divisor of 2 natural numbers. Knuth admits that while the description of an algorithm may be intuitively clear, it lacks formal rigor, since it is not exactly clear what precisely defined means, or rigorously and unambiguously specified mean, or sufficiently basic, and so forth. He makes an effort in this direction in his first volume, where he defines in detail what he calls machine language, and his mythical MIX, the world's first poly-unsaturated computer. Many of the algorithms in the book are written in the MIX language. He also uses tree diagrams, flow diagrams, and state diagrams. Goodness of an algorithm, best algorithms. Knuth states that in practice, We not only want algorithms, we want good algorithms. He suggests that some criterion of algorithms' goodness are the number of steps to perform the algorithm's adaptability to computers, its simplicity and elegance. Given a number of algorithms to perform the same computation, which one is the best? He calls this sort of inquiry algorithm analysis, given an algorithm to determine its performance characteristics. 1972, Stone's characterization. Stone and Newell were professors at Stanford University at the same time, so it's not surprising if there are similarities in their definitions. To summarize, we define an algorithm to be a set of rules that precisely defines a sequence of operations such as each rule is effective and definite and such that the sequence terminates in a finite time. Stone is noteworthy because his detailed discussions of what constitutes an effective rule, his robot or person acting as robot must have some information and abilities with them, and if not the information and the ability must be provided for an algorithm. For people to follow the rules of an algorithm, the rules must be formulated so they can be followed in a robot-like manner, that is, without the need for thought. However, if the instruction to solve the quadratic equation, his example, are to be obeyed by someone who knows how to perform the arithmetic operation but does not know how to extract a square root, then we must also provide a set of rules for extracting the square root in order to satisfy the definition of an algorithm. Furthermore, not all instructions are acceptable because they may require the robot to have abilities beyond those that we consider reasonable. He gives the example of a robot confronted with the question, is Henry VIII King of England, and to print 1 if yes and 0 if no, but if the robot has not been previously provided with this information, and worse, if the robot asked if Aristotle was King of England and the robot only had been provided with 5 names, it would not know how to answer. Thus, an intuitive definition of an acceptable sequence of instructions is one in which each instruction is precisely defined so that the robot is guaranteed to be able to obey it. After providing us with a definition, Stone introduces the Turing machine model and states that the set of 5 tuples that are the machine's instructions are an algorithm known as Turing machine program. Immediately thereafter, he goes on to say that computation of a Turing machine is described by saying the tape alphabet, the form in which the input parameters are presented on the tape, the initial state of the Turing machine, the form in which answers output will be represented on the tape when the Turing machine halts the machine program. The precise prescription of what is required for computation is in the spirit of what will follow the basis of Blass and Gurevich. 1995, Soares characterization. A computation is a process whereby we proceed from initially given objects called inputs according to a fixed set of rules called a program, procedure, or algorithm through a series of steps and arrive at the end of these steps with a final result called the output. The algorithm is a set of rules proceeding from inputs to outputs, must be precise and definite, with each successive step clearly determined. The concept of computability concerns those objects which may be specified in principle by computations. 2000, Berlinski's characterization. While a student at Princeton in the mid-1960s, David Berlinski was a student of Alonzo Church. In his 2000 book, The Advent of the Algorithm, The 300-Year Journey from Idea to the Computer, contains the following definition of algorithm. In the logician's voice, an algorithm is a finite procedure written in a fixed symbolic vocabulary, governed by precise instruction, moving in discrete steps 1, 2, 3, whose execution requires no insight, cleverness, intuition, intelligence, or perspicuity, and sooner or later comes to an end. In 2002, Gurevich's characterization. Careful reading of Gurevich 2000 leads one to conclude and further that he believes that an algorithm is actually a Turing machine or a pointer machine doing a computation. An algorithm is not just a symbol table that guides the behavior of the machine, nor is it just one instance of a machine doing a computation given a particular set of input parameters, nor is it a suitable programmed machine with the power of. Rather, an algorithm is the machine actually doing any computation of which is capable. Gurevich does not come right out and say this. So, as worded above, this conclusion is certainly open to debate. Every algorithm can be simulated by a Turing machine. A program can simulate and therefore given precise meaning by a Turing machine. It is often thought that the problem of formalizing the notion of sequential algorithm was solved by Church and Turing. For example, according to Savage, an algorithm is a computational process defined by a Turing machine. Church and Turing did not solve the problem of formalizing the notion of sequential algorithm. Instead, they gave different but equivalent formalizations of the notion of a complete computable function. And there's more to an algorithm than the function it computes. Of course, the notion of algorithms and computable functions are intimately related. By definition, a computable function is a function computable by an algorithm. In Blasengovich 2002, the authors invoke a dialogue between Quizani and authors using Yanis Mashkovich as a foil, where they come right out and flatly state to localize the disagreement. Let's first mention 2 points of agreement. First, there are some things that are obviously algorithms by anyone's definition: Turing machines, sequential time, abstract state machines, and the like. Second, that the other extreme are specifications that would be regarded as algorithms under anyone's definition, since they give no indication of how to compute anything. The issue is how detailed the information has to be in order to count as an algorithm. Moshevikis allows some things that we would call only declarative specifications. He would probably use the word implementation for things that we call algorithms. The use of the word implementation cuts straight to the heart of the question. Early in the paper, Hugh states his reading of Moshevikis. He would probably think that your practical work forces you to think of implementations more than algorithms. He is quite willing to identify implementations with machines, but he says that algorithms are something more general when it boils down to it, that you say an algorithm is a machine, and Mashkovakis says it is not. But the authors waffle here, saying let's stick to the algorithm and machine, and the reader is left again confused. We have to wait till Dershowitz and Gurevich in 2007 to get the following footnote comment. Nevertheless, if one accepts Moshevikis' point of view, then it's the implementation of algorithms that we have set out to characterize. In 2003, Blasengovich's characterization. Blasengovich described their work as evolved form and consideration of Turing machines and pointer machines, specifically the Kolmogorov-Uspensky machine, Schoenhead storage modification machines, and linking automatic defined by Knuth. The work at Gandhi and Markov also described as influential precursors. Gurevich offers a strong definition of an algorithm. Turing's informal argument in favor of his thesis justifies a stronger thesis. Every algorithm can be simulated by a Turing machine. In practice, it would be ridiculous. Nevertheless, can one generalize Turing machines so that any algorithm, never mind how abstract, can be modeled by a generalized machine? But suppose such generalized Turing machine exists, what would their state be? A first-order structure, a particular small instruction set suffices in all cases. Computation is the evolution of state. Could be non-deterministic, can interact with the environment, could be parallel and multi-agent, can have a dynamic semantics. The two underpinnings of the work are Turing's thesis and the notion of first-order structure. The above phrase, computation as an evolution of the state, differs markedly from the definition of Knuth and Stone. The algorithm is a Turing machine program. Rather, it corresponds to what Turing called the complete configuration and includes both the current instruction state and the status of the tape. 1995, Daniel Dennett, Evolution as an Algorithmic Process. Philosopher Daniel Dennett analyzes the importance of evolution as an algorithmic process in his 1995 book, Darwin's Dangerous Idea. Dennett identifies three key features of an algorithm: substrate neutrality. An algorithm relies on its logical structure, thus the particular form in which algorithm is manifested is not important. Dennett's example is long division. It works equally well on paper, on parchment, on a computer screen, or using neon lights or in skywriting. Underlying mindlessness, no matter how complicated the end product of the algorithm process may be, each step is the algorithm is sufficiently simple to be performed by a non-sentient mechanical device. The algorithm does not require the brain to maintain or operate it. The standard textbook analogy notes that algorithms are recipes or sorts designed to be followed by novice cooks. Guaranteed results. If the algorithm is executed correctly, it will always produce the same results. An algorithm is a foolproof recipe. On the basis of this analysis, that Dennett concludes that according to Darwin, evolution is an algorithmic process. However, in the previous page, he has gone out on a much further limb. In the context of this chapter titled Processes as Algorithm, he states, but then, are there any limits at all on which may be considered an algorithmic process? I guess the answer is no. If you wanted, you can treat any process at the abstract level as an algorithmic process. If what strikes you as puzzling is the uniformity of the ocean sand grains or the strength of the tempered steel blade, an algorithmic explanation is what will satisfy your curiosity, and it will be the truth. No matter how impressive the products of an algorithm, the underlying processes always consist of nothing but a set of individual mindless steps succeeding each other without the help of any intelligent supervision. They're automatic by definition, the workings of automation. It is unclear from the above whether Dennett stating that the physical world by itself and without observers is intrinsically algorithmic, or whether a symbolic processing observer is what is adding meaning to the observation. 2002, John Searle adds a clarifying caveat to Denn's characterization. Daniel Dennett is a proponent of strong artificial intelligence, the idea that the logical structure of an algorithm is sufficient to explain mind. John Searle, the creator of the Chinese room thought experiment, claims that syntax, that is, logical structure, is by itself not sufficient for a semantic context, that is, meaning. In other words, the meaning of symbols is relative to the mind that is using them. An algorithm, a logical construct by itself, is insufficient for a mind. Searle cautions those who claim that algorithms of a computational process are intrinsic to nature. Computation is observer relative, and this is because computation is defined in terms of symbol manipulation, but the notion of symbol is not a notion of physics or chemistry. Something is a symbol only if it is used, treated, or regarded as a symbol. The Chinese room argument showed that semantics is not intrinsic to syntax, but what this shows is that syntax is not intrinsic to physics. Something is a symbol only relative to some observer, users, or agent who assigns a symbolic interpretation to it. You can assign a computational interpretation to anything, but if the question asks, is consciousness intrinsically computation, the answer is nothing is intrinsically computational. Computation exists only relative to some agent or observer who imposes a computational interpretation on some phenomenon. That is an obvious point. I should have seen it 10 years ago, but I did not. In 2002, the Burlos-Burgess-Jeffrey specification of a Turing machine calculation. An example of the Burlos-Burgess-Jeffrey demonstrates the precision required in a complete specification of an algorithm, in this case to add two numbers m plus n, and is similar to the Stone requirements above. They have discussed the rule of the number format, and the computation has selected the tally notation to represent numbers. Certainly, computation can be harder in practice with some notations than other, but it's possible in principle to do in any other notion simply by translating the data. For purposes of framing a rigorously defined notion of computability, it is convenient to use monadic or tally notation. At the outset of this example, they specified the machine to be used in the computation as a Turing machine. They had previously specified that the Turing machine will be the 4-tuple rather than the 5-tuple variety. For more on this convention, see the Turing machine. Previously, the authors had specified that the tape's head position will be indicated by a subscript to the right of the scan symbol. We have now not given an official definition of what is the numerical function to be computable by Turing machine, specifying how inputs or arguments are to be represented on the machine, or how outputs or values represented. Our specification of our k-place function from positive integers, the positive integers are as follows. Skip through some of this. 2006, Sitzer's assertion at its 3 levels of description. Sitzer begins by defining algorithm as follows. Informally speaking, algorithm is a collection of simple instructions for carrying out some task, commonplace in everyday life. Algorithms sometimes are called procedures or recipes. Our real focus from now on is on algorithms, that the Turing machine merely serves as a precise model for the definition of algorithm. We need only to be comfortable enough with Turing machines to believe that they capture all algorithms. Does Sitzer mean that algorithm is just an instruction for a Turing machine, or is it the combination of instructions and a specific variety of a Turing machine? For example, he defines the 2 standard variants of multi-tape and non-deterministic in its particular variant, not the same as Turing's original, and goes on in his problems to describe 4 more variants. In addition, he imposes some restraints. First, the input must be encoded on a string, and says numeric encodings in the context of complexity theory. Van Edme Boas comments on a similar problem with respect to random access memory. Abstract model computation sometimes used in place of the Turing machine when doing analysis of algorithms. The absence or presence of multiplicative or parallel bit manipulation operations is of relevance for the correct understanding of some results of the analysis of algorithms. There hardly exists such a thing as an innocent extension of the standard RAM model in the universe time measures. Either one only has additive arithmetic, or one might as well include all reasonable multiplicative and bitwise Boolean instructions on small operands. With regard to a descriptive language for algorithms, Sitzer finishes the job that Stone and Burlos-Burgess-Jeffrey started. He offers us 3-level description of Turing machine algorithms. High-level description, wherein we use prose to describe an algorithm, ignoring the implementation of details. At this level, we do not need to mention how the machine manages its tape head. Implementation description, in which we use prose to describe the way the Turing machine moves its head and the way it stores the data on tape. At this level, we do not give details of the states of transition function. The formal description, the lowest, most detailed level of description that spells out the full Turing machine's states, transition function, and so on. In 2011, Yanofsky, an algorithm is defined to be a set of programs that implement that algorithm, and the set of all programs is partitioned into equivalent classes. Although the set of programs does not form a category, the set of algorithms forms a category with extra structure. The conditions that describe when two programs are equivalent turn out to be coherence relation, which give the extra structure to the category of algorithms. Okay, so that was huge. A lot of information there. I appreciate some people are still watching. Just wanted to do a little, due diligence, deep dive into algorithms, and it's really just the start. So I have, some slides that, I'm not going to be able to do everything I want to do because it's, it's late. Although I am going to do some of the slides, however, not on cognitive architectures. I'm going to have to put off the stuff about cognitive architectures to next week, but I'll do the slides I had on algorithms. Let's get a drink. Okay, so I have 4 sets of slides to cover. Let's look first at history of origins of data structures and algorithms, and just from a random computer science course. So stacks first proposed as computer data structures in 1955 by Klaus Samuelson and Friedrich Bauer at Technical University of Munich. Originally used was for sequential formula transition compilers, essentially. However, Alan Turing had described the use of the stack for subroutine returns in 1946 using the term Bury and on Bury. Sources also mentioned that Conrad Zuse Z4 supported subroutines in 1945, but only one at a time, not a stack. Is Polish notation math inspired the later use of stack as a data structure. Queues, very hard to pinpoint an origin in computing. In the early days of batch processing, jobs would wait in line to be run on the machines by the operators. This queue was a physical one, though, and not really a data structure. So the key punch, DQs, runtime analysis, big O notation dates to 1894, introduced by German mathematician Paul Bachmann. Little o was introduced in 1909 by German mathematician Edmund Landau. Other symbols were introduced over time, were mostly used in mathematics for many years, was only popularized in computer science for the study of algorithms by Donald Knuth in the 1970s. Donald Knuth, computer scientist, mathematician, professor emeritus at Stanford, Turing Award winner, father of the analysis of algorithms, authored The Art of Computer Programming, and created the text computer typesetting system. Recursion, the Lisp programming language, dates to 1958. Lisp depends heavily on recursion, so the designers must have already had a strong understanding of it. If you think about it, recursion is really based on mathematical induction, like inductive proofs. You got a base case and a bunch of cases that successfully depend on the previous one. You go back to Plato's dialogue. Parmenides 370 BC contained an inductive proof, but the concept was not formalized until much later. The 4th century BC, Eubulides enjoys paradoxes and contradiction. Euclid's Elements also contains inductive proof to show that every integer is a product of primes. However, induction was not formally defined technique until centuries later. Dynamic programming, the technique was invented by American mathematician Richard Bellman at the Rand Corporation, and Bellman first used the term in the 1940s and refined it to match the modern definition in 1953. Searching sorted items, ancient Babylon. The ancient library of Alexandria is said to have the world's first library catalog based on alphabetical sorting of the authors' names, called the Pinaques, compiled to the ancient scholar Callimachus. Nearly 500,000 papyrus scrolls were located in groups based on subject, not author, so finding a work by a particular author required using a catalog. 1946, American physicist John Maltschly made the first recorded mention of a binary search as part of the Moore School lectures, until 1960, when Derek Henry Lemur published an improvised version. All binary searches only worked on arrays having a length and power of 2. Hashing, Donald Knuth notes that a 1953 IBM memo includes the use of the hash function, but the term did not appear in published literature until the late 1960s. There are claims by others that authored a program that used hashing around this time as well. U.S. computing architect Gene Amal and a USR computing scientist Andrei Ershov independently invented linear programming. The bubble sort, a 1956 thesis describes a variant of the bubble sort. The thesis called it filling scheme for sorting. Does not use the word algorithm. Insertion sort, Donald Knuth writes that insertion sort was mentioned by John Maltschly in the 1946 in the first published discussion of computer sorting. Selection sort, the aforementioned 1956 thesis, also described a selective scheme for sorting, which we now call selection sort. This is probably not the origin of the algorithm, but at least we know it is old. Merge sort was invented by John von Neumann in 1945, handwritten on paper to run on EDVIC computer. Original manuscripts show that Top Secret was written, but then erased from the top cover page, since all computer work was classified at this time. Quicksort was developed by British mathematician Tony Hoare in 1959. He also known for the 1969 proposal on Hoare logic, an important formal technique for reasoning about and formally proving the correctness of programs. TimSort, Python default sorting algorithm developed in 2002 by Tim Peters. Trees are a kind of graph, so this goes back to pre-computer graph theory. The mathematical term tree was coined in 1857 by British mathematician Arthur Cayley, also used when discussing genealogy, so this is an ancient concept. Binary search trees, first published in 1960. Balanced trees, published 1962, Soviet mathematicians Gregory Adelson-Velsky and Evgeny Landis. Adelson-Velsky would go on to lead the development of the early chess program, which would win the first match played between two computer programs in 1966-67. The computing and older program was written by students of John McCarthy at MIT and had been the first chess program to play convincingly. Heaps, 1964, the binary heap was introduced by the Welsh-Canadian mathematician J.W.J. Williams. He also invented heap sort at the same time. Graphs in computer science came directly from graph theory mathematics, like from Leonard Euler's 1976 paper on the Seven Bridges of Königsberg. 19th century French author named Charles Pierre Trémou described a form of DFC for solving mazes, probably 1950s. Described in 1945 by Konrad Zuse for his rejected thesis on the Planckle programming language, finally published in 1972. American professor of mathematics and computer science Edward Moore reinvented it as a maze-solving algorithm in 1959. Dijkstra's algorithm was on a team designing the new computer named ARMAC, and they needed a program to demonstrate the capabilities of the machine. They wanted to solve a problem that no non-computer people would understand. Shortest path between 64 cities in the Netherlands. 6 bits to identify each city, later rediscovered in similar algorithms, prim algorithm to help with designing the wiring in another new computer. So just a nice quick overview of some algorithms. This one, we mentioned the Tower of Hanoi and recursive thinking. So here's some nice diagrams. Recursive problem solving. If the problem is sufficiently simple, directly solve the problem, return the solution, else split the problem up into one or more smaller problems with the same structure as the original, solve each of those smaller problems, combine the results to get the overall solution, return the overall solution in an example of a simple programming language. So recursion solves a problem by continuously simplifying the problem until it becomes simple enough to be solved directly. The recursive decomposition makes the problem slightly simpler at each step. The base case is what ultimately makes the problem solvable. It guarantees that when the problem is sufficiently simple, we can just solve it directly. So the Tower of Hanoi problem of getting in the same formation from A to C, moving one at a time. So you see just directly moving there doesn't work. So you have to come up with some iterative recursive process. So the recursive decomposition, to get a tower of n plus 1 disks from the spindle X to spindle Y using Z as a temporary, recursively move the top n disks from spindle X to spindle Z using Y as a temporary, move the n plus 1 disk from X to Y, recursively move the n disk from spindle Z to spindle Y using X as a temporary. We need to find a very simple case that we can solve directly in order for the recursion to work. If the tower has size 1, we can just move the single disk from the source to the destination. And now the solution in program form. So that the Tower of Hanoi we saw in the readings earlier was one of the first examples of programming of Simon and Newell of a recursive function, a simple programming. The emergent behavior, even though each function call does very little work, the overall behavior of the function is to solve the towers of Hanoi. It's often tricky to think recursively because of this emergent behavior. Not one function can solve the entire problem. Each function does only a small amount of work in its own and delegates the rest. So writing recursive functions, although it is good to be able to trace through a set of recursive calls to understand how they work, you'll need to build up an intuition for recursion to use it effectively. You'll need to learn to trust that your recursive calls, which are to the function that you are currently writing, will indeed work correctly. Eric Roberts calls this the recursive leap of faith. Anyone can learn to think recursively. If this seems confusing now, don't panic. Okay, so 2 more slideshows. Here, more on algorithms. The Minimax, so this from Douglas Hofstadter of Gödel-Escher-Bach. It was a watershed event, but doesn't have to do with computers becoming intelligent, said Douglas Hofstadter, professor of computer science at Indiana University and author of several books about human intelligence, including Gödel-Escher-Bach, which won a Pulitzer Prize in 1980, and its witty argument about the connecting threads of intellect in various fields and expression. They're just overtaking humans in certain intellectual activities that we thought required intelligence. My God, I used to think chess required thought. Now I realized it doesn't. It doesn't mean Kasparov isn't a deep thinker. It just that you can bypass deep thinking in playing chess the way that you can fly without flapping your wings. So Bruce Weber. An example of difficulty of various games for computers, starting with tic-tac-toe, which is solved for all possible positions, versus being solved for starting positions like checkers. 2, computers can beat the top humans. Scrabble to eventually chess. Computers still lose to top humans at the time, including Jeopardy and Go. To computers may never outplay humans. So 2017, Google DeepMind takes on chess with AlphaZero. 1997, Deep Blue employed custom VLSI chips to execute the alpha-beta search algorithm in parallel, 200 million positions per second. AlphaGo wins Go, AlphaZero wins chess, AlphaStar wins StarCraft, combines deep neural networks with general reinforcement learning algorithms. No opening theory, no endgames database, learn all from self-play in 4 hours and 100 games. Stockfish 8 looks at 70 million positions per second. AlphaZero, 80,000 per second. Stockfish can use up to 500 trailed CPU threads in multiprocessor systems. The maximum size of its transposition table is 128 gigabytes. Stockfish implements, however, even with this, the AlphaGo went on to win. Example, the cake cutting dilemma of a zero-sum game. Total amount won at the end of the game is exactly equal to the amount lost. Chess, tic-tac-toe, Connect Four, checkers, Go, poker. Interests of players are diametrically opposed. What one player loses is gained by the other player. Cake-cutting dilemma is an example. Study of zero-sum games began the study of game theory, which is a mathematical subject that covers any situation involving several agents attempting to make decisions that maximize their own utility. Minimax theory. Von Neumann discovers that there is an optimal strategy for each player in zero-sum games. In two-player zero-sum games, the minimax strategy solution is the same as the Nash equilibrium, optimal strategy to maximize their minimum potential results. John von Neumann, if people do not believe that mathematics is simple, is only because they do not realize how complicated life is. So it's adversarial search. Minimax applied to tic-tac-toe in basically depth-first search, but also propagate information about utilities. The max or min. So maximum strategy works easily by going down the tree of possibilities to fully filled tic-tac-toe board. Only at final filled board state can we determine a winner. But what if we tried to apply min-max to a game like chess? The problem, the range of possible moves, is impossible to evaluate given time and memory constraints. For games that are impossible to exhaustively evaluate, an evaluation function can be used. The evaluation function will take the game state as an input and return a real value score. Min-max search can then be applied to a desired depth. At the max depth, the evaluation function scores each leaf in the graph. There's no known perfect evaluation function for chess. Uses a heuristic. Criterion for scoring might include the various heuristics. Minimax optimizations identify states that should not be further explored. Agent is lost. State recognized to repeat forever. Alpha beta pruning tracks the best moves, prunes branches that can't do better. Key insight when performing max step. If a move gives a maximum utility X by searching its entire subtree, we can avoid any searches of subtrees whose minimum value is less than X, does not produce different answers than Minimax, simply does not bother checking subtrees that will not change the answer produced by Minimax. Optimizations, iterative deepening, go to a reasonable depth first based on the time allowed. Pruning may allow for further search, extended search. For real-time applications, pre-allocated tree structures can speed up. Consider adding case-based reasoning. Cases can cache heuristic previously calculated evaluation function score. Cases can reflect history of known matches and opening moves. Evaluation function may score more highly if selected. Move transform state to known case with a desirable outcome. There's more than two players. Could extend min-max algorithm for n players, but one opponent may collaborate to defeat you, forging the strategy of maximizing individual gain and instead redefining winning as any outcome where you lose. Human players often conduct in king-making. Player guaranteed to lose, but possess the ability to affect final outcome. This impact becomes a new win condition for the losing player. Human players may gang up on a player with a leading score in hopes of later jumping to the front. Strategy redefine game as you agent versus everybody else. Effectively make the game two-player, but with a more complicated simulation of the second player. Other than more complicated steps for the virtual second player, apply Minimax as usual. Downsides can result in overly cautious game decisions. Observation games with the potential for collusion may result in non-zero-sum games. Expecting Minimax, variant of Minimax applicable to zero-sum games that depend on player strategy as well as chance elements like dice rolls. In addition to the min and max nodes, chance nodes are interleaved between min and max nodes. May have a chance node between each player or one chance node, and then both players go. Actual structure depends on the game node. Chance nodes take a weighted average of children, with weight being probability that child is chosen randomly. Otherwise, minimax are evaluated the same as normal minimax. Monte Carlo tree search, analysis of most important promising moves, expanding the tree based on random sampling of the tree space. Rather than searching to a particular incomplete depth, we analyze many complete playouts, simulate a path to game completion. The best nodes are tracked and are more likely to be selected in future simulation steps. After some number of steps or time limit, the node that was most frequently selected is returned. So 4 steps of the Monte Carlo tree search: selection, expansion, simulation, backpropagation. Selection: start from a root R and select successive child nodes down to a leaf node L. Selection criteria is important. Wants to explore most promising leads to confirm quality. If a move turns out bad, then we will switch to another. Expansion: unless L ends the game with a win-loss for either player, create one or more child nodes and choose node C from one of them. Simulation: play random playout from node C. This step is sometimes also called playout or rollout. Backpropagation: use the result to the playout to update information in the nodes on the path from C to R. Improvement: how can we improve Monte Carlo trees? We desire to continue to refine estimates of the quality of moves, but we also want to explore new walks through the tree in hopes of identifying promising moves or moves that the opponent is likely to select. But how can we do both? The multi-armed bandit problem, upper confidence bounds applied to trees. Variation of the Monte Carlo tree simulation on the selection step seeks to balance exploration and exploitation, avoid getting stuck at local maxima. So upper confidence bound, augmentation of the Monte Carlo tree simulation selection. Choose each node in the game tree that moves for which the expression has the highest value. And here the number of wins for the node considered after a certain move, the number of simulations for the node after a certain move, the total number of simulations after a certain move, exploration parameter. So the disadvantage of Monte Carlo converges very slowly towards min-max equivalency. Incomplete coverage of search space means that a single losing branch may not be detected. However, this may be obvious to a human expert. The upper confidence bound and variance can help with exploration and discovery of all possibilities. The advantages: Monte Carlo does eventually converge to Minimax, minimizes search space with advantage over Minimax plus alpha beta pruning, does not need an evaluation function other than recognizing final board win, lose condition state, incomplete, and easy applicable to probabilistic zero-sum games. Monte Carlo tree search and reinforcement learning. Fueled by success in Computer Go, Monte Carlo tree search has achieved widespread adoption within the game community. Its links to traditional reinforcement learning methods have been outlined in the past. However, the use of reinforcement learning techniques within tree search has not been thoroughly studied yet. In this paper, we re-examined the depth this close relationship between the two fields. Our goal is to improve the cross-awareness between the two communities. We show that a straightforward adaptation of reinforcement learning semantics with tree search can lead to a wealth of new algorithms for which the traditional Monte Carlo tree search is only one of the variants. We confirm that planning methods inspired by reinforcement learning in conjunction with online search demonstrates encouraging results on several classic board games and arcade video game competitions. Where our algorithm recently ranked first, our study promotes a unified view of learning, planning, and search. Each simulation traverses the tree by selecting the edge of the maximum action value Q, plus a bonus that depends on a stored prior probability for that edge. The leaf node may be expanded and a new node is processed once by the policy network, and output probabilities stored prior probabilities for each action. And at the end of the simulation, the leaf node is evaluated in 2 ways: using the value network and by running a rollout to the end of the game with fast rollout policy, then computing the winner with the function The optimal value function can be computed recursively by Minimax or equivalent Negamax search. Most games are too large for exhaustive Minimax tree search. Instead, the game is truncated by using an approximate value function in place of the terminal rewards. Depth-first Minimax search with alpha-beta pruning has achieved superhuman performance in chess, checkers, and Othello, but has not been effective in Go. Reinforcement learning can learn to approximate the optimal value function directly from games of self-play. An alternative approach to Minimax search is Monte Carlo tree search. In the limit, both approximations become exact, and Monte Carlo tree search converges to the optimal value function. Case-based reasoning. According to Smith, 2016, case-based reasoning has led to more practical applications than any other AI family of techniques, with the exception of expert systems and machine learning. So here's case-based reasoning. 1, analyze, identify the current situation. 2, retrieve the closest cases in our case base. 3, adapt, change the cases to match the current situation. 4, test, ensure that these cases match ours. 5, repair, make any changes from test. Test again if so. 6, store this new solution in case base. So comparison to other learning techniques, machine learning techniques, we have seen so far develop a model based on training data before being tested. In case-based reasoning, the case base constitutes one part of the model. Case-based reasoning uses information in the problem to adapt its knowledge base in real time. Hot potato requires a good chunk of domain knowledge about authoring, state representation, distance function, adaptation, revision, requires a lot of training data or to be tested iteratively in ways to encourage general learning. Learning can be slow if it gets stuck in a test repair loop. So what is a case? Any data structure, the Marvin Minsky frame, variable slots, values that can go into those slots. So case-based reasoning is reasoning by remembering. Riesbeck and Schenk, a case-based reasoner solves new problems by adapting solutions that were used to solve old problems. And Kolodner, case-based reasoning is both the way people use cases to solve problems, the way we can make machines use them. Case-based reasoning is a methodology to human model reasoning and thinking for building intelligent computer systems. Basic ideas: store known past experiences in memory, give a new problem, retrieve most similar experiences, reuse it for the new problem, revise it based on efficiency, and retain it for future use. The similarity assessment, adaptation, feedback, and learning. The definition: a problem-solving methodology where solutions to similar previous problems are reused to solve new problems. Retrieve, reuse, revise, review, retain. Key ideas: similar problems have similar solutions. Observations define new problems. Not all feature values must be known. A new problem is a case without solution part. Similarity computation is essential. Retrieval, adaptation can be essential reuse. Case-based reasoning history, 1982 and 3, Robert Schenk's groups initially at Yale, modeling cognitive problem solving. New topics, case adaptation, argument analysis, 1990, first substantially deployed application in Lockheed. 1991, help desk market niche. 1992, derivational analogy. 1993, European emergence through 1998, certain projects. 1995, first international conference. Knowledge containers, best paper award. 1997, knowledge management, case-based maintenance. 1999, e-commerce. 2001, recommender systems. 2003, reading and case-based 2016 International Conference on Case-Based Reasoning held like customer support. Representing cases. Cases contain knowledge about previous problem-solving experiences. Typically, a case contains the following information: problem, situation, solution, adequacy of the utility, scope of information, complete partial solution, detailed abstract solution. Representation: formalism, attribute value vector, structured representation, objects and graphs, higher order predicate logic formula plans. Similarity and utility in case-based reasoning. The goal of similarity is to select cases that can be easily adapted to solve a new problem. Similarity, the prediction of the utility in the case. Utility, measure the improvement in efficiency as a result of the body of knowledge. However, the similarity is any a priori criterion. The utility is a posteriori criterion. Trade-off between retrieval and adaptation effort. If little time is spent on retrieval, then the adaptation effort is high. If too much time is spent on retrieval, then the adaptation effort is low. There is an optimal intermediate point between these two extremes. Taxonomy of problem solving and case-based retrieval, for which of these case-based retrieval has been shown to be effective. Synthesis, constructing a solution, methods, planning, configuration. Analysis, interpreting a solution, methods, classification, diagnosis. So it's effective in research, not effective in fielded applications. Main topics of case-based research at 10 years. Major things in case-based reasoning, recommender systems and diversity, case-based maintenance, case retrieval, learning similarity measures, adaptation, image analysis, textual and conversational, case-based reasoning, featured weighting and similarity. Some interrelations between topics, retrieval, information gain, similarity metrics, indexing, reuse, rule-based systems, plan adaptation, revise and review, constraint satisfaction systems, retain, induction of decision trees. So diversity in case-based reasoning, the traditional retrieval approach, similarity-based retrieval, select the K most similar items to the current query. The problem, vague queries, limited coverage of search space in every cycle of dialogue. Diversity enhancement, retrieval, select K items such that they are both similar to the current query but different from each other query, providing a wider choice allows for a broader coverage of the product space, allows many less relevant items to be eliminated. Augmented general knowledge with cases. In many practical applications, encoding complete domain knowledge is unpractical and infeasible, and episodic knowledge is available. General guidelines and standard operational procedures, which can be coded as partial general domain knowledge. A whole compendium of actual operation exercises, which can be captured as cases. Hierarchical problem solving, hierarchical case-based planning techniques combine domain knowledge and episodic knowledge cases. Knowledge sources, the general methods denote generic task compositions and conditions for selecting those decompositions. Episodic cases denote concrete task decompositions. So final remarks, advantages of case-based reasoning, reduces knowledge acquisition efforts, requires less maintenance to effort, reuse of solution, improves problem-solving performance, can make use of existing data, improves over time, adapts to changes, has enjoyed high use acceptance. So what's wrong with case-based reasoning? In fact, this is the crux of the argument. If you have good scripting language, even a visual tree editor to capture sequences, you'll be orders of magnitudes more productive, more reliable than an expert trying indirectly to get the system to induce specific sequences. For example, as such, it's fair to claim that case-based reasoning isn't particularly well suited for these kinds of problems in game AI. Past uses of okay, so takeaway, case-based reasoning, sometimes natural, cases simplified knowledge acquisition, easier obtained than rules, captures shares people's experience, good for some types of tasks when perfect models are not available, faulty equipment diagnosis, online sales, legal reasoning, games, commercial applications, help desk systems. Similar problems have similar solutions, retrieve, reuse, revise, retain. Okay, so that was a little tedious, the case-based reasoning, but it had some of the stuff about chess. And finally, the last one, cognitive game theory, alpha, beta, minimax search, inductive adversary modeling, evolutionary chess. So alpha beta search, minimax search, evaluation function, alpha beta cutoffs, other improvements. and adversarial modeling, and evolutionary algorithms. Adversarial search, two-player games, players as a max and a min. Max wants to win, min wants max to lose. Basic assumption strategy, max wants to maximize its payoff, min is trying to prevent this. Minimax procedure maximizes max's moves and minimizes min's moves. Min-max recursive procedure, function minimax called at each node. If terminal state, then return payoff. Else if max node, then use minimax on the children, return to the maximum of the result. Otherwise, min node, use minmax on the children and return the minimum of the results. So they cut off the tree at a certain depth. It's not possible to search the full game tree, but payups defined only at terminal states. So evaluation function, heuristic, estimate the chance of winning from board configuration. Important qualities must agree with terminal states, must be fast to compute, should be accurate enough. So like the older school chess programs, checkers program, heuristic evaluation function. Alpha beta pruning, search deeper in the same amount of time. Basic idea, prune away branches that cannot possibly influence the final decision. Similar to the branch and bound search, two searches in parallel, max and min. The general case, if m is better than n for max, then n will never get into play because m will always be chosen in preference. Alpha beta procedure, search game tree keeping track of alpha, the highest value seen so far on maximizing level, beta, lowest level seen so far minimizing level, pruning, max node, prune parent if node evaluation smaller than alpha, min node, prune parent node if evaluation greater than beta. Branch and bound analogy, minimize board valuation, minimize constraints in branch and bound, maximize board valuation, inverse of branch and bound, but same idea, prune parent instead of current node. Beta cutoffs, alpha cutoffs, alpha beta gains. Effective depends on node ordering. Worst case, no gains. Best case allows to double the depth of the search. Other improvements, nodes ordering, heuristic, quiescent search, variable depth in stable board, transposition tables, reconnect nodes in search tree. The advanced algorithm, max value, if board already exists in transposition tables, then if new path is longer, return value in the table, save board and transposition table. If cutoff test, then if quintess is board, then return the evaluation, find all children and order them. For each child of node, do the max in recursive function. For example, in checkers, of all the available possibilities first after doing the alpha beta pruning. So adversarial modeling, psychological background, chunks, inductive adversary modeling, corporate model of opponent into alpha beta currently assumes opponents play optimally, produce computation, make alpha beta more extendable to other domains. Based on Chase and Simon, store data in chunks, recall studies, model a human opponent, example of chunking, chunk noise filler needs to avoid random chunk, chess noise tolerance, small changes have a big tactical effect, required chunk appears in 2+ games. If so, store as known chunk, store color, time in game, if won or lost game, frequency of occurrence. Applying the chunks. If a partial chunk is one move from completion, the opponent is likely to make that move. Find partial chunks to get more likely moves, use pattern recognition, Evaluate belief in each likely move. Use rule-based heuristic. Finding partial chunks for each adversary piece. For each chunk that fits the board, if one difference between chunk and state of the board, check if any move can complete the chunk. Return all completing moves. Move to the move selection module. Heuristic move selection. Rule-based heuristic algorithms gives a measure of belief in each move. Initial belief frequency of chunk. Each heuristic adds, subtracts. Flexibility in other domains. Applicable to other domains. Requires competition. Adversary. Requires a reworking of visual chunk convolution templates. So evolutionary algorithms. Evolutionary genetic programs create smarter agents through mutation and crossover. Application is innumerable fields. Evolution, eventually the population converges. Mutations become reduced and the whole population converges. Okay, basic individual. An individual is, again, an alpha-beta search algorithm limited to search of an average of 100,000 nodes. The algorithm contains 3 modules, which may be targeted for evaluation. Depth module returns remaining search depth for a given node. Move ordering module arranges moves in the best first manner to aid alpha-beta pruning. Evaluation module, evaluation of given position. Okay, so those slides weren't that great, but yeah, I figured I'd add some slides in, and it had a little bit to do with chess. So it was a lot of information. I have a lot more material to cover. I had slides on cognitive architectures and a few papers to read, but we're approaching 7 hours, and my viewership is hemorrhaging. So we appreciate Brundle coming on, and a lot of research today, a lot of different ideas, throwing some stuff out there. Sorry for today, kind of jumbled, just a whole bunch of random things. We did deep dive into algorithms, a lot of history. We completed kind of the importance of the cognitive revolution with Newell and Simon, and cognitive architectures. And conceptually, when we return to consciousness models, you will see, like, one historically where we thought we were going to understand the mind through computers. It's unclear how well that worked. And then also originally we understood the computer through the mind, but at a certain point we started to understand the computer much better than the mind, and started to reverse anthropomorphize the computer to the mind. And so when we look into theories of consciousness, cognitive architectures, theories of cognition, it'll be important to understand algorithms, computational based theories, and also expertise. So, the main reason I was covering this is for future research and expertise. And expertise, where does expertise occur? Expertise occurs in the mind. So how does the mind work? So you need a cognitive architecture of the mind's operation to understand expertise. You could have certain insights, like deliberate practice, in the sense to say, well, how does deliberate practice work? Well, who knows? It's the black box of the mind, but we have empirical data that it works, that people clearly who become experts do deliberate practice, and there's a direct correlation between deliberate practice and expertise. However, how do you create a mechanism? So, within different cognitive architectures like chunking theory, you could give an example why deliberate practice, or like the flow effect. Like I went in detail, I read most of the flow, and that's very interesting. We'll return to it also. So this interplay between empirical evidence and cognitive architectures. We talked about the coherence theory of truth and the correspondence theory of truth. So the empirical evidence relates to the correspondence theory of truth. How well does the idea map onto reality versus the coherence theory of truth to how well does the model integrate? Does it cohere intrinsically to make predictions, not have any contradictions within itself? And so both of those are going to be necessary to say, like, well, a cognitive architecture has internal coherence, that has a working system that could output predictions. And then also, those predictions have to correspond to reality, empirical observations. So a lot of due diligence and deep dive into a lot of computer science and algorithms, because to a certain extent, like you say, like we need to use the computer in computational models. Just thinking about chess or any form of expertise, you're going to have to use like recursive functions. And I went in depth about, the history of algorithms in relation to computer science. We went through the AI winter. But in terms of, just taking physics class or math classes, most problems cannot be solved by hand, at best estimated. So you have to program it into a computer. So like when you get into upper level physics courses or math courses, the solution necessitates like using MATLAB, Stephen Wolfram, Maple, or various software to get the solution. So certainly for something like the hard problem of consciousness, you think like active inference, the free energy principle, Carl Friston's equations, you could understand those equations, but like to operationally use them, you would have to program a computer to make those calculations. And so like Friston's active inference is more a computational model than a cognitive architecture. And so a lot of information I put out there today, you have to meditate in on. I'm going to review it. I'll like usual, I'll timestamp a table of contents and bring some stuff together. And I also have thoughts on monism. I'm going to return to monism and possibly things like a monistic principle of computer science in terms of like the monad, dual aspect monism as an explanation. Like, well, how does the computer produce mind? And the same question, the hard problem of consciousness, how does the brain produce mind? If you believe the brain produces mind, you could say there's neural correlates of the mind. The question, well, how does the machine produce mind? And so we looked at algorithms and the secret of binary and functions being programmed. However, is there a mind-body problem with the computer that's being ignored? And if you accept that there's a mind-body problem with the computer, can you apply some sort of dual aspect monistic system that would be more testable on an empirical basis, easier to theorize based on the computer's production of mind than the human production of mind? Because the human production of mind is vastly complicated. You could have a simplistic, like a Boolean logic circuit. So just look at a circuit and some sort of dual aspect monistic interpretation of circuit logic and the differentiation between mind and matter. So that's also a subject I'm interested in working on more. And like I'm still writing this article on chess expertise, and hopefully we're going to go through a whole bunch of theories on expertise. We went over Bloom's taxonomy. That's going to be related. A lot of these models were important for a deeper understanding when we get into the various theories of expertise. We're not done with cognitive architecture, so probably next week in review will be the third week in review focusing on cognitive architecture. I might even take cognitive architectures outside, remove it from the title, because we didn't really cover cognitive architectures that much. But we will probably be spending a few more episodes on cognitive architectures. I might even spend like a full episode, take me hours to read through these, full papers that give a huge overview. Like I showed at the beginning, like the almost 50 current active theories of cognitive architectures, and like, well, why are there 50 different theories of cognitive architectures, and can you combine them? Like Gobet and Rosenblum, and you're trying to move towards a unified cognitive architecture. Why is it so difficult? And you see that the various cognitive architecture theories that explain some things but don't explain other things. And this will also future for the multiple truth hypothesis, like the multiple hypothesis testing that we talked about a few months ago. For something like cognitive architectures, multiple hypothesis testing, and then to think of relate to that truth theories. Saying, well, okay, it's a hypothesis if it's predictive, but is it the truth? What does it mean? What does it mean to be like a true theory of mind? And then the combination of the hard problem of consciousness, where a lot of the focus in the consciousness people is not on cognition, it's more on qualia, the experience, the sensation of what it means to be me, or the unified me. However, cognition is a huge issue. It's like, how do you make a simple calculation? And even saying like an algorithm, just because we know algorithms could be programmed into a computer, there's very little to no evidence that neural circuits are some form of like Boolean logical circuits. So, I mean, we looked at associationism and connectionism, computational theory of mind. So, as we move forward, we look at the cognitive architectures. We already looked before at the quantum theories of mind, but also just the general theories of mind that will include all of the various cognitive functions. Like memory. Memory is also a big issue. We'll have to return and do a deep dive on memory. Problem solving. So in terms of algorithms, so one thing that the human mind does is problem solve. And we looked at task switching. There's subconscious and conscious problem solving. But that's why the cognitive architectures is so important. Besides for things like memory, but one of the big decision making, also another important aspect. Decision making, problem solving. Like we look at attention, reaction time, and all these things. Can you have a unified cognitive model, cognitive architecture that explains all of these various functions like qualia? So that you have the hard problem of consciousness versus the easy problem of consciousness, in terms of, well, can you describe one cognitive function, let alone a unified cognitive architecture? And the algorithms, we went over the algorithms, and we say, well, we understand algorithms, and so if the mind is just performing these algorithms, maybe you could come up with like a series of algorithms that and put it together into a unified cognitive architecture. However, is that what's actually happening in the brain, like a neural correlates of consciousness? And if not, like Duvid, like a dualistic or monistic model of mind, or panpsychism, an alternative approach that would be as closely as possible based on the empirical evidence. So with that, I'm going to sign off. Thanks, Brundle, for coming on. Anyone want to reach out, and feel free to message, join my Discord, reach out on Twitter. And you said next week you'll be another week in review. However, oh, Dave, yeah, thanks. God bless. Good to see you. However, the next 2 weeks after that is going to be Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. So I think it's unlikely that I will take at least 2 weeks off due to the Jewish high holidays. And I may even have to take 3 or 4 weeks off to the Jewish high holidays. And if that's the case, I will probably, during that, try to do a few Ask the Rabbis. So if I don't do a week in review during the week, I will try to do my Ask the Rabbis. And I have Asked the Rabbis prepared on the Jew-Gentile distinction, the origin of the Noahide laws, maybe an origin of Tikkun Olam, and slavery. So hopefully I could do 2 or 3 Ask the Rabbis. If I'm not doing week in review, I'll have time to catch up and finally put those out. So with that, I would say, God bless, signing off, and look forward to next week. I'm feeling good about my research. I'm kind of spread out all over the place. And some of these things I'm going to go significantly more in depth on. And some of these things I'm going to leave it as is. Like I did a little bit of due diligence. I did my best to, cover these issues to the best of my ability, but, time is short. And although other of these issues is just the beginning. And so we'll also have to see moving forward, what issues are important and have to be returned to for deeper analysis, and what ones was sufficient for my purposes to, I covered it to the best of my ability and can move on and, to other endeavors. So God bless, signing off. Have a great week.